We got our first presenter. We're really excited he's here, and I'm not sure that he got much sleep because he traveled from Berlin, Germany, just the other day, and so we're really excited to bring him up here and share with you. But first, just a couple items I wanted to share before we dive into it. Again, a huge shout out to our sponsors for making this possible and ensuring that we can continue to make this a no-cost event to you all and keep you fed and happy. With that, I am so privileged to welcome our keynote speaker this morning, Tobias Schaefer. Tobias has been active in the field of European water policy and river conservation for 25 years. Based in Berlin, he has worked for various nonprofits, including Living Rivers Foundation and WWF Germany, and is a member of the Water Working Group of the European Environmental Bureau, an umbrella organization in Brussels. Tobias holds a degree in environmental planning and landscape architecture. Inspired by a study trip to the Pacific Northwest in 2015, he initiated Fluss Film Fest, or River Film Fest, as a forum for cultural exchange on rivers, water, and fish. Please welcome Tobias.
Good morning, and thank you, Kalani, for the introduction. I almost can't believe that I'm here. I'm incredibly honored to be invited to this event, and I've been moved by the spirit in which this convening has been happening. Thank you for having me. Oh, I can do the slides myself, that's right. Just a second, please. So when I was invited, I thought, what might be interesting for the audience at this run convening, and it came out to be 3 points. I would like to share some impressions on reintroduction of Atlantic salmon and Baltic sturgeon in Germany, which is not what I really work on, but I would like to report on it a little bit, give you an impression, and have a chance to reflect on it maybe a little bit. The second topic is dam removal and the protection of free-flowing rivers in Europe. Where are we standing? And thirdly, and that's maybe the most important point, how your experience and your stories from the Pacific Northwest, as they are told in films, are inspiring river conservation in Europe. So my work is advocacy work. I work, as Kalani said, in environmental NGOs, and in Europe, river protection, water policy is a European field of policy. So a lot of that work relates to the European Union and its legislation. And my work would be writing opinions, holding seminars, and we organize excursions to show best practices, all these kinds of things. I do not work in restoration myself. And I've come to the point where I think I believe that cultural exchange is of great value, and also in the field in which we work. And that's, I guess, why I'm here. So I was lucky that when I was in high school, my parents sent me over to the US for a year at Tigard High School, which is close to Portland. And I found a wonderful family there that hosted me for a year. And I benefited very much from that experience. And the second exchange that I was lucky and fortunate to be on was 2015, a study trip to the Northwest, where I had 5 weeks to travel from the Bay Area all the way to the Elwha and learn about the phenomenal rivers and the phenomenal work that is being done on these rivers. And I learned so much in those 5 weeks that I couldn't believe it. And I'm in a way a little bit here to tell you what I brought back to my work in Germany after I had visited the Northwest in 2015. Another occasion for cultural exchange was an event that we organized this January, where we had a film screening of the Covenant of the Salmon People in Berlin, and we had Kailani and Dave Johnson as panelists at the Heinrich Böll Foundation, and I think that was a wonderful event that was eye-opening for the audience, and it was a very good example of what we can learn from each other. So finally, I'm here to continue this type of exchange, and I will bring to you some impressions on photos, and also I'll share some short videos, and I'll read a poem. I'll read from 2 books, and I hope this altogether makes an experience that is worth having. And I would like to start with the topic of reintroduction of migratory fish in Germany. So, can a wild fish return to a tamed river? This is the question that I thought is a good summary of the challenge that Germany is facing when trying to reintroduce Atlantic salmon to German rivers. Oh, I have a pointer here. So this is the map of the distribution of the range of Atlantic salmon, and the largest population today actually is in Russia, so even east of Scandinavia. And but what you see below here is Western and Central Eastern Europe, and the river basins we have. Germany would be here, and this is the Rhine River, the Elbe River, the Oder River, and I would like to speak a bit about the history of the Rhine River. The Rhine River was once the most productive salmon river in Europe. So the Rhine is really in the center of the range of Atlantic salmon, and there are estimations how many million salmon were returning every year before really human influence was starting to be influencing those runs. So we're talking about many millions of fish returning in an undisturbed landscape, but then with watermill building, things started to decline already in the Middle Ages. What you see is that those fish made their way all the way to the Alps, which is quite a way. So the Rhine River, as I point out up there, is 760 miles long. So it's a very long journey these fish had to undergo. But by 1960, all populations of Atlantic salmon in the Rhine and in other German rivers were gone. So what happened? We still have those photos from the 19th century where there were several 100,000 salmon returning. This upper left one is from the Netherlands, and they were caught by the thousands. And you can see on the bottom left the decline until the middle of the 20th century. The upper right, you see a fish that is the last one that was caught in a small tributary to the Rhine. And on the lower right, you see what this river looks like today. And you can imagine why the fish are disappearing. So here's the poem I wanted to read. This is a quite famous German poet who made this poem about the salmon. A salmon swam up the Rhine to where it turns alpine, and it jumped up every fall. None of them was small. But one day, God knows where, he reached a 12-foot weir. 10 feet, his jump was good, but there he lost his mood. 3 weeks he waited still, but couldn't climb this hill, and finally, silently left his stand, returning to Germany and the Netherlands. So that's true. Those fish never made it to Switzerland in the lifetime of this poet, and dam building was then catching on, and the range of salmon would decline and become much smaller. And just a few years later, the populations crashed. So what happened already in the 19th century, that there was massive reconstruction engineering projects in the landscape. This is the Upper Rhine Valley, and this is the lower picture shows you what it looks like today. The Rhine River would be here. So this was really something that has been called the conquest of nature. It was the largest civil engineering project that had ever been undertaken in Germany. Took several decades. Islands were removed. The channel was fixed. The Rhine was shortened by a quarter of its length. Dozens of cuts were made. The riverbed was deepening and lowering the groundwater levels, and so on. So there were dramatic consequences and fundamental changes to the river. And maybe most importantly, or not most importantly, but very importantly, it was a mind shift to river engineering. The engineer who was working on this, who made this plan to rectify the Rhine, he said, in cultivated lands, brooks, rivers, and streams should, as a rule, be canals. And where the water flows should be in the power of the inhabitants. And this is what German landscape started to look like. So, when did I start, by the way? How many? Okay, that's good. Okay. So I would like to read a quote from this book because I think it summarizes excellently the change to the landscape and to the fisheries. So from this book, the chapter Winners and Losers, which were fishermen and their families, nothing symbolizes the changes better than the decline in Rhine fishing, the stuff of legends. Depending on the water, the season and water conditions, fishermen found their catch in a variety of places. They fished the main river in its side arms, shallow and backwaters, unregulated tributaries, and inland lakes or pools left by the floodwaters. They also fished from the countless islands in the Rhine, where the characteristic wood and reed fisher huts were as common as they were along the banks of the river. Where is it? Ah, this is it. I'm sorry. Now I actually lost the key page. This is so fun. Oh dear. This is so weird. Okay. If the shad was sometimes called the king of the herrings, the salmon was the king of all fish. Upper Rhine fishing distinguished historically between major fishing, salmon, and minor fishing, everything else. Salmon was not only king, it was plentiful. The best catches came in the period when the fish ran up the river from the sea, beginning in January and peaking in July. They were caught in a rich variety of drift nets and casting nets, and in a major fish market like Strasbourg, 100 or more would be sold in a single day. That servants on the Upper Rhine complained about being forced to eat salmon 3 days a week is almost certainly a legend, but it gives some measure of abundance in the pre-correction era. Correcting the river ended this plenty. Georg Friedrich Kolb was still reporting good catches of both migratory and stationary fish in 1831, but even then there were signs of decline. Concern grew in the following decades. Fishermen from Speyer, Frankenthal, and Germersheim were complaining in the early 1840s about the absence of salmon and sturgeon. The main river could no longer be fished as it had been. The islands familiar to Goethe were gone. Fisher families hung on as long as they could to the 1860s, even the 1880s or beyond. Then they too turned to the land, becoming small peasants or laborers. Others emigrated or found employment in the work of river correction itself. Okay. The changes had an especially damaging effect on migratory fish. As the Rhine was remade, salmon, sturgeon, shad, and lamprey declined and then disappeared. So even in the 19th century, there was a drastic decline, but then in the 20th century, the salmon population was extinct, and this is what the river looked like after the war. This is Cologne after the bombings, and then the dam building for navigation started, and this is one of the industrial centers in Western Germany on the Rhine. So that's what the river looked like after the war. And in 1986, if this wasn't bad enough, there was a disastrous fish kill following a fire in a Swiss agricultural chemical plant, and the river was dead, literally. So I remember that, and this was sort of my baseline for what rivers look like in Germany. I was 14 at the time, and my first reaction was, oh, there was still fish in the river before that? And the second was, I guess this is it, you know, it's just a dead canal. But people came up with a vision for a turn, and I was surprised to see how simple this was put and how black and white this looks if you think about it. This was a document after this catastrophe saying we want to bring these fish back. We want to bring the Rhine into a condition where migratory fish and salmon can be returning by the year 2000. And this has become the largest species protection and reintroduction project in Europe. Since then, the policy on the Rhine has sort of shifted from only focusing on pollution towards integrated river basin management in line what the EU calls for with its EU Water Framework Directive, aiming for good ecological status in rivers. And yeah, it's also including biodiversity goals for the floodplain and the entire river system. So this is difficult. The program identified suitable tributaries. It brought states together to work on this. It reintroduced fish from other stocks in Sweden, Scotland, and other countries. And the first rivers, the first salmon actually did return in 1994. And there's a lot of investment still to be made for the next period. What you see, however, is that large dams are really limiting the availability of these historically most important spawning habitats down here. This is an estimation how well fish passage is doing, how well equipped these dams are with fish passage, and most is red, and therefore the return of these fish are very small numbers. I don't want to go into the numbers, but you see here, this is in the sort of lower Rhine, still some, you know, we're talking about several hundred of fish returning, and but here there's maybe 1 or 5 in a year that return to these areas near the Swiss border or in France. So this is just to give you an impression how difficult it has been to bring back this iconic fish to the river that was home to the most plentiful salmon run in Europe. I will skip this and we'll come to the sturgeon, another fish where reintroduction projects are taking place. And I would like to ask you to play the first video.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zurück beim Museum König zu Hause. Mein Name ist Carsten und auch ich bin Besucherbegleiter hier in dem Museum. Wir befinden uns hier in der Ausstellung Leben im Fluss und heute geht es um den Bonner Kantinenstör. Dieser Bonner Kantinenstör wurde 1993 vor Helgoland gefangen und auf dem Cuxhavener Fischmarkt von einem Bonner Fischhändler gekauft. Dieser verkaufte den 2,85 Meter großen und 142,5 Kilogramm schweren Stör an die Kantine des Bonner Innenministeriums für gut 1000 Mark. Dort präsentierte man den Stör, bevor er zubereitet wurde, noch einmal den Kantinengästen. Davon hatte ein Bonner Museumswissenschaftler mitbekommen und bat um den Kopf bzw. um Teile der Haut dieses Tieres, um feststellen zu können, um welche Art es sich denn hier tatsächlich handelt. Und den Kopf und auch Teile der Haut stellte man ihm bereitwillig zur Verfügung. Ironischerweise stellte sich im Nachhinein heraus, dass es sich hier um den letzten fortpflanzungsfähigen und in deutschen Gewässern gesichteten europäischen Stör handelte, den man bis dahin gesehen hatte. Und auch damals stand diese Art schon auf der roten Liste für bedrohte Tierarten. Die europäischen Störe können, wenn die voll ausgewachsen sind, um die 3,40 Meter groß werden und bis zu 300 Kilo auf die Waage bringen. Wie alle Störe hat auch der europäische Stör eine haiähnliche Statur und ist ein anadromer Wanderfisch. Das bedeutet, dass er vom Meer aus in die Flüsse wandert, um dort abzuleichen. Fällt dir vielleicht noch ein weiterer Fisch ein, der bedroht ist? Und nächste Woche geht es dann weiter mit Simon und er wird euch etwas über die Barsche erzählen. Bis dahin, alles Gute.
Yeah, this leaves me always a little bit puzzled. So this is a true story. I couldn't believe it when I first heard it, but as he said, the last individual that was caught in German waters was eaten in the cafeteria of the Ministry of the Interior. And of course, it was illegal to catch it. It was illegal to sell it. It was illegal to buy it. It was illegal to put it on the menu. And it was illegal to eat it. So this is maybe a metaphor for visibility of freshwater biodiversity, and it's the pressures that are on it. I'm sorry. This is an European sturgeon, so it would be in the North Sea, and there was 30 years ago also the attempts starting to reintroduce this fish into German rivers. So the last populations were in France, and people were starting to think about bringing this fish back to the Elbe River and to other rivers. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the Oder River, which is on the border to Poland. This is the only free-flowing river in Germany that has several hundred kilometers of a free-flowing stretch in its lower reach. So as people were starting to introduce European sturgeon, they were checking the records in the Baltic Sea area and made the surprising discovery that actually there was a different species native to the Baltic Sea, which no one had really known until just a few decades ago when this project started. And they found out that the nearest relative to the Baltic sturgeon is actually the Atlantic sturgeon in North America. So instead of introducing the European sturgeon to the Baltic Sea, they brought fish from North America by plane to Germany and started reproducing Atlantic sturgeon and putting these fish into the Baltic tributary rivers because that was where this fish had one of its populations. And I find this mind-blowing that people are doing this kind of work and this international cooperation is possible. So this is the guy who is behind all this, Jörn Gessner from Berlin. And they've been stocking the Oder River for a number of years. And also they found returning fish, or they found grown fish in the Baltic Sea since. So I would like to play a 4-minute video from Sweden. Sweden, of course, also has rivers going to the Baltic Sea. And the same is happening there. The fish from North America that were brought to Germany and reproduced, they were then brought to Sweden to be released in Swedish rivers. And we hear about that in this film.
For almost 13 years now, we have been working on to get the Atlantic sturgeon back to Sweden. And it's done now. It was one of the best things I ever done in my life.
The story of the sturgeon in Sweden is similar to the story of the sturgeon in the whole of Europe, meaning they were here originally before humans came, and humans found them very tasty and overfished them. And this took several hundred years, and eventually they were gone. This fish is an umbrella species. Whatever we do to the sturgeon will have a good and positive impact for the ecosystem as a whole. So if we save the sturgeon and make the population flourish, then we will have a good river, estuary, coastal system in good balance. In order to monitor this project properly, we tag the fish with an acoustic transmitter. And we also put out receivers along the river with the two branches and in the coastal areas. And this will make us a very good opportunity to follow the migration of the fish when it moves out in the ocean. And we will also learn if it goes north or south or directly out, and we can follow it. And with this, we can also in the future plan restoration activities that is needed in the river.
Many of the marine and coastal environments in Europe have been depleted because there's not a lot of fish anymore because of overfishing and bottom trawling. And so there's a huge need for no-take zones in marine and coastal areas. There's a huge need for restoring fish populations and other species that depend on fish. And there's also a huge opportunity for people to then reconnect with these coastal marine areas where marine life bounces back.
100 sturgeons does not make a population. It is only a start of a work that will be ongoing for a decade or two.
If we can rewild some parts and make them stay rewilded also, I think that will be something that future generation will be very, very thankful for. Because if we don't have these places, I think we're gonna have some real trouble that we don't even can see now.
Yeah, and the threats to the reintroduction are maybe depicted on this picture. This is the older river on the Polish border, the German-Polish border. This is how it looks like today, and just upstream, Poland builds dams, and this is the newest one. And yeah, so we are facing projects going into this direction while we at the same time reintroduce fish that need a river like shown below. So we are not really, there is conflicting policies going on. Okay, I'm going to skip this a little. I would like to come, well, actually, no, this is a dry slide, I know, but still, I think it's useful. So for me, the question is, why is freshwater biodiversity, the crisis this biodiversity is in, why is it overlooked? We know that the crisis, the decline of freshwater species is most dramatic, more dramatic than a terrestrial marine species. And we know that biodiversity loss is one of the aspects where our planetary boundaries have been, where we have exceeded the planetary boundaries, and we are continuously exceeding them. So saving freshwater biodiversity should be at the heart of a planetary policy that is aiming at a safe space for humanity. But it doesn't seem to be the case. And maybe that's in a way because the flagship species happen to be submarines, that you don't see them as well as you see birds. But I think also it's a question of perception in general, and this is what I would like to talk about in the second half of the presentation. It's about how we see nature and how we talk about it. And I would like to read a quote from a book that is called The Moth Snowstorm. In a famous preface to one of his short novels, Joseph Conrad pointed out that the enterprise of the scientist or the intellectual may have more immediate impact, but that of the artist is more enduring because it goes far deeper. The statement of fact, however powerful, does not take hold like the image does. I believe that in defending the natural world, time has come to offer up the images. What I mean is it is time for a different formal defense of nature. We should offer up not just the notion of being sensible and responsible about it, which is sustainable development, nor the notion of its mammoth utilitarian and financial value, which is ecosystem services, but a third way, something different entirely. We should offer up what it means to our spirits, the love of it. We should offer up its joy. And I think this is the book, Michael McCarthy. I think film can do that. Stories can do that. And changing perception is possible. And for me, traveling here in 2015 and seeing dam removal sites on the road, but then also on the Elbe was just mind-blowing. It was one of the most powerful experiences I've had. And I think the second best thing that you can have, the best thing is to visit these places and have a first-hand experience. But the second best thing is have a good story about it, have a good film about it, and meet people who are doing these projects or have been hoping for that success for a long time and celebrating it. So I'm thankful that there are filmmakers and storytellers out there who share these stories, and we can bring them to our audiences and include them in our advocacy work. So after coming back from here, together with a friend of mine, Michael Bender, we created River Film Fest, Flussfilmfest in Germany, and brought also this Wild and Scenic Film Festival that you might know for the first time to Europe. So the idea was to have outdoor films, environmental films, and scientific input advocacy work in an event that would celebrate free-flowing rivers and freshwater biodiversity. And the key points were protecting. We wanted to support our advocacy for these three aspects: protecting free-flowing rivers, dam removal, and halt the decline of freshwater life. And this is what it looks like. This is the final applause to the River Film Fest in Munich. I think that was 5 years ago. It says, "Aus Liebe zum Wasser," for the love of water. And if I could go through the lineup here, there's people from NGOs, but there's also people from administrations, from educational institutions. There's a folk singer here. Here's the director of a scientific institution. And having such a panel, if you will, together discussing films from around the world is a very, very nice experience. And I love to curate programs that hopefully make sense to the audience too. So it could be, we have films about, it could be a short film about a Mongolian river, it could be Alaska, it could be Cambodia, it could be Estonia. We always work together with a partner organization and think about how films might inspire their specific activities in their river basin. So we were, for example, in Düsseldorf in Germany, but we were also in Poland, in Szczecin, in Helsinki, in Dublin, in Brussels, in Lisbon, in Portugal. And there's a series of films of film events going down a river in Bavaria this year, and actually they won the Bavarian Environmental Prize, and my colleague Michael is very proud to be among the recipients. So this was the last film fest that, this is the only one that didn't happen. This was the day of the lockdown, the 13th of March, 2020, and we would have screened The Wild, and we still have to screen it. And I'm positive, I'm confident we will make an event where we screen this wonderful film. We showed it in Düsseldorf, though. But this is what it's all about. How do you save what you love, which is the subtitle of Mark's film, and this is how we set up our events. And it's not only documentaries. It could also be adventure films, or this is one of my favorite short films, Isabella Rossellini starring as a female salmon. It's, I think, a 2-minute film, and it's wonderful. I can only recommend it. Oh, and here's a very short film you have to really watch out. It's only half a minute. This is a dam removal film from Norway.
Yeah, behind us we can see dam removal. We are preparing a construction road and to remove the ice so we can drill some holes, and tomorrow we are put some explosives on it and blow it up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this was a film, this was a clip that was produced by Dam Removal Europe. And this is sort of a parallel story. Dam Removal Europe is a huge coalition of NGOs advocating dam removal in Europe, and WWF, the Nature Conservancy, I think, and Wetlands International. So this is really a huge a group of people, and they were also inspired by watching films from the US. So I heard a presentation about Dam Removal Europe 2018 at the River Summit, and this Dutch guy, Jeroen, was saying, we sat there and watched Damnation, and we thought we have to do this in Europe. So this film had an incredible influence, and they also took, of course, the logo from the poster. And I'm going to show you just a few impressions of what is happening, which dam removals are happening. And this is not my work, this is Dam Removal Europe. So on their website, you find a map of dam removals that are going on. So 9,000 is what they have counted so far. I mean, we do have more work to do because a recent assessment showed that there are over 1 million barriers in Europe's rivers, but it's catching on. And dam removal also does great events like the dam removal conference in Groningen last year, and videos as I showed you. This is a dam removal in Finland, just to give you one impression. This is a small river draining to the Ladoga Lake in Russia, and there's a population of landlocked salmon in that lake, and they can now migrate up into Finland to their spawning grounds. And Finland is altogether a forerunner in dam removal, also documenting very clearly that this is a biodiversity booster and a very effective measure to nature restoration. This is the largest dam removal in Europe at this point. This is the Sélune River in France, draining to the Atlantic. Yeah, this is, I think it's completed now. This was going on last year, 2 years ago. And oh yeah, this is Dam Removal Europe also created the Dam Removal Day. So another format to celebrate dam removals and inform people. And we organized a little online seminar. And at the seminar 2 weeks ago, we had the Klamath River and the first descent kayak tour on the Klamath as presentations, as online presentations to our German audience. Okay. Now, this is connected to policy, of course. It's not just about watching films. Wait, I have to think about the time. Okay, I think I can make it. Over the last years, there was a long political fight and a very important campaign by the conservation groups to get the so-called EU nature restoration law in place. And this is not only about rivers, it's part of the European biodiversity strategy, but rivers are a key component. And the idea was the European Commission proposed there should be 25,000 kilometers of free-flowing rivers that are restored to a free-flowing condition in Europe by the year of 2030. This was, of course, very controversial, and it took, I think, 3 years until that law actually came in place, and it was a very close vote in the end. And we now have this law saying 25,000 kilometers of rivers need to be restored. We are working, or the member states in the EU are working on an understanding what does that mean, where could be focus. But this is quite an ambitious goal, and nothing like that has happened, has been existing before. So it's really a new idea to restore river connectivity and actually take away barriers. And that's a big success of environmental NGOs working in the field. And one little contribution we made was that we had a film screening in the European Parliament. So our umbrella organization set up an event with members of parliament trying to sort of gain support for the nature restoration law. And they asked us to curate a little sequence of films to go with the talks and the panel discussion. And to me, it just showed how powerful these films can be, like 2-3 minute films. If they ask us to come up with a program for something that is happening in the parliament in Brussels. And here's an impression from the event. And I don't know if you know Parker. So these are 2 MEPs, members of parliament, and this is Parker. And Parker is starring in a 3-minute film that was produced by American Rivers some years ago. And if you haven't seen it, you have to see it. This is our most screened film. And to me, it was just wonderful that we came up with with ideas what to screen. And our policy officer in Brussels, Sergei, the Ukrainian guy, he said, but we have to have Parker in the program. This is like the best, most illustrative film we can think of. So Parker was in the European Parliament advocating dam removal in Europe, and he is 8 years old and is from the Pacific Northwest. Okay, other inspirations for free-flowing rivers and their protection come from Europe itself, from the southeast of Europe, from the Balkans. And I would like to screen a 2-minute short film about the Vjosa, which is the last free-flowing river in Southern Europe.
Here you have an undisturbed river from the springs to the sea. The river is wild, it is free, it is open to the sides.
It's kind of paradise, that's right. Because here we can find species that we do not have so far in Central Europe.
I've been collecting around 10 years or something. In this surrounding, we have one species of plant hopper, and it's most common species here, and I've never seen it before. You only find in rivers that are in good condition.
We don't need all these dams to make electricity. It's not necessary.
Nu că așa spate vezi de câte lugină vios am văzut. Pe faptul se lugina vios o să știți. Deci bani dem la par ele prane su po bani dem ekologjik shumë të madh. Mas governador ganhei, mas puxar ganhei, que te li, que te veja. E cata terap, gratuito. If you put in here one dam, that continuum is interrupted and the whole system is destroyed forever.
Yeah, so the Vjosa National Park exists today. So it was created 2 years ago, and it's a phenomenal campaign behind this. Okay, yes, we got that. No, this is not happening. I would like to maybe reflect a little bit on the films and on some reactions of the audience. So no slides to that. For me, the most valuable reactions either come from people who have been in the river conservation community or from those who are totally new to the topic. So, when people say, I've been working in this field for years and I've never seen it this way, this is exactly what, I wish for, that happens, that people get to see a different perspective on something they've been familiar with. We always, when there's a panel, we ask, what was your favorite scene? And also to start the discussion. And there was a professor emeritus in Helsinki who was sitting on the panel and very reserved, not reserved, but very, very calm. And when he said, the moment this dam blew up, was his face lightened up, and you could really you could see that he enjoyed the Elba Dam being destroyed and breached in the film. Another example, maybe my mom, she came to the first film fest and was impressed. And then in the second River Film Fest in Berlin, she said, I'm bringing my friends from my choir to the film session, and you make sure there's a dam blowing up. So once we got criticism from one of our scientific partners, they said, "Oh, why would you like to show the Elba again?" And I said, "No, we are showing it again because it's a new story. There's a new take on the same project, and there's maybe some development, but it's also a different perspective from a different filmmaker. So we're sharing a new story. It's not, we know it's the same dam, but it's about those perspectives." What happens when you show these films is really that and that's not my quote, I'm quoting Roberto Epple, you're breaching dams in the minds of people. And especially coming from Europe, where you're used to having dams and rivers look like canals, this is really eye-opening to see that these walls are not eternal structures. The underwater footage is very inspiring to everyone who sees it. It's like when you put on a face mask, you enter this different world, and you can bring this to a screen, and people are surprised to see all the beauty that is there in freshwater habitats. We have a professor who's coming again and again to be on our panel. This is a wonderful reassurance that we're maybe on the right path. We had a filmmaker come over like that, I always contact the filmmakers and say, we're screening your film in Munich. And so I wrote an email to this guy who made this film about a Mongolian river, and he said, you're screening my film, I'm coming, I just booked a flight. And it's great to see and that filmmakers are enjoying this format too. And for us, it's of course the best thing to have people who are in the film or have made the film in the panel to have a discussion with the audience. So our most featured river is the Elba River. Parker is our most screened film. And I shouldn't really say that I have a favorite film, but one of the films that was most touching to me is The Lost Fish, about Pacific lamprey and Elmer Crow. And two last impressions. One colleague once said at the first festival, this is a format that was missing. So we are sort of filling, there's a certain interest in that, there's the demand, and yeah, I think this is what I wanted to say. Someone said, this has been missing, and this is one of the best things you can hear when you set up the program. Okay, so what is important? We are trying to build a stage. I'm not a filmmaker. I'm not an artist. I'm not a scientist. I'm not working in restoration, but we're trying to create a stage where these films can be screened and discussed in the right context. I like to curate these programs, and it's not trivial because you really have to make things work. But it's really that what I think makes this format successful, that we are putting films and local discussions into a good relation. So we want to inform decisions. You need science, you need economics, but decisions are emotional. And they're sort of a cultural exercise, and we want to inform those decisions with emotional information, if you will. We want to have serious discussions, but we want to have them in a more relaxed format. And sometimes it's interesting to see how the same panelists would interact on a different stage. And I think we're creating more of a less controversial atmosphere. The films have to be authentic and sincere. And I think it's really thank you. It's really amazing to see how well told the stories are that come from, especially from this region. So Jeremy Monroe, Mark Titus, Shane Anderson are filmmakers that are just presenting very, very strong cases, and it's wonderful to be able to have them in our programs. Yeah, but a 3.5-minute film might be just the ideal format for one point that you want to make, and people do react to it. Then I wish you could see a film by a Swedish filmmaker. It's called Salmon and Sapiens by Johan Granstrand, who explores the relation of our two species, humans and salmon, from a Scandinavian perspective. A film that we screened after we had you in Berlin. Just a week later, we screened that film, and I think that should be one that you should think about watching with your audience one day. Okay, let's see, where am I here? Oh, no, we'll go, oh yeah, okay. So once we did this, also people started approaching us, and this is just an example I like very much. Professional musicians in Germany, professional orchestras, have created a nonprofit which is called the Orchestra of Change, and they're looking for partners to bring their musical expertise into environmental debates. And so there was a concert evening in Munich with musicians from the Munich Philharmonic Orchestra, with films from professional photographers, and with scientific and advocacy input. And so there's wide room to expand a film evening to something that is also including poetry or music or something. And it's always connected to specific advocacy topics. In this case, it's about the Alpine River Isar, which goes through Munich, and there's a reconcessioning process, and WWF is very active working on this, and they combined this concert evening with their petition to support more wildness for the Isar River. Okay, so this is my last slide, and There was a contest where people were asked to bring in, it was something like a variety show, and amateurs like me were asked, the public was asked to come up with a poem or a song or a sculpture about your love for your river, where you're at home. And I thought, if I have worked in this field for so many years and I have nothing to say in sort of a cultural format, this would be very sad. And I sat down and rewrote the lyrics to Paul Simon's 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover, and made out of it 50 Ways to Love Your River. And it's not, I didn't want to share that I'm such a great poet or lyrics writer. It's the exercise of taking your passion to a format like a song or a poem is something that I could just recommend. And even if you're working in science, it is worth taking sort of a different perspective on your own work and try to say it in a different way. It was a rich experience to push everything I like about dam removal into this one song of 3 minutes. And with that, I would like to end, basically. I would like to say thank you for inviting me. Thank you for your great work. Thank you for sharing your stories and your experience. And do not underestimate what your story might mean to others, even on a different continent. There are many ways for international collaboration. For example, with the Climate Accord now, Living Rivers Foundation also signed that. We're sort of trying to spread it and get more signatures on it from Germany, helping a little bit on this end. Cultural exchange helps us to put things in perspective and see ourselves and our home in new ways. I'm grateful that I can be part of this, and thank you for your love.
Wow, let's give Tobias another round of applause, please. Okay, so thank you for being here today. For those who weren't here yesterday, my name is Rachel Wilson. I am the communications manager for the Nez Perce tribe. And so today I have the honor of introducing my favorite drum. So we have Lightning Creek here from Nimipu Nation. Lightning Creek drummers are well known across the nation for their beautiful singing voices. They have been nominated for NAMMYs, which stands for the Native American Music Awards, and they have competed in and won numerous awards across Indian country. So thank you, Lightning Creek, for making the long trek over here. And so with that introduction, we're actually going to stand up, and I'm going to have everybody go make a circle around the drum towards the back of the venue, and I'll let Lightning Creek take it over from there.
How cool was that? Now you don't have to go to the gym today. You might be a little sweaty, your cheeks might hurt from smiling, my shins are burning, but man, that felt good. And now we're all friends. So thank you for participating and being present like we were asked to do yesterday. This is something that I think really just brings people together in a good way. And you know, when the work that we do here, it's hard, it's tough, it feels defeating. And so taking moments to laugh and celebrate life and be in community is so important. And we wanted to make sure that you experience that with us today, this year at Run. We, of course, have an amazing panel coming up. And as we continue to talk about health and the value that our first foods bring to our overall health, that of course includes the health of our relatives, which was spoken about yesterday, and the salmon and the orca and everything that relies on these first foods as well are part of this initiative. And we often say that we do this work on their behalf since they no longer can speak. And so this panel, I'm really excited to bring forward to talk about the orca piece and what they're going through and how these changes to the landscape are impacting them. So with that, hopefully my orca panel was able to make it on over, but we'll just give them a little time and grace. I think we're good to go though. So with that, I just wanted to, some of you have met her, but Kathleen Callahy is kind of my partner in crime. She is the campaign manager for the Columbia Snake River campaign. And she's somewhat new in the role, but it has been over a year now. But she's been doing this work for a while, and she herself is a huge orca advocate and in general animal lover. And she was the perfect person to moderate this panel. So please welcome Kathleen.
Thank you, Kaylani. Good morning. What a great way to tee up for this panel. And I hope you guys are ready. It's a really good one. We have an incredible panel lined up for you today. Before we invite them up, I just want to take a minute as we all resettle to recognize some people who will not speak up for themselves, the organizers of this conference. Believe it or not, Run in Unity is pulled off by a team of about 7 people. I just want to give them a brief shout out. So Abby Abramovich from ICL, where are you? Just right. Abby put together the entire youth program for runs. We thank her for that and for the beautiful salmon tree activity and the entire ICL team for helping us run this thing today. So thank you. If you've seen someone wearing a bright green shirt, they're a volunteer. Michael Charles, who's been stuck over here in the booth all day running the Zoom. He wrote every email that you received about Run. Michael at Upper Left Strategies, thank you so much. Angela Jackson, from Nez Perce, who you've seen around at the registration table. Yes, please, all deserve applause. Kaylani Scott, of course, our fearless leader. Lost a lot of sleep over these last few weeks. And most importantly, Chetta Wilson from Nez Perce. Chetta has put in, I would say, about 80% of the work. She's in the back, just raised her hands. I don't know how she does it. She's amazing. Thank you so much. All right. This panel is I'm going to borrow an expression from Raynell Morris and say that the beautiful thing about this panel today is that we are interweaving science and spirit. So I'm not going to read the entire bios of our speakers because I want to give us more time, but I do encourage you to check them out because they're all incredible people in their own right. But we have 2 scientists and 2 tribal leaders with us. And it's my honor to first introduce Dr. Holly Fernbach. Holly is the Marine Mammal Research Director at SR3. She has more than 2 decades of experience working with the government, NGOs, and academic research groups to study the conservation of whales and dolphins in U.S. waters. And she's going to give us an introduction to our beloved southern resident orcas. So Holly, come on up.
Oh, well, thank you. It's an honor to speak today, and I feel like I've met everyone in this room now, so that's always a good way to start off a talk, and we're all energized and happy. So, but I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to give you an introduction to southern resident killer whales, which is my primary study population, and I'm also going to talk about our health research. So I know health is a big focus here, so I'm just going to get started. And where am I based? So I came in last night. Actually, I live in the San Juan Island. So I live on Stewart Island. And I hope I got this correct, that it's the traditional homeland of the Coast Salish people. So I live on the Reed Harbor side of Stewart Island. I've been full-time there. I'm one of 5 on East Stewart that live there year-round. You can see my house in the background there. And I get killer whales right in my front yard, which is a pretty fabulous way to live and work. And so today I'm predominantly going to be talking about our health long-term photogrammetry research on the endangered population of southern resident killer whales. It's one of the only long-term quantitative health studies on this population. And so we first started in 2008, and we're going into our 18th year of the study now. And southern resident killer whales, I'm sure you are all aware, it's an endangered population. So you have 3 pods that make up the population, J, K, and L pods. There are currently 74 individuals in the population. And 4 key threats have been identified. So you have contaminants in their food and water. You have both physical and acoustic disturbance from vessels. You have declines in their primary prey abundance, and then you also have the inbreeding, which it's really compounds the other 3 effects. And they really like to feed on Chinook or king salmon. So this is an image that we took years ago, a couple years after we started using the drones in our study. You could see a juvenile chasing a big Chinook salmon here. And one of the big challenges is that so many of the prey populations that have been identified as critical for southern resident killer whales are endangered and declining or completely depleted themselves. So it's been a huge challenge over the years just in our work, because you have a declining and endangered population of predators and a declining and endangered population and threatened of their primary prey. And so I'd like to bring up this slide because there's been a long history of concern on are these killer whales getting enough food? So I'd like to highlight this. You probably can't see it, but anyway, it shows that it was first in 2008. So it was the big question of, are these killer whales nutritionally stressed? And one of our colleagues in 2009 published the first relationship between Chinook salmon abundance and killer whale, southern resident killer whale demographics. And so we found, you could see here in this slide, that following years of a pronounced Chinook salmon abundance decline in the late 1990s, you saw an increase in southern resident killer whale mortality. So you have these declines in salmon abundance, and followed by these declines in mortality. So this was the first published link between the relationship, or demonstrating the relationship between Chinook salmon abundance and killer whale demographics. And then I'd like to show this again, 2019, there's still a concern on, are these killer whales getting enough food? And we're lucky enough to have Linda Mapes in this audience here today, who's been just incredible in capturing the plight of southern resident killer whales over the year. So when we first started this study, we worked with management groups, and they really wanted us to identify if these killer whales were nutritionally stressed. And so we started our non-invasive research. We first started it in 2008. So you can see on the top left here, it's a picture of a helicopter. We took the doors off the right side, and you can see I'm in the back there, and I just hung out the side of the helicopter and took the images. So we did this in 2008 and 2013. It was the first effort to collect these aerial images, get this unique aerial perspective from the whales. In 2014, we actually pioneered the use of drones on free-ranging whales. So we were the first group to do this. We actually started off using drones on northern resident killer whales at the northern end of Vancouver Island. And then we shifted back to use the drone with southern resident killer whales in 2015. You can see the image on the right. You can see the arrow showing the drone. We fly very non-invasively. So we're at an altitude typically of greater than 100 feet. We're able to give these whales a health checkup without them even knowing that we're there. And again, the first aim of the study was to identify if and when these killer whales were nutritionally stressed. And I do like to highlight that all of the work that we do, we work in Canadian waters, we work in US waters, all of the work is authorized. We have research permits from National Marine Fisheries Service, from Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and we also have authorization from FAA and Transport Canada. So it's a transboundary issue. We work with agencies, nonprofits from both countries to collect our data. And it's a team effort. Right now, we're an all-woman team, which is exciting, but this is SR3's research vessel. And then we hand launch and retrieve our drone from the bow of our vessel. It allows us to get on the water really regularly. It's much easier, much less expensive, and much safer than the helicopter work that we used to do. And this has been a team effort over the years. So again, we started in 2008, ongoing now. So we've worked with a number of different groups, both the folks that are out on the water, folks that are conducting the analysis. And we've had a mix of funding support. That's most certainly shifted this year with a change in administration, but we've been able to piece it together from a number of different groups over the years to continue this important study. One of the first things that we had to do is we had to determine from these aerial images that we're collecting, can we identify individuals? So you could see some of the aerial photographs that we've taken. The killer whales, they have this unique pigmentation in their saddle. So we were able to say, yes, we can identify individuals from our aerial images. We can link them to the boat-based images, and therefore we can link them to age and to gender, which is really, really important when we're trying to track individual changes, population level changes over time. And so what we do, it's called photogrammetry, and it's very simply just the science of making measurements from photographs. So an aerial image like this is exactly what we want. We have nice, clear, flat water. We can see all of the edges of the animal. And this is just an example of a couple of the measurements that we'll take. We can estimate body length. We can look at body condition from taking profiles. And if we have a known altitude, sensor width, and focal length, we can get really, really precise measurements. So measurements less than a centimeter, which is really important, especially when we're trying to monitor growth. And so our research is used to monitor growth, nutritional, and reproductive status of the entire population. And we've been able to collect over 300,000 images since the start of the study. So you could see back in 2008, we were just conducting our research in September. We've been able to, September's our core month. Unfortunately, the whales aren't coming into the study area as much, but we've been able to continue that September monitoring. But then since 2020, I'll talk a little bit more about this, we've been able to expand to collect year-round data. And what we do is we monitor body condition. So I like showing this image because just from looking at this, you can see the marked difference between these two whales. These are both adult males. You can see those large pectoral flippers. The animal on the left, this was taken just before this whale died. You could see that it's lost fat along the entire body axis compared to the animal on the right, which is quite robust. But one of the strengths, I think, of the research that we conduct, and one of the benefits of studying killer whales is they have these white eye patches. So when killer whales lose nutritional condition, they lose fat behind their skull, this adipose tissue. And so you could see that this is a really good location. Look at the arrows here. You could see that when they lose this fat, the eye patches angle inwards. They start tracing the shape of the skull, in contrast to the robust animal where these eye patches are angled outwards. And so one of the things that happens when they do lose this body fat, or especially this fat around the head, is they get something called a peanut head. So I like to show this image just to show three different big differences in body condition for individuals. The animal on the left, you could see the eye patches are angled outwards. This animal is still alive. And then in contrast, you could see the thin body profile in general, but then the eye patches start angling inwards on the animal on the center. This image was taken a month before this whale died. And on the right side, you could look and see how emaciated this whale is. Look at those eye patches. You could see that they angle inwards. And so one of the things that we did is that we developed this metric called the eye patch ratio, because we really needed to be able to quantitatively capture this fat loss so we could work with management groups and try to help inform recovery actions. So it's really simply just a proportion of two measurements that we take. So we make these measurements in pixels, and it's just the proportion of these two measurements that give us this quantitative metric that we can use to track individual change. And this is the big take home for these slides, is that we can do this fine scale monitoring. And so this just shows changes between years. So we have 4 different individuals you can see ranging from an adult female down to a juvenile. The eye patch ratio, so this metric is on the left side across the entire time series. The gray lines show you the changes of the entire population, and then the black lines show you how this animal's body condition changes that you see above. So you can see it's just kind of like if you were to track your weight change, from age 20 to age 40, then this is what we're able to do from this quantitative metric of this fat loss at the head. And one thing that we've been able to show, this is work with one of our postdoctoral students, is that poor body condition, it results in a higher risk of mortality. And so we are able to use these eye patch ratios to assign individuals to certain condition class bins, ranging from this poor body condition class BC1 all the way to a robust body condition, which is this BC5. And we're able to use these ratios and then take into account their gender, their age, and also the month of the year, which again is really important when you're looking at different salmon runs. So what are they feeding on different times of the year? How does this change? So again, really important to take into account when this data is collected. And our colleague found that the individuals in poor body condition class, this BC1, have a 2 to 3 times increased likelihood of mortality. So this is something we were able to use the data from our entire time series to show this. And very unfortunately, in our most recent census work and report to NOAA this year, we found that almost a third of the population was identified to be in poor body condition. So this is the most that we've identified since the very start of the study. So it's really an alarming trend that we've been seeing this increasing number of individuals in the population that are identified to be in this BC1, this poor body condition class, which means they have a really elevated likelihood of mortality. So our research is a sort of early warning system. We're able to identify what individuals are in poor body condition class when they're changing. And it's something that we actively work with management groups on both sides of the border. And this just shows a nice visual, again, linking the importance of body conditions of survival. You see this BC class 5 robust animal on the left compared to a BC1 poor body condition animal on the right. So you don't even have to have any numbers associated with this. You can look at the images and see the stark difference between the two individuals. And we have population level data. This is just eye patch ratio on the left, age at the bottom. The blue dots show males and females are in this kind of orangey yellow, but it just shows the level of data that we have. So each year we collect body condition data from most, if not all, of the population. We're able to track individuals at both, track over both individuals and population over time. And one thing that's been really the take home from a lot of our work, and I think it has been really important to work with management on this, is that you can't manage them as a population as a whole because of these 3 different pods, JK and L, they do very different things. They feed on different runs at different times of the year. They use this area differently. So this just shows you a slide. And if you think back of those body condition classes and you think of how you went from the poor body condition to robust, and in the middle you have normal, and then you have the above normal and robust. So this just shows you the proportion that you have that are either above normal or robust in condition for the population for all 3 pods. So you have J pod in red, K pod in green, and then L pod in blue. And just see how different, the different pods behave over the years when you're looking at this proportion that are in good condition, that are in this above normal condition. And really alarmingly, we've had the highest proportion of individuals in both J and L pod in 2024 and in 2023 were assigned to this body condition class 1. So you have most of the individuals in 2 pods that are assigned to this poor body condition class. K-pod, in contrast, you have 50% of the animals that were actually robust. And one of the interesting things about this is they only have 1 young animal. So if you think about the cost of producing offspring, which is really important for population recovery, it also has a tremendous cost, both on the females that have to provide for their new offspring, but then most of them also have additional offspring as well. And you also have, for J-pod, I have it highlighted here, their typical body condition has declined for the 5th year in a row. So not only we're seeing most of these animals in poor body condition, but we're seeing this continual decline in the typical body condition of J-pod. One of the big things, and I know this is what, this a lot has been discussed so much yesterday and then will be spoken about more today, is it's really important to link this body condition, link what's going on with humans, with Southern residents to prey. And so these are a couple other images that we've taken. The same postdoc that we worked with was able to link Southern resident killer whale body condition to prey, which this is huge because again, working with management, they want numbers. They want you to be able to provide them with trends, be able to link to specific stocks. And so this just shows you these two graphs here. On the left, you have the probability of growth or stable. So this just means those animals are likely to improve in body condition or remain stable. And across the bottom, you have salmon abundance in thousands. So we found a relationship with J-pod and Fraser River Chinook. This was tributary specific. And so you have an increased likelihood of increasing in condition or remaining stable when you have more salmon. And so this was really important. And then with L-pod and Puget Sound Chinook, we found a similar relationship. And so we were able to link these two pods to specific runs. You have both the tributary specific and the area specific. And the recommendation was that you have a low probability of decline in body condition for J-pod when Fraser River Chinook abundance was greater than 750,000. So this was really important to be able to provide these numbers to fisheries management so they have a target number to be able to monitor. We found no relationship for K-pod, and this is just using September data. And it's one of the things, again, if you think about those changing trends and body condition over the years, they move around differently. They behave differently. And that's probably because they're sampling so many different runs that we didn't really find a standout relationship for K-pod. And I will think our next steps are to look at the seasonal change in body condition, but also the relationship with other runs. So if you're talking about Columbia River and then Snake River, other runs at different times of the year in different regions outside of our September body condition data. So this is our next step that we're hoping to be able to advance in the next year. One thing that's made our work really challenging, and I'm sure Giles can speak to this as well, upcoming, is that the killer whales aren't using their core summer habitat like they used to. So this relationship with Fraser River Chinook, again, an endangered and declining population of salmon, and because of that, they're just not coming into the area like they used to. So their use of this area during the summer months has declined by more than 75%. So like for me, we just relocated into Puget Sound. We're spending a month in Kingston to try to take advantage of Southern residents coming and feeding on chum. And so we're having to have dedicated efforts at different times of the year, focusing on different runs, trying to collect the data that we need. In September, I always say this and I update this slide every year, it's been the lowest again. You know, they're only coming in for a couple of days in September. We used to have more than half of the month that they'd be around the San Juan Island. So it's just ever changing. And I'd already mentioned this, we've been able to collect this year-round data since 2020. We've been able to collect body condition data in every month of the year, which is just incredibly important in identifying, again, if and when individuals are nutritionally stressed. And we've answered the question, yes, they're nutritionally stressed, but we need to identify when these animals are most stressed. And so what we found just so far in our initial analyses, and this goes through 2022, is that they're in their best body condition in September. And if you think about this past September, when we found almost a third of the population in poor body condition class, this doesn't bode very well for the population. So one of the things that we're trying to do is update analyses and identify, again, how much this changes if this trend is still holding. We also monitor reproduction. I know there's been a lot in the news lately with reproduction. One of the things, just similar to humans, they get big in the middle. So we're able to identify when individuals are pregnant. We're also able to monitor the pregnancy throughout an almost 18-month pregnancy or gestation period. And hopefully this ends in success. So I've put these lines here. We take, again, a series of quantitative measures on the whales. And so we get this metric we can use to monitor change. But you could see here she is. This is J35 at 5.5 months. You could see at 15.5 months how big she gets in the middle. 17.5 months, I think this is kind of awkwardly big. They kind of hunch over her. This was right before she gave birth. And you could see this is a photo that we took just days after she gave birth to J57. So this is a happy ending. J57 is still alive, and it's definitely, you know, she just lost another calf last year. She struggled. She's lost a number of pregnancies over the years. So she's successfully given birth to 2 offspring. She's lost 2 offspring that she's given birth to, and then she's lost a number of pregnancies in addition to that. And we have this continued reproductive loss. And Giles will talk a little bit more about that. But similar to the work that the University of Washington found years ago, we've identified that they have greater than 2/3 of their pregnancies lost. And this actually seems to be an increasing trend. So some individuals you could see with K27 here, we documented a stillborn fetus on the head of this animal. So she was swimming along. All of a sudden, she was carrying this fetus. It was a couple minutes and then it was gone, but this was a documented loss of pregnancy. We've had, you can have L90 and then recent individuals that have given birth and subsequently lost their calves. And then on the lower left, you could see 2 images of J36, who unfortunately just lost her calf, but you could just look at that condition change. So you could see in September, she was heavily pregnant, and by February, you can clearly see in the images that she'd lost that calf. So sometimes we actually witness the births and are able to document, and then sometimes we can only get this information from the images. And okay. So our data is shared with management agencies. Okay, so our data is shared with management agencies, with National Marine Fisheries, Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so we work to actively inform recovery measures. And I was just told I have to speed up, so I will quickly go through these. We've worked with these groups to identify particular fisheries that we need to target. Again, it's an early warning system for enhanced measures. We've worked with WDFW over the years to identify vulnerable whales on the onset of the commercial whale watch season, and those whales have been given additional foraging space during the summer whale watch season. These new regulations have come into play in 2025, which is really exciting. So all vessels have to stay 1,000 yards away from the whales. And for comparative studies, I'm just going to quickly blip through this. With northern residents, Alaska residents, and then the southern residents, you have very different population trajectories. So you have increasing abundance for both the northern residents and Alaska residents, and declining abundance for the southern residents. And this is the big complication. You have all of these different runs doing different things. So one of the big challenges is identifying what are the best stocks to target. So they access different stocks at different times of the year. Just quickly go through this. This was the start of the study with the northern residents on 2014 to 2017. John Ford found similar relationships with mortality and abundance of Chinook with northern residents and southern residents. And we found declining size of individuals for both northern residents and southern residents. So these circles here show that northern residents and southern resident adult females, after they stop growing, so you have total length against age, they don't get as big as these older adult females, likely because of nutritional stress and really important growth years. Comparing body condition, one of the things we expected is northern residents might be in better body condition because you have this increasing trend. We actually found they're quite comparable. So you have northern residents in red and southern residents in black. You could see a lot of these, the northern residents are actually in worse condition. Alaska resident killer whales, quickly go through this. We've been doing this study since 2021. Again, we're collecting the same information, looking at length, at body condition with eye patch ratios and pregnancy. Big killer whales, I know you guys have probably seen a lot of these guys. There's a very unlucky harbor seal here in the mouth of this big killer whale. We've been able to publish, we've collected information opportunistically and quantitative data on these animals. With this increasing marine mammal prey they have access to with harbor seals and harbor porpoise, they have larger body size and they have more robust body condition. So they're doing much better than the southern residents. And we publish our results regularly. We don't just collect the data and work with management groups. We publish this in journals and share it as widely as we can. And I'll end there.
Thank you so much, Holly. I apologize for rushing you. Just want to make sure folks can get to their lunch eventually. Next up, I'm very pleased to welcome some of you, or someone many of you know very well, Dr. Deborah Giles, who's currently the lead killer whale scientist at CDOC Society, which is the flagship program of the Karen C. Dreyer Wildlife Health Center at UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine. Giles did her PhD from the University of California in 2014 on the southern residents, and I am going to let her talk about her research and some of the newer methods for learning about these whales. So please welcome Giles. We'll invite everybody up.
It's my prop. Thank you, Linda.
Can we get Giles's? There we go. Great.
Okay, I'm going to go fast so that we have a lot of time for talk. This is the doohickey. Okay, so thank you for the introduction. I'm so happy to be here. This is my third run event, so thank you always for inviting me, Kaylani and Kathleen and Chairman Wheeler. So my research joined with the CDOC Society in February of this year, and I couldn't be more pleased. The mission is to really study the health of the entire ecosystem, the Salish Sea ecosystem, to bring about change, positive change for everything that occurs there. So we both fund and do primary research ourselves. I'm always happy to talk about that, but again, I want to kind of scoot through this pretty quickly. So I always definitely want to give a shout out to the team. This is my field crew, Jim and Eba, and then Aisha, and then all of the other people at CDOC doing all of the other fantastic work. So as Holly mentioned, the southern resident killer whales, I don't know if anybody noticed, but she dropped the number down to 74. We had 75 about 3 weeks ago. The newest baby did not make it. The newest baby that was born into J-Pod did not make it, which is very sad. Baby lasted just about a month, was born in September and was declared gone the next month. So just 27 southern resident killer whales, 27 J-Pod whales, 14 K-Pod whales, and 33 of the L-Pod. And again, these are just fish eaters. They only eat fish, and they very much preferentially are foraging on salmon. And out of the 5 salmon species occurring throughout their range, they absolutely co-evolved to seek out the Chinook salmon. The only salmon they do not eat is pink salmon, unfortunately, because those are hyperabundant every other year. But there's no evidence either from feces or predation events that they have ever eaten a pink salmon. So this is a newer graphic from the Seattle Times, adapted from the Linda Mapes book here. If you don't have Linda Mapes' book, Orca, Shared Water, Shared Future, I highly, highly recommend it. This is a new graphic updated to show the reproductive females, reproductive males, and then the different age classes here. And ultimately, you know, this just isn't enough. Individuals. And then similar to the graph that Holly showed, this is the distribution, how the population is made up by pod, and then showing the range all the way down to Monterey, California. So as Holly mentioned, the 3 main identified threats when the whales were listed in 2005 were lack of prey, specifically Chinook salmon, vessel presence and associated noise. You can see well, I won't go back. You could see in the middle J27 there with a large container ship. That kind of vessel is increasing significantly throughout the Salish Sea because of the expansion of the coal port and the main ports in Vancouver, Canada. Oh, thank you. And then the exposure to toxicants. So toxicants being man-made chemicals in the food web, making their way up to the apex predator that is humans and killer whales. So this is a photo from Holly's work showing this. This is J2 here with great grand offspring there with a salmon in between. And this is kind of both heartbreaking and beautiful. J2 spent a fair amount of time trying to teach this calf to forage and catch that fish. This is the last photo that I've seen of J2. She died late in the this is, I believe, was taken in December, and she was declared gone in January of 2017. So she spent a lot of time trying to push that fish and make sure that her offspring knew how to catch that fish. Unfortunately, the salmon abundance is declining significantly. This photo over here, the gentleman yesterday showed one of these photos. This photo up here, taken in 1910 at Astoria, showed 100. Oh, gosh darn it! Sorry, that's an important one. This is a 116-pound Chinook salmon and 121-pound Chinook salmon. These are, again, caught at Astoria, right at the mouth of the Columbia. These are massive fish. I often get asked that question, how can an apex predator, this large-bodied, long-lived animal like a killer whale, only eat fish? Well, that's the answer. They used to be mammoth. And for a population that cooperatively hunts and shares food, literally they will catch a fish and come back to their family and break it in half or in thirds or more. These fish made sense to co-evolve with, because these are massive, very, very lipid-rich, healthy fish. The average size of a Chinook salmon in Washington state now is 12.5 pounds. So for a killer whale that needs to eat somewhere between 200 and maybe double that pounds of food per day per whale to meet just basic metabolic needs, that's an awful lot of foraging that has to happen for them to be catching 12.5-pound salmon and trying to share them. So Linda was asked the question yesterday about what's the significance of the loss of size, not just abundance, but the loss of size of Chinook salmon. And to me, not only is it the fact that these whales have to forage that much more to find enough food to meet their basic caloric needs, but it's disrupting their cultural food sharing. They cannot easily catch a 12.5-pound salmon and share it with 2 or 3 or 4 family members, which is what they still try and do. Again, both heartbreaking and beautiful. So this is the problem. We humans became incredibly efficient killing machines, able to extract almost whatever was in our path. This is sockeye salmon taken at the turn of the last century, 2 men standing knee deep in this cannery of fish. But the same thing happened with all species of salmon and all of the fish that the salmon wanted as well. So I wanted to try and make a point of showing how we know that Columbia River Chinook salmon is important for the southern residents. And this data is a little dated. This is a project that was done by the researchers at NOAA. It was a controversial project because it entailed, it's the big green button. It's just too tempting. Can you go back? Okay. If you see, this is a satellite tag that it's also called a dart tag or a barbed tag. It entails 2 barbs that go get shot. It's a tag with 2 barbs, and the whole tag gets shot into the dorsal fin of the whale, and then the whale carries that tag around for anywhere from a couple of days to a couple of weeks. It's considered invasive research. Again, it was highly controversial. It ended, I believe it was 2016, with the loss, maybe a little bit earlier than that, with the loss of L95, an animal that was tagged and subsequently died, washed up on shore, and the infection that killed him was traced back to the wound site. The good information that came out is that it gave NOAA finally the research that they needed in order to designate outer coast critical habitat for the southern residents. They really drug their feet on this. Inland water critical habitat was designated by 2008, so just 3 years after the whales were listed. It took until 2021 for them to designate outer coast critical habitat for this population of whales. Ks and Ls are known to go all the way down to California as far as Monterey. And this, the red and the green are showing you 2 different tracks. And let's see if we can play this video. I'll just keep talking while it's playing. And I want to, in the interest of time, we won't go to the end. But what you'll see as it's going is that the whales are end up foraging what statistically turned out to be a disproportionate amount of time at the mouth of the Columbia. And you can see when these tags were deployed. These are a time when the June hogs, what would have been the June hogs, and big fish like that would have been coming back to the Columbia. And interestingly, just, the whales are really just utilizing a very small portion of the Pacific Ocean, at least based on the tag data. And they did tag, I believe, 12 animals. This is just showing the tracks from 4 of them. But it is important. Also, colleagues from NOAA did do a different type of research where they went out and they collected prey remains from predation events. So they were collecting scales and fish bits left behind by the whales as they're tearing apart the fish. And they can track that DNA back to not only Columbia River main stem, but tributaries, including the Snake River. So, really this research is why you won't find a killer whale biologist that isn't calling for the removal of the Snake River dams. So I think I'll just scoot past that. Again, just some quick shots just showing the use of that habitat right around the mouth of the Columbia. And then our work, I cut this significantly. This is our conservation canine, Eba, the whale dog. You can follow her on Instagram. I'm not on Instagram. She's on Instagram. I will admit I'm terrible at updating it, but she is up there. This is our research boat. And we go out there and we collect feces. So by utilizing a scent detection dog, we can stay really far away from the animals and not stress them out, because one of the things that we're looking at is stress. So this is just this is a truncated amount of truncated list of the different types of things that we're looking at. Again, collecting this from a really far distance from the whales. We don't even really start surveying them until the whales are gone about 400 to 500 meters. So nutrition hormones, stress hormones, pregnancy hormones, we can tell that a female is pregnant. We can also tell how pregnant she is. Holly and I are going to be working on a collaborative project looking at matching the hormone data with the body condition data. So I'm really super excited about that. The newest thing that we've added this year is that we're able to extract the prey DNA. So we can tell from this fecal sample how much of the food was, was it 80% Chinook and 5% coho and 5% chum, and what is in there. So that's going to be really important to information to give to managers. So our research findings do show, as Holly mentioned, that 69.8% of these females in this population who are getting pregnant are unable to bring their calf to bear. So they either miscarry it before it's before the due date, 17 to 18 months, or the baby is born and dies right away, like we have seen so much now. And when they're not, and the females that are losing their pregnancies are nutritionally deprived. We can tell that from their nutrition hormones. Also, we see an amplification of toxicants, so they're metabolizing their fat stores, dumping those toxicants that start to get mobilized in the system. They get dumped into the feces, and ultimately, all of this leads to early death, early disease and death. So some of the other tools that we've added since joining the CDOC Society is drone captured information. And this is a collaborative project with the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance and researchers at NOAA. And I just want to show, this is how much time do I have? Okay, this should be good. Go ahead if you could play this video. This is a video taken in September when we had all of JPOD together. This was a phenomenal experience. It's been years since I've seen JPOD like this. We had members of, I believe LPOD was here in a different area this day as well. But you can see some of the social dynamics that are going on with this population. And in a minute, I'll be able to show you how we're capturing breath. from the drones. So the way that breath used to be captured was by basically sidling up to the whales in a small boat with a 30-foot long carbon fire pole with a petri dish at the end of it. And so you had to really time that in a way to catch that breath right when the whales were coming up. And it wasn't always easy. It often took a long time, and it was just a more invasive way of collecting breath. Breath is really important to get right now because any sort of invasive tagging ceased after L95 was killed. The only way to get the newer DNA from the whales, 25% of the whales are un-DNA typed right now, is to fly through either get a fecal sample where it's just one whale and you know who left that sample, or to fly the drone through the breath and capture the breath droplets, which can be examined, and the DNA can be extracted from that breath. So this is just fabulous video. There's a very cool animal. I mean, they're all amazing, but he's just gotten to be such a big boy. J38. And in just a second here, we'll be able to see what it looks like for the drone operator to fly through and capture the breath. This is our drone has a 7-power camera. So these are actually pretty high up and to the side getting these videos. Not as high as Holly was flying. Okay, so here's capturing a breath. And so because we can say who that whale is, we can get the drone back right away, pull those petri dishes off, put them in the ice chest, and then we can extract that DNA so that any other fecal sample we collect can be typed to that individual whale. All of the information that we collect goes into a health monitoring database that other researchers are now contributing to, and that gives us an individual health record by whale, which is really important in a case where I'll show you a photo in a little bit where we need to know what's happening as soon as possible with these whales. So having an individual health record is really fabulous. You can see this baby. This is either J63 or 62 breaching. That whale breached for, I think, about 15 times that day. And here's a really beautiful photo. This is Big Brother and Little Sister. They actually, if you know where to look, they actually have a piece of kelp between them that they're rubbing between their bodies. Our colleagues at the Center for Whale Research identified this behavior recently, thanks to the high power of these drones that can really zoom in. Again, super tactile, very socially bonded with their family members. They want to cooperatively hunt and share food, and they want to find food that's big and healthy and fatty rich. Here's the last clip here. This is actually a humpback whale capturing a breath off of this guy. This absolutely drenched our drone in whale snot. So that's just showing you the 3D printed Petri dish holder mounted on the top of the drone. The other thing that we're doing is getting some thermal imagery. We can get body temperature as we fly over the top of the whale and are looking into the blowhole. And we can also look at wound healing or wound sites with the red spots. We actually used our drone to help locate an entangled sea lion that had a packing strap around her neck. So the use of drones is just really, as we saw with Holly's work, revolutionizing research. We can look at tidal volume, so how big is the breath, how fast are they exhaling and inhaling. Lots of information can be told about breath. We can also look at skin lesions and how the whales might be impacted by that, and we can look at that using the drone as well. And then, as I mentioned, the health records going into every single whale will have their own record that we can quickly reference. This is J50. This is a very sad story back when, also with Tahlequah in 2018, as she carried her calf around later in the summer, this young animal just was declining right before our very eyes. As she was described, I think, Linda, you may have even described her as a swimming skeleton. She just had no body fat. that Lummi stepped up to try and feed her, non-invasively feed her through a tube coming out the back of the boat. Honestly, I think she was too far gone at that point. She just was, there was really nothing left of her by the time some long-term antibiotic was administered and a dewormer was administered, but it was just much too late. So I'll end on this photo. This is, I think, my favorite photo ever taken of the Southern residents. People always look at this and think that it's a mother and calf, but it's actually brothers. This is J27, the big guy back here. His name is Blackberry, and his little brother, Mako. So they were, J27 was 17 in this picture, and his little brother was just 5. By all accounts, all of the research suggests that neither one of these animals, nor their sister, who was 13 at the time, all 3 of them really should be dead because their mother had died in 2008. And we know from, again, our colleagues at the Center for Well Research that males are 8 to 12 times more likely to die in the year following their mother's death than males whose mothers haven't died. And that's because these are mama's boys. These females preferentially forage for and feed their adult sons. They want their sons to get big and old because it's the big and old males who are chosen by the females. And it's definitely the females in this population who choose who they're going to mate with. They want those big old males. So mom and grandmother are preferentially feeding the biggest and oldest son so that he will live and go on to reproduce, and therefore passing on her genes. Well, somehow J27 managed to not only survive himself, but to help keep his little brother and little sister alive. And it's a good thing because their sister J31 miscarried 5 times. We know from fecal hormones that she miscarried 5 times before she was successful in giving birth to a female to a calf in 2016, who as of today is still living. So every single individual whale matters. And I'll leave it there.
Oh, Giles, stay here. Oh. Okay, Giles, come on back up when you get a second. I'm going to ask all of our panelists to come up now, and we'll introduce our last 2 members and have a little discussion. Welcome. Up to you. Okay. I am deeply honored to welcome Raynell Morris next to me. Currently, she is the events and gatherings producer at Children of the Setting Sun Productions. Formerly, she was vice president of the Sacred Lands Conservancy and associate director of intergovernmental affairs under President Clinton. Raynell was the first Native American staffer appointed to the White House. Yeah. And again, a very familiar face at Run and a good friend to us all, Jay Julius, founder and president of Cecilia. Jay is a commercial fisherman and co-owner of SJ Seafoods. You may have seen him and his children running their seafood distribution business at Roche Harbor and Friday Harbor Marinas on San Juan Island. And today, Cecilia, meaning our grandmother, is teaching other organizations through advocacy, education, and Indigenous-led leadership how reshaping how non-tribal institutions understand and engage with Indigenous histories and worldviews. So, thank you. So, my first question is for you, Raynell. You have dedicated your life to Skali Chakdanat, who's also been known as Tokate and Lolita. Back in 1970, this Southern resident was abducted, captured, like a lot of her other family members, and taken and put in captivity in the Miami Seaquarium for just over 50 years. There was an effort to bring her home But before she could come back, she passed away in 2023. So I would like to invite you to speak about her and your work.
Hi, Squichil. Thank you. I appreciate what Ren does and the opportunity to share that spirit meets science, because through the campaign to bring Skelly Chucktonut home, it was very concerning in the beginning that all of the news media, the newspapers, the journalists, all they wanted to do was to cover the science. And I was interviewed in the beginning, hours and hours and hours, and it was always edited out because it was culture. And now the tides had turned. With Skelly Chucktonut, Lummi Nation unanimously voted that it was time to bring her home. Our late chief, Salik Mayaksala, my teacher, said, this is just like the Indian resident boarding schools. They came and took her when she was 4 years old, stripped her of her family, her home, her foods. And there she was, over in Miami at 4 years old, captured in Penn Cove. She's a member of the LPOT. Her mother, L25, Ocean Sun, we believe is her mother, is the matriarch and the leader, and will bring the super pod together when it's necessary. So the sovereignty part of this is claiming the finned people as our relative, the salmon, the Quathalmachan, the orca. This claim hadn't been made in the 50-some years that non-Indigenous people tried to bring her home. Excuse me. And so when we stepped forward and said, this is our kinship, this is our relative, you stole her without our permission, we were exercising our sovereignty to bring her home. And we were able to get to the point where we were able to develop a nonprofit called Friends of Toki. A millionaire from the East Coast, Pratim Singh, stepped forward and said, I'll put $1 million of my personal money towards this campaign to bring her home, if you'll have me. And so we decided it was good to make partners with folks that had financial resources. Our priority was to develop a special independent vet team and trainers just for her. So we were able to do that. We brought in 2 world-class vets, both from the Pacific Northwest, that were experts in orca Quathalmachan, and they just cared for her. And we were able to bring in trainers that could just spend their time with her. Previous to that, Miami Seaquarium had over 500 marine mammals. And so the amount of time Skelly Chucktonut got for care, medication, and attention and training and friendship was very minimal. They were throwing things at her and running on to the next. All of those relatives of ours in Miami were sick, diseased, starving. The USDA did an investigation and found they had cut her food, and the food they were giving her was rotten. And she had constant infections from her capture in 1970. So our vets were able to do lab work to figure out what was wrong, what kind of antibiotic did she need. Through this partnership, we were able to find a Japanese manufacturer that could give an oral antibiotic. Up to that, it was intravenous, which is really hard to do for her, which meant she had to present herself up on the platform for 2.5 minutes while she got the IV medication. So with this partnership with a Japanese manufacturer, we were able to expedite through FDA to get oral medication, which was so much easier for her. And then through the long and short of it, we got to the point where we were able to go back to my tribal council and say, we want to bring her home to a sanctuary. And this is the spots that we believe are available. We developed a plan, A through Z, how to bring her home. And the tribal council voted. that this one spot in the East Sound that we wanted, they unanimously approved that we could do that just for her. So we started, coffee shopping with all of our state and federal organizations years ago to get a green light. So when we went in and she was healing, in 2023, in the beginning of that year, we started stretcher training to bring her home. We started the work on her sanctuary, but it wasn't meant to be. In August 18th of 2023, she passed away. They said of renal failure. And before I could get there, this was on a Friday, when I was called at 1 o'clock and said she had passed, I said, don't do anything to her. No necropsy, don't cut her. I'm on my way. I caught a 5 a.m. flight Saturday morning. By the time I got there at 5 p.m. Miami time, she was already taken to the University of Georgia and they had started the necropsy. I was on the phone with our tribal council and said, we haven't given consent for this. And so we were working with the owner of Miami Seaquarium and saying, we're requesting you to stop the necropsy. We don't cut our people. And it was too late. And so the necropsy happened. And the necropsy is like the autopsy on a human being. And that's the property of Miami Seaquarium. We got a one-page executive summary of this huge document. And they said, oh, she was geriatric and it was renal failure. Well, I think there's a lot of you out there who have done work with our ancestors and have guidance from there. I was told that she died of asphyxiation, and I needed to get the necropsy to prove that that was in there. And once I can do that, I can sue for wrongful death to Miami Seaquarium. They're bankrupt, but that's not the point. It's justice for her. And so that's where I am in the process with her, but we were able to claim that kinship, and she was cremated, but the owner agreed to return her ashes. So it's 300 pounds of ashes. Myself and one of our council women went to Georgia to traditionally escort her ashes home and lay them back to the Zaylee Sea. So we did that. And we brought them back to our place of creation in Chestanum and put her back to where she came from, just like we would any other member of our tribe. So exercising your sovereignty and really sharing the connectedness we are to our finned, our two-legged, our four-legged, our winged relatives is very real. And we can make a difference in captivity and bringing those relatives home so we can care for them in the best way we know how. The other part of exercising sovereignty is when she was alive for almost 2.5 years, I was able to go and do ceremonial spiritual healing on her. We then had the vets that were healing her body, but I was able to go in and drum, and we have sacred cedar and brush her off to help heal her spirit. The first visit, she was in this tiny little dirty tank just on the bottom. I always dressed traditionally in my cedar hat and I would go up. She didn't pay any attention to me. The second time, she was more interested. And third time, once she saw my hat, she swam over to greet me. We developed a relationship to the point by the seventh ceremony, we were vocalizing with each other for over 25 minutes. And the trainers were crying. They witnessed that connection of relatives, of that love between one another. And then the vet report came out and I said, it doesn't show that she was vocalizing. And they said, well, we can't scientifically prove that. And I said, the trainers witnessed it. It was 25 minutes. We were singing together and I would tell her, I'm going to stop singing, you keep singing. Then I tell her, you stop singing, I'm going to sing. Then I'd say, we're going to sing together. And then she would sway. like this, when we were singing. So they have a spirit, they have a soul. They're just like us with orca regalia. And so exercising tribal sovereignty and our inherent rights, not only was I able to go in and do spiritual healing with her, but you heard Dr. Giles say, Lummi Nation came to the table in partnership with NOAA to help save J50. That hadn't been done before. After that, we were able to go out and do 8 ceremonial feedings with our late chief, Salik. And what we did is we had the law enforcement vessel with aerated totes with live Chinook. And our chief would pray over the live Chinook, and we would go out and we would apologize to Quathalmacha. We could tell them we're sorry. We could tell them we know you're hungry. We're going to feed you. We did that 8 times. The first time in the law enforcement, but WDF&W, the state law enforcement, came right towards our vessel. I was sitting with our skipper, and he goes, oh boy, here they come. And he goes, do you want me to flick our lights? And I said, flick the lights, and he did. And once they saw we were law enforcement, they just turned around and left. So my whole point of this is, whether it's orca, Quathalmacha, whether it's salmon, or a bear, or a sea lion, or whatever it is, if it's your sacred relationship that you have, we have a right to protect, and we have an obligation to protect that. So we did a documentary on Skelly Chuckton's life and her sacrifices. It's called Resident Orca. It took 4.5 years. Now we have a second documentary. It's called The Snake and the Whale, and it's about breaching the lower Snake River dams. So that's part 2. It's like action. Now I have an obligation to her family to save her family now that she's returned and walking with ancestors. So there's work that we can do. There's a lot. You saw in one of the slides where the southern residents demand, Chinook, and where does it come from? The Columbia, the Snake River, from the Fraser River. Well, there are 2 things that are standing in the way of bringing back food for our relatives. One is a large project at the mouth of the Fraser River. It's called Roberts Bank 2. That's going to create an additional over 200 large container ships on our Salish Sea, in addition to what's already there. The second thing is breach those lower Snake River dams. You'll see in the documentary, there's no reason that we can't do it. It's political, it's greed. So there's action we can take. I'm going to have this up at the front desk. Is our website that we created for Skelly Chuckton's legacy. And there's a QR code. The administration is attacking the Marine Mammal Protection Act. They're trying to strip it so that it allows more commercial destruction to our finned relatives. And it shows you on our website how to take action and how to tell them it matters. These are our relations. We have an obligation to save them. And the other is ESA, our salmon, the Chinook salmon and the Quathalmacha, the southern resident killer whales are on the endangered species list. This administration wants to strip it. It's got to stop. It's enough. You heard the family is suffering. We can help. Haishka.
Thank you. All our relations. That's a good segue to you, Jay. Cecilia has been doing a lot of storytelling about these ancestors, and I just wanted to invite you to speak about whatever might be in your heart today. Can we get Jay's mic on? Oh, there.
This one on?
Number 3.
That's it.
You wanna
I'm getting,
speak?
no, we're good. Thank you, Heishka. Well, first of all, I want to echo what was said earlier. I want to thank everyone who put this together, and I want to echo a few years ago at the first event, what was said that there's great people here. The people who are supposed to be here are here, but how we wish this room was filled with people like Ferguson and other decision makers and policy makers who can really make a difference in the immigrant sovereign world that is responsible for the policies that have gotten us to where we are today. And not what has happened. We talk a lot about what has happened, but what was done. What was done, and what are we going to do from this day forward, and how are we going to influence the policymakers and help instill the courage that is needed to get us to where we need to be in terms of policy making, and create that change and shift that rudder. So thank you to the team that has put this on. And yesterday I heard, and I love the conversation with the two women. Forgive me for not stating their names, but the word and the term well-briety was used. And almost 28 years ago, I chose a lifestyle and to live a life of well-briety. And I just want to say I'm probably going to cramp up on the way home because I haven't danced like that and for that long, for like 28 years. So thank you for that. And I just round dance, man. But man, this true story and this reality of what took place, and in that moment, I was an elected official, and I remember create the policy being created and it coming to the table, and then going to Miami, and then fast forwarding. Raynell kind of gave a great timeline, but one important part of this story, you couldn't even write this. And for those of you who haven't read the late Charles Wilkinson's book, Treaty Justice, he tells our ancient story. Chairman Wheeler talks about an ancient covenant, and I think you hear it in indigenous communities and creation stories about covenants. But we have an ancient story that connects us to, and what's sometimes hard for the outside world to understand or grasp or begin to fathom, that relationship-based living with Quethulmicton, with salmon, never supremacy or dominance over, but we're less than, and we're one with that relatedness. Charles Wilkinson, in his book, captured the Lummi story of the Lummi boy going down in a canoe and getting sucked down. And there was longhouses at the bottom of the sea, and he wasn't supposed to be down there. And when he got down there, he saw him taking off their regalia. And it's an old ancient story that creates connection and a relationship based from my childhood, from my parents, from great grandparents, on and on and on. But there's deeper teaching in it, and it's relationship. And we're not supreme to. But Raynell sharing that story, I have to tell this, and I have to share this, even if it's all I get before you go to lunch. But Chairman has been with us in August of 2023. We donated a totem pole to the Port of Friday Harbor, and it was to be placed and it was the Tokatai pole that went to Miami and then went up the Columbia to the Snake. But then Toki died. Scully Choctaw died. So it turned into a celebration of life. And Chairman was a witness, and some others, and 400 or 500 came and gathered, and it was a beautiful celebration of life moment. And then current council member Dana Wilson, his daughter passed away after Scully Choctaw passed, and when we lose children, or or someone passes in our culture, someone's with us all the time from daylight till dark, just to drive us and be with us, because we're kind of, especially when you lose a child, it's hard to put into words what goes through your mind, spirit, heart. So I spent that time with Councilman Wilson, and his daughter was part of Wellbrighty and instrumental in the community sobriety. She was there for people. She was just awesome. Long story short, and it's not coincidence, but coincidentally, Raynell and the team, Scully Choksanat Tokatai was flown back to Lummi to the airport, and she was taken and brought to the our home. Ceremony was done, and coincidentally, she was buried on the same day. Dana's daughter was buried on the same day. Scully Choksanat was going back out to be released with their family, and they pulled up, because we do ceremony if you come from certain families. We have ceremony when one passes, and we started at daylight, and we did that, and they left around daylight from Bellingham, and they just I got on the phone with Raynell, and they stopped, and we just happened to be on the beach at Stomish Grounds, and they came in and did circles, and then they went off, and the Coast Guard followed them, and they went and did the burial, and I'll never forget my friend, my family, a father, getting ready to put his daughter to final rest on day 4, looking up at me, just he and I walking up on the sand, and he grabbed my shirt, my jacket, and he said, he looked at me in sadness, deep sadness, obviously, and he said, "Who else can say their daughter's riding home on a whale? Who else can say that?" What a, and it was just one of those moments where, it was amazing, and you can't write that. You can't, it's just a fascinating, true story in history that is his, and that is ours, and that is theirs. And I think there's more depth to that. It was just an amazing moment, but I'll pause there, and I know we stand between you and lunch, and I think it's hard to sit through these conversations, and I believe in science, and I think science is important, but in blending science and ceremony and spirit is critical, but we need more spirit and ceremony, and that's hard for us in this arranged marriage, with the state, with the feds, with the counties, because it's not our policies that can take responsibility for creating lakes out of rivers and things like that. So how do we come together in this moment in time? I looked up genocide yesterday as I sat through the sessions. I looked up the definition of genocide. And I don't mean to get negative on this, but I think we have to be honest. We can't sugarcoat the truth of the past and the history if we want change moving into the future. Because we're living in a time where, as you watch these videos, this is our reality. This is happening on our watch. So how do we come together and create change that makes a difference for the future in policymaking, and creates and instills that political will that's needed? It's belonging. And how do we get the immigrant sovereign to feel that sense of belonging and love that we have, which is we'll die to protect our giver of life, our mother. That's what we need. And I hope we can invite each other back to that relationship-based living, that love, and depoliticize it, because we're all interconnected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next panel is one that felt extremely important to this topic. And I hope what you are realizing throughout these 2 days is how all of these things are connected and how we have so much more in common than we don't. And one of the things that tends to be a little bit challenging, or maybe it's a heavy topic, is this topic of treaties, hatcheries, and tribal fishery. And what I would love folks to come away with, and I want you to think about this as you're listening to this amazing group, is how these things impact you, how they benefit you, how having neighbors and friends with tribes and tribal communities is benefiting you and bringing additional benefits to your life. Because these things are actually impacting all of us. I try to get people to stop referring to them as tribal treaties, because they are in fact impacting all of us in this region and beyond. So with that, I'm really excited to invite our panel moderator forward. Mr. Joel Moffett is joining us today. Joel Moffett works for Natives in Philanthropy, and as a former tribal leader, Joel has served as vice chairman of the Nez Perce Tribal Executive Committee. In 2013, he was also elected to lead the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission as its chairman. Most recently, Joel was the Natural Resources Policy Coordinator of the Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians. He currently lives in Suquamish, Washington, with his 2 children. Please welcome Joel.
Well, tatsalach primima kalati wama in monikwas tumyotsayo nimi putimki Joel Moffett soyapa timki. Good day, everyone. Glad to see you. My name is Joel Moffett, and as Kaylani said, I'm a citizen of the Nez Perce tribe, and I serve as Vice President of Tribal Nations Engagement at Native Americans in Philanthropy. It's my day job, but today I get to moderate this incredible conversation with an esteemed group of tribal leaders here. And so I want to welcome them up. We have Chairman Wheeler, who you all know from Nez Perce. We have Lisa Wilson from Lummi Nation. We have Chairman Erickson from Colville. And we have David Bean from Puyallup. Please help us welcome them. All right, man. We have designated sponsor just forever. Anywhere. Cares.
Go ahead. I'll put you by Joel.
Yeah. I got to stand the whole hour.
Gonna go fast.
Yeah. We got to dive right in. This is an incredible panel. So much wisdom here that we want to make sure that we afford the full 60 minutes for this conversation. But as a former tribal councilman and someone who has worked alongside our panelists for many years, this discussion is both personal and deeply meaningful. Today's panel, Tribal Treaties, Hatcheries, and Fisheries, centers on the living connection between tribes, the salmon that sustain us, and the inherent sovereignty that guides our work. But these aren't just policy topics. They are about who we are as tribal nations, our promises, our responsibilities, and our future generations. So we're joined by 4 incredible tribal leaders from across the Pacific Northwest, each of whom has played a vital role in upholding treaty rights, restoring salmon runs, and strengthening the cultural and ecological health of their homelands. So over the next hour, we'll talk about treaties, we'll talk about fisheries and hatcheries, we'll talk about inherent tribal sovereignty, not all this benefits not only our tribes, but the entire region, as Kaylani said. We'll explore how these systems express sovereignty in action and what meaningful partnership looks like for non-tribal allies. So let's begin and get to know a little bit more about our panelists. So I guess we'll start from my left. We'll go Chairman Wheeler first. Please tell us about yourself, your tribe, and what treaties and inherent sovereignty and salmon mean to you personally as a leader, as a tribal member, and a steward of your tribe's rights, resources, and homelands.
Thank you, Joel. And as you said, my name is Shannon Wheeler. I serve as the chairman of the Nez Perce tribe. We do have our vice chairman, Ashton Picard, here. Ashton, raise your hand. We have our secretary, Rachel Edwards, here. And we have our treasurer for the Nez Perce Tribal Executive Committee, Ryan Oatman, here. Appreciate the council being here. We had yesterday, Aaron Gould was here. A little bit about myself. I'm an Aquarius and
Long walks on the
yeah, I like long walks on the beach, and things like that. No, definitely appreciate the tribal leaders that are here, Yakama Nation, Shoshone Paiute, Squaxin, Colville, Lummi, all being here and, just being a part of the discussion to raise the awareness and educate those out there that, we call it like learning a song, and we want to share our song with you so that you're able to walk this land and be able to sing the song that we're singing. And that's our attempt here in these types of events or forums that we're able to try to express ourselves. Oh, I forgot, Alexana Salmon is here too. Alexana from Alaska, a great voice, great advocate for her people and for the land and for the salmon as well. Thank you, Joel.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman Wheeler. Next, Lisa. Lisa, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself, Lummi Nation, and what treaties and salmon mean to you personally?
Siem Nistalacha Siem Quashilosia Sunisnat, Lisa Wilson Sunisnat. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lisa Wilson from the Lummi Nation, a council member, and my traditional name is Quashilosia after my grandmother, Sarah James. And it's an honor to be here today. And I do have to acknowledge the speakers before us, our former chair, Jay Julius, and also Raynell Morris, who has fought tirelessly for everything that she believes in. And I just want to acknowledge my fellow Lummi people that are here and amongst all of you today. So our Lummi Nation, we signed the Treaty of Point Elliott in 1855. January 22nd, our ancestors got into a canoe in the dead of winter and paddled down to Mukilteo to sign that treaty. And they brought quite the delegation to make sure that we were well represented and that we were able to secure our way of life of hunting, gathering, and fishing in our traditional areas. And so ever since that treaty was signed, it's been a fight to make sure that those promises were upheld. Isaac Stevens at the time said that you would always have fish for your frying pans. But ever since that, we've had to fight tooth and nail to make sure that we continue to have those fish for our frying pans. And so it is very important to us, salmon. I know everybody says it, we are the salmon people, and salmon is as important as the air that we breathe. A teaching that we've always had is when the tide is out, the table is set. We always were taken care of by the land. But now, after a couple hundred years of heavy degradation and a lot of bureaucracy and broken promises, unfortunately, we are in the state that we're in today, and it is going to take all of us to make sure that our future generations are going to be able to retain our way of life. And these aren't just jobs for us, it's who we are as a people. And it is our sacred obligation to our ancestors, but it is also equally an obligation to our future generations. And so that's why I'm here today, always tirelessly advocating for our salmon, because what happens to the salmon happens to our people. We run parallel with the salmon. Our salmon are struggling, and so are our people. So we have to do everything we can by any measure to make sure that we are able to save that salmon and everything else that relies on our salmon. So Heichka for being here today.
Katsiaya, Councilwoman, appreciate those words and the reminder of why we're here and what's connecting us. Next, I'd like to ask Chairman Erickson from Colville to please introduce yourself, talk a little bit about your tribe, the unique relationship that they have with the federal government, and how does salmon, what does salmon mean to you personally, your people, and the protection of this sacred way of life?
All right. First of all, why hostile halt and chase squeeze squeeze squeeze. Hello, good day, everybody. My name is Jared Michael Erickson. I'm the chairman for the Colville Confederated Tribes. I want to recognize one of our councilwomen who's here, Cindy Marchand. You raise her hand in the back. She's our fisheries chair. She sits in for me on a lot of these fisheries stuff now, but I'm glad to be here to participate in this panel. We also have our traditional territory advisors that I want to recognize. John, can you raise your hand? He's a former chairman as well, and he's also the head of supervisor for all them. I don't know your official title, John, but then we got Darnell Sam, who's also our salmon chief for our Wenatchee people. Dewey Davis and Kiana Sam, Darnell's daughter. So thank you all for being here. I didn't realize we had Colville's here until we pulled up and I saw a Colville license plate in the parking lot, and I was, hey, someone from our tribe's here too. And Cindy and I pulled up. You'll notice that Joel didn't mention a treaty when it came to Colville. We don't have a treaty. We had treaty talks started in 1855 with Governor Stevens. Those didn't transpire to anything once that power was taken away by Congress. So our tribe was established by executive order, ratified by Congress, so it has the same statute, same legal status as a treaty. There's a lot of areas we have to go. We didn't cede anything. We're forced onto our reservation. So our current reservation, we actually have two of them. The Moses Columbia Reservation, which goes from Lake Chelan north to Canadian border. We have more recent case law that established that reservation was never disestablished. It was only diminished. It was opened up to public domain in the past. And then we have our current reservation, 1.4 million acres in north central Washington. Currently, where the naturalist zone stops for salmon, Chief Joseph and Grand Coulee Dam, which are both on our reservations. And then we have our north half, which we retain hunting and gathering and fishing rights on that extends to the Canadian border. And we also are now an Aboriginal Peoples of Canada through a Supreme Court case in Canada through our Snakes people. So we have 12 tribes that represent our confederacy at Colville. We're a very big tribe, 39 million acres. I know we have Nez Perce up here. We also represent Chief Joseph and Nez Perce down in the Wallowa, Palouse, into Idaho. A good portion of Eastern Washington, a lot of our tribes are in. Salmon, what it means to us, it really means everything. I want to quote one of our former chairwoman for the Spokane tribe, actually, not our tribe, but she mentioned before she's on council, she was a really hard advocate, strong advocate for salmon. And, she said, when you bring the salmon home, we'll heal. And so Spokane tribe and Coeur d'Alene tribe have been out without salmon longer than us. We were without salmon. We had some of the naturalist zone on our southern end of our border in Bridgeport where we were able to fish for salmon. But our Spokane and Coeur d'Alene tribes, our neighbors, our sister tribes, they haven't had access to salmon from 80 to 100 plus years, depending on where they're located. So we've been working on reintroduction efforts above Chief Joseph and Grand Coulee Dam. And I'll probably talk about more about that later, but really salmon is the heart of everything we do. And it's been really awesome to see some of the advocacy that, John did in his former role as chairman and other chairs and council before me, that we actually have reintroduction efforts happening above and up into Canada now. And we actually have some of that work I'll talk about here shortly too as well, but thank you.
Katsiaya, thank you, Chairman Erickson. And you can understand that the nuances and the uniqueness of all of our tribal nations, not only just our history and culture, but as Chairman Erickson talked about, the unique relationship we have with the federal government. We have some treaty tribes and we have some tribes who were established by executive order. But as Chairman Erickson said, they carry the full weight of treaties, and we're talking about fishing and hunting and gathering rights. And they've been affirmed by multiple court decisions and other agreements. So thank you for explaining that, because it is a complexity that I think everyone needs to understand. Next, I'd like to invite David Bean to tell us a little bit about yourself, Puyallup Tribe, the Medicine Creek Treaty, and how salmon, what salmon mean to you and the tribe.
Thank you, Joel. David Bean, Good day, honorable friends and relatives. My name is Teeb Stopes. My English name is David Bean, and I come from the Puyallup tribe, descendant of many tribes here in the Northwest, Snoqualmie, Suquamish, Yakima, and Puyallup. The former chairman of the Puyallup tribe, and have recently ascended to chairman of the National Indian Game Association with the unexpected passing of Chairman Ernie Stevens Jr. But I'm here today at the invitation of Chairman Shannon Wheeler. As new chair, I talked about some initiatives in supporting tribal commerce, and that includes our fishermen, our hunters. We have a lot of natural foods, traditional foods that in some places are in abundance. As we're learning here today, there's some scarcity, but in other areas there is an abundance. And my goal is to connect our fishermen, our folks who hunt buffalo, and process it for commercial sales so we can sell into our tribal casinos across the United States. But growing up, we were taught that we have a responsibility to take care of the salmon. We have a responsibility to take care of Mother Earth. And if we do so, Mother Earth will take care of us. As a child, I was born right before the Bolt decision, and grew up at a time where they were implementing the Bolt decision, which was a court decision that recognized our right to take fish, to fish and hunt as we always have. However, our relatives in the state of Washington thought otherwise, and really abused our fishermen and fisherwomen. And so I'm here today because of many strong warriors, a lot of women in our community that stepped up when our men were arrested for exercising their treaty rights, for simply trying to put food on the table and take care of their families. And so we were taught fishing is our way of life. The name itself, Puyallup, is a shortened version of Puyallup, the people at the bend in the river. So that's what we're known for is fishing. And so it's just a way of life. It's important to our economy. It's important to our health. It's a traditional food. It's a traditional medicine. We have a responsibility to take care of it. Thank you for this time on the floor, Joel.
Katsiayo, David. And as you can see, what all connects us, we're salmon people. And so we all have our unique territories, our homelands, our unique histories and cultures. But what connects us is that we're all salmon people. And I appreciate you talking personally about yourself and your tribes. Now I want to kind of broaden the lens and look at the impact beyond tribal communities. And I will start asking some individual questions. And first I'll start off with Chairman Erickson. Tribally managed fisheries and hatcheries don't just serve tribal citizens, as we know. They benefit everyone in the Pacific Northwest. How do you see your tribe's efforts supporting local economies, ecosystems, and neighboring communities? What are some examples of successful partnerships or outcomes that demonstrate the shared benefits?
So when I talked about earlier that we don't have a treaty, so when we get our allocation through PFMC of our salmon, we get allocation on the same side as the sports and commercial fishermen. Our allocation doesn't come from the treaty side, the 50% that goes to treaty tribes. And so a lot of our efforts that we did to get reintroduction to happen was a bipartisan support, which is really hard to do. It took a lot of work. And I forgot to mention Darnell Sam was also our fisheries chair and on council at 1.2, and he helped with some of this work. But a lot of the lobby and the efforts, when you see a lot of us go to DC to lobby for certain things and issues, we had the agreement more recently signed with Deb Haaland when the Biden administration was in to work on reintroduction of salmon in the Upper Columbia. That took a lot of work on all of our council's behalf and everyone that was involved, Spokane, Coeur d'Alene tribe and the other tribes of UCUT that were supportive but aren't necessarily within the salmon realm, but they were still supportive of our efforts. I can't express how much time it took to do that and to get, I know some videos were showing, McMorris Rogers and some others but she was supportive of our efforts in the Upper Columbia. I know there were some issues with the Snake River and support there, but she was supportive of our efforts in the Upper Columbia. We looked at that as a way to look at reintroduction. Grand Coulee is a big obstacle, right? Everyone knows Grand Coulee Dam, or I think most do on the system. It's the biggest dam on the system, produces the most power for the Northwest. A lot of the benefits we don't see locally for our tribe, but we looked at operations as is was kind of a starting point instead of looking at how could we change operations, what flows we need. We know there's going to be issues when it comes to the future and juveniles going out, adults migrating up, and what that look like. But that was really a bipartisan effort from both Dems and Republicans to get that agreement signed. And it took a lot of heavy lifting. There's a lot of council before me that never stopped this effort. A lot of our UCUT people that were part of that organization. Really just continuing that on was took a long time, but get the whole question now, Joel, too. So
no,
I don't want to just ramble.
You captured a lot. I appreciate it. And that sort of demonstrates the fact that you know, these are long-standing fights, and you know, it was mentioned by Councilwoman Wilson as well about, you know, ever since we established relationships through treaties or executive orders with the federal government, we've been fighting to help our brothers and sisters out in the waterways, and you know, so this is a fight that that transforms our communities across generations. And so, well, I like to one of the sayings at my organization, Native Americans in Philanthropy, we like to say that these fights are, or we like to say these are generations, not administrations. So, you know, we're going to have to look at dealing with who's ever in the White House, who's ever in Congress. So I appreciate your comments on that battle, because it is significant, and it's shifting, and we have to be flexible. Next, I'd like to pose the next question to Councilwoman Wilson. It's kind of building off of what Chairman Erickson was saying about the impact of the tribal restoration efforts and protection efforts for salmon and their habitats. In your view, what would the region look like economically and environmentally without the leadership of the tribes in fisheries management and hatcheries?
Yeah, that's definitely a really good question, because, you know, the tribes have been the scapegoats in a lot of different conversations with the non-tribal citizens. You know, we always get blamed that it's our nets across the river. And that's one of the biggest myths out there. When you look at, you know, where the salmon go, they, you know, go up north and back down, and everything that they have to face going out with the avian predation, and then with all of the different things that are in our waters, whether it be hypoxia or the blob, whatever it is that's out there that they have to go through, and then the vessel traffic, and then the pinnipeds, the predation of pinnipeds, that, you know, everything that they have to go through. And then it seems like, and then they're caught all the way from Alaska all the way down. And then as soon as they get into the river, then the spotlight is turned on us, and it's our fault that there's no salmon. But we know that historical fishing, after the invention of canning that made our salmon be a commodity, that's when the gold rush kind of big catching of, you know, a lot of the stocks. And so here we are with what's left of many years of habitat degradation and dams that have been put in, and, you know, hatcheries for mitigation. Well, you know, we've stepped up with our hatcheries quite a while ago in the late 60s, early 70s. We had a shellfish hatchery, and it was very innovative at the time. Our chairman, Sam Keggy, was on the Dick Cavett show. And so we were the leaders of bringing those salmon back. And then in 1978, we had issues with our spring salmon, and we stopped fishing on those salmon for over 40 years, and it didn't bring back our salmon. And so about 15 years ago, my late mentor, the late Randy Kenley Sr., he saw that, you know, hatcheries were unfortunately what we had left. Like, we would love to have those natural fish that we used to have. You know, the big king salmon, I remember when I was young how big they were, and now they're not the salmon that we used to have. And unfortunately, that's what we have left, is our hatcheries. And so he saw the need to protect those hatcheries and step up and make sure that we bring those salmon back. because right now we go to the North of Falcon process where we are just divvying up what's left. And unfortunately, that's the reality of writing the harvest down to zero. And the late Randy Kinley said, you know, we need to focus on bringing our salmon back because whatever you focus on manifests. And so we created a 10-year hatchery plan, and we got the Nooksack tribe, our family upriver from us. And then we also collaborated co-management with the state of Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we created a 10-year plan of what that looks like of when we did have abundance, and that was the mid-80s. And so that was the target that we shot for. And we did prove that we could bring our salmon back. In 2015, we had 9 South Fork Chinook. A few years ago, we brought that population back up to over 3,000. But over 2,500 of them died because the habitat is so shot. And we continue doing everything over and over again, expecting a different result, the definition of insanity. And so, you know, there is the outer community that benefits off of the work that we're doing, but it has been a lot of different things of where we did have to put our treaty up. And if we did not do that, you know, with Raynell had a lot of work in this too, of the Cherry Point, where we stopped the biggest coal port, and our former chairman, Jay Julius and Tim Blue Jr., they were all instrumental, a team that stopped that coal port. And so if we were not putting our treaty up, then they would have continued doing what they've already been doing. And I've always said that, you know, we're the ones bringing our salmon back. We're the ones fixing the habitat, a problem we didn't create under so many different constraints. And if it wasn't for the tribes, there would be no salmon. And so that's what I always remind everybody, that it is the tribes that are bringing our salmon back.
Katia, Councilwoman Wilson, for that reminder. You know, when we look at who was fighting for our those who can't speak, right? And for a long time, it was just the tribes, and we're standing on that responsibility to our creator and to our relatives to take care of them so they can take care of us, as David Bean was saying. And now, you know, in the last 50 or so years, I mean, we're starting to get more and more non-tribal allies to join that fight. But still, tribes are at the tip of that spear. We're the leaders in defending and fighting for the salmon and the habitat. And you're right. I appreciate you reminding us of the fact that the even though the stocks are not where we want them to be, we have a long ways to go, but they wouldn't be where they are now without the tribe's leadership. So we've heard about how tribes are strengthening the fisheries and the ecosystems to benefit the broader community. Well, now let's look at how these efforts express sovereignty in action. So wanted to pose this next question to Chairman Wheeler. So treaties, and we talked about executive orders, they're the legal foundation of tribal sovereignty. But that's often misunderstood. How do tribally managed fisheries and hatcheries express and uphold sovereignty in practice?
Well, I think when we think about the at Nez Perce, when we think about the hatcheries and the work that we're doing there, you know, we have to understand, and everyone understands, for Nez Perce being behind 8 dams, and we have a blocked area too, Dwarshack and Hell's Canyon as well. Those areas are all mitigation hatcheries, and the work that is a part of something that was promised, or, you know, for us with our treaty, that there's supposed to be fish in the water. It's what we bargained for. It's what we agreed to. And yesterday I explained something about an obverse relationship with the United States of America, you know, under mutual agreement for mutual benefit, you know, on opposite sides of a coin. It was actually a patch that I'd give John Podesta, and I forgot that I'd given him a second one for President Biden that President Biden actually received. And, understanding that we've come together to benefit one another. Our nations and all tribal nations should be benefiting from the agreements that we have with the federal government. And when those things aren't being met, the federal government makes an attempt to mitigate, the losses that you're going to have based on their actions. And in this case, the Industrial Revolution, the building out of dams, and what that was being used for. It was great for the time and the war efforts and all of that, but the impacts are being felt today. And so now we think about what actually transpired, why the United States works with for us, the Nez Perce, is that at the time when we went to the treaty grounds at Walla Walla, Yakima, Umatilla, Nez Perce, being there, they were treating with the Nez Perce because they wanted to come through our lands. They wanted to utilize the lands that we had. They seen opportunity. And then, we were forewarned about the things that were coming from the east. And so our ability to treat with the United States and the United States wanting to treat with us was because they had to, because we were the actual authority that could grant these things to the United States of America. And so when we get to a legal context here and a true understanding of our treaty and our abilities, if in 1855 our ability was to be able to sign a treaty with the United States of America, we were actually executing an administration of law. And by executing that administration of law, by granting the United States the rights to utilize our waters and our lands, we also reserved things for ourselves. And these things that were reserved was for, in this case, salmon. And so when there's the lack of salmon there, they have to mitigate for those. But those mitigation efforts aren't working. So that's why we're actually in court with the United States under the flawed EIS and the biological opinion and ultimately the record of decision on the Columbia River system of operations. And so back to the ability to administer or to execute the administration of law. If it existed in 1855, which it did, because the United States agreed and signed on the dotted line too. And if it wasn't taken away in any subsequent treaties, then that authority still exists today. And so when we think about the sharper edge of what a treaty actually is, and sure, we can have these discussions and with legislators, with Congress or with the executive branch. And it may not go our way. It may, well, we're going to mitigate for you. But if that doesn't work, then we have to execute. And we heard yesterday the obverse tripart relationship. So then there's that third branch, the judicial branch, where treaty holds a greater, a stronger position for those that are in that contract. And so if the Nez Perce for us, if our ability within that treaty was to do these things and to execute that administration of law, then it's still there. And we all know the supreme law of the land. Judges are bound by treaty. They can't rule against them. They can be disbarred for things like that. And so they walk a fine line where they understand treaty and they have to agree with treaty because it is a contract that we signed. And so somewhere along the line, we've lost this, right? Over the course of time for Nez Perce, pivotal point, 1877, Nez Perce War. Some of our Nez Perce went to Canada. Some of us went to Oklahoma. Some of us went to Umatilla. Some of us went to Yakima. Some of us went to Rocky Boy. Some of us went, Assiniboines. Our people were scattered, disbanded. And so what our people understood at the time was taken away from us because we went into survival mode at that point in time, like all the other tribes. And when you're in survival mode, you look and you think about, I always look at it from a perspective of a spy movie. When a spy is captured, they're placed in a room, and within that room, you know, they're deprived of all these different things: water, food, light, you know, rest, everything. And the same person comes in that door. Finally, one day, someone walks through that door and offers you a little more, offers you some crumbs, offers you some water, gives you a little bit of cake, maybe, I don't know, but it's the same people walking through that same door that's offering you something that was already yours. And if that's the BIA that walked through the door to say, okay, now here, we're going to help you and we're going to show you how to manage your resources. And so we lost something here. And that ability to manage our own resources and manage our own, you know, conservation measures, our own seasons, and all these other things that are a part of that. I guess Joel is the way that we need to reconcile who we are as people, as nations, to really set that, to administer that law once again. And I was at the Centennial Accords, and we were asking for exemptions from the state of Washington. And I'm like, hey, wait a second. How come we're asking the state of Washington for exemptions? We shouldn't be asking the state of Washington for exemptions. We should be granting them exemptions. They're one of 50 states. One of 50 states, even though they represent the United States in this area, and the governor represents the United States in this area, they're still only 2% of who we signed our agreement with, and that's all 50 states. Thank you, Joel.
Mm-hmm. That's yeah, Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate you making that point, and it really resonated with me about this is our way of life. So these are our inherent rights to practice that way of life that we've had for thousands and thousands of years. So we're not getting granted anything in a treaty or an executive order. We're affirming, we're securing that way of life and those rights. And so we always have to keep that in mind when we're talking to governors or talking to other jurisdictions, and understand that power dynamic and where our inherent rights come from our people, from the land, from the relatives. And that's always been there. And so that's what we're fighting for. And so when, the panelists have talked about some of the challenges that we've had to face in the past, and how we're addressing those for our territories and our waterways, our salmon. But I'm wondering, I want to ask the full panel, so I'll start with former Chairman or Councilman Bean. What challenges do tribes continue to face in exercising our treaty rights, whether they could be political or environmental or jurisdictional?
You hit it all three of those. The challenges, they're nonstop. As I mentioned earlier, with the Bolt decision, the right to take fish, that right also came with the responsibility to manage the resource. And we work with the state of Washington and our sister tribes throughout the state to manage that resource. But it's political, it's environmental, it's the pollution. We're in the Puyallup tribe, for example, is in the Port of Tacoma. So some of these things are beyond our control. There was a lot of Superfund sites about 30 years ago, and they fell off the list, cleaned themselves up. But those are challenges that we constantly face. Changing administrations, both at the state level and the national level. And then, there's the sport fishermen we have to deal with, and we try to work with them on areas where we can. Councilwoman Wilson mentioned the pinnipeds. That's an incredible challenge, a threat to our salmon resource. They're just voracious when they attack our fish, and so those are challenges, and those have been there, and they're not going away. Prior to COVID, we met with Senator Cantwell, for example, on the pinniped issue, and whether or not she wanted to take a position, she said, we need to see some studies. We need you to partner with the sport fishermen. And, I said, okay, challenge accepted. Her point, her preface was, David, the science is not on your side. And I said, okay, you're right. I walked out of that meeting a little bit discouraged, but at the time I was probably in my third year of our language class. And I'm like, if we have a word for these sea lions, chances are we hunted them. So now it became a different conversation. COVID happened and conversation fell apart, but the challenges are ongoing, man-made, natural. Things are within our control, and some things that are outside of our control. The weather, when we have floods on our river, that impacts, the beds where our salmon spawn. And so you can, fast forward a few years after a large, a bad weather event, and you can see, how it impacted our Chinook salmon, our coho. So the challenges are great. And again, you hit them on the head when you introduced that topic.
Mhm.
Thank you.
That's thank you, Councilman Bean, former Councilman Bean. Same question to you, Chairman Erickson. Especially in this new political climate with this new administration, what challenges, old and new, ongoing but new ones do you see that are facing the tribes when we're trying to exercise our inherent sovereignty and hunt and fish and gather out there?
Yeah, I think a lot of the political challenges we face, depending on what they are, even our own internal ones, like our council, we have 2-year terms, right? There's things that I could be working on, I could be gone in 2 years, and those things could just go away. That happens with our congressionals, right? They're 2-year terms as well. You can be working on something with them. Trying to avoid the litigation route a lot of times. We don't like to litigate a lot of tribes, but we do when we have to. Some of those you can be working on those routes. It could be with the governor, it could be with the administration, the federal administration, this one currently. There could be issues you're working on. If those don't get done into the finish line before whatever their terms are up, or if there's changes within those, all that work is just not always lost, but trying to get someone, I think as tribes, we get tired of re-explaining our situations, re-explaining ourselves over and over, and you feel like a broken record. Like when it came to the P2IP agreement for reintroduction, I got so sick of talking about it. And it wasn't because I didn't want to, but you get in all these different rooms and you're like, all right, here I go again. It's like when you're back lobbying, it's the same issue, right? You have a 20 meetings or 25 meetings in 3 or 4 days, and at the end of it, you almost don't want to talk about the conversation anymore because it's like you're just like beating a dead horse, but it's important, so you do it. But the changes in administrations, the changes in people are a big problem. Obviously, litigation's always a route you can go. I know earlier I forgot the second part of the question, but I remember it when it comes to economics. When we look at the Upper Columbia above Chief Joseph and Grand Coulee Dam, 40% of the production of salmon came from the Upper Columbia. And we talk about climate change. Last bit of cold water really left in a lot of our systems in the Upper Columbia and Canada. If you go up there in our territory is the whole Upper Columbia and Sinikes up to the Big Bend, and a little bit goes into Naha, but it is pristine. There's still dams up there and still issues we're trying to work through with the dams up in Canada, but it is pristine habitat. You want to talk about saving the orca. You support what we're doing in the Upper Columbia, I guarantee you it's going to take pressures off either your stocks of fish or for your commercial fishermen, allow more fish. That all of our fish go from the Columbia and up north up into Alaska. It'll give you more fish to your system, or take pressure off your stocks of fish and give you more fish coming back to your system. So it'll be better production for everyone, not just our systems. So I've been trying to get that across for a long time. I know when Patrick DePoe was on his council, he finally it kind of stuck to him. He's like, I totally get what you're saying now. I'm like, man, I've been beating my head against the wall here at all these meetings with you guys, trying to tell you this, it's not the only fix, right? There's all these fixes we need to do, but it seems like it's constantly moving, changing, depending on administrations, things that are happening. But one thing we also don't address is what's happening in the ocean, right? We don't address the trawler issue. We don't address what are conditions out in the ocean. These fish spend the majority of their life out in the ocean, but we don't know what the hell happens to them, what's going on. To a point we do, but some we just don't know. And so we sit there and we wonder why. We try to fix what's happening with hatcheries, and we're not at full production at our hatchery. We're at 2 million we put in annually. We're trying to get up to 2.9, which is what we're supposed to be producing, but we have water temperature issues at our facility. And so, but there's all these issues. We talk about Superfunds. David talked about Superfund site. We just got our designation for the Upper Columbia Tecominco, where we held a Canadian company liable for their pollution in the Upper Columbia. These are constantly battles now with new administrations. The new mining operations open up, depending on whether that's in the headwaters of your system, the Skagit, other areas, and that they're looking at. And this is constantly changing, constantly evolving. And I know as tribes, we tried our best to adapt to those, but it just feels like it's a never ending battle. And that's not that we won't keep doing that work, but it does get frustrating. So it's helpful to educate individuals like yourselves, your NGOs, whoever you might be, to talk to your representatives, talk to people, and why these issues are bad. And it's not that we don't want to get away from the potential of economics in areas. Like there was never a fishery in Brewster, Washington, where we now have so many sockeye and salmon coming back from the sockeye work we've been doing with us and nations across the border, that they have a sockeye fishery now, and it's great for economics for their local communities, right? A lot of our rural areas don't have a lot when it comes to economics. And then like we have a sturgeon fishery now up at Kettle Falls, which is in the blocked area. There was never fishermen there, never licenses sold, right? These are things that benefit not only us, but non-tribal people and the state and other agencies as well. So there's working together. It's not always easy. Shannon's touched on a lot of the good points that he talked about when it comes to sovereignty. And, we shouldn't be given waivers. We should be given waivers, not the other way around. When it comes to those things, it's asserting our sovereignty. And there's a lot of facets to sovereignty. At our council, we talk a lot about financial sovereignty, and that's what we're trying to get to, because I don't think you can ever be sovereign unless you're financially sovereign. That's not that you don't hold the federal government to their trust responsibility, and whether that's financial or whatever it might be. But until you get the financial sovereignty, we're going to always be asking, always complaining, there's not enough money, there's not enough funding to do this or that. So financial sovereignty is a huge thing that we preach at Colville, and we're trying to get there, and we kind of know the numbers we need to hit to get there and kind of have that FU money. But so I just wanted to touch on the economics that I didn't get to before. So
Appreciate it, Katya, Chairman. And just to build off of that, when we talk about pre-colonial times and what our way of life and what our communities depended on in our economies, it was the salmon, right? And that has been stripped away significantly. So when you're talking about being financially sovereign, it's directly tied to to our salmon and our sturgeon and our other fisheries, right? To build back that economy, build back our nation. So it's all linked, it's all connected. Thanks for highlighting some big challenges. I want to pass that same question over to Councilwoman Wilson to talk about the current challenges that you see facing exercising our treaty rights to fish and hunt and gather in all those different spaces.
Thank you. That is definitely a good question. But before I go into that, I do have to back up a little bit and stress that this isn't financial for us. Of course, our fishermen have been able to, historically sustain themselves and their livelihoods from this. But first and foremost, this is our sacred cultural thing that we have. That's why we have our salmon ceremonies. That's why we have salmon at every funeral that we have, which we've had a lot. We continue to have a lot. And so I just want to talk about the cultural and spiritual significance of this. It's not about money and monetary value. It's our spirit that actually depends on these salmon. But the struggles that we're facing is that, like I said, when we signed that treaty, we were and when we signed this treaty, it was also a treaty that allowed Washington State to be a state. It wouldn't even be a state if we hadn't signed that treaty and ceded that land first and foremost. But like I said, ever since we've been fighting. Our first case was in 1895, the Alaska Packers, where they put fish traps in front of our reef nets, and our ancestors not only had to learn the language, but they had to learn the legal systems in order to stand up to this. And even though it wasn't recognized until the Winans case, and that was access, that our ancestors, that we've had challenges from day one. And then, like I said, the invention of canning and pushing us out of our fisheries, our traditional reef net fishery. But right now, we're the ones that are upholding the treaty obligation to ourselves, because we're producing our own salmon without the adequate resources and having to jump through hoops, more than wastewater treatment plants, more than the timber industry, more than the farmers. We're the ones that have the disproportionate undue burden put on us. And then, of course, with the ORIC decision that said that habitat are as equally as important as those salmon are to sustain them, but also that hatchery fish were a treaty fish. And so there we have the habitat and we have to go for the permitting and the bureaucracy, we have to go through the same bureaucracy that the developers have to go through in order to fix the habitat as it is to degrade the habitat. We don't get exemptions for that, even though it's our supreme law of the land and our treaty right. And then, like I said, without the adequate resources, and then we finally try to get those things aligned. And, you know, I'm really glad to be here in front of you all because one of our biggest issues right now are NGOs that say hatchery fish are bad. And they're the ones that are taking us to court and litigating, basically erasing the culture of who we are as a people, that they know better than us. And like I had stated, we would love to have those natural stocks that we used to, but that's not the reality we're in. And that's not the reality we are in as far as the habitat goes. And so until that habitat, which they say in our Nooksack River, that it's going to be 100 to 500 years before we get our habitat back. So hatchery fish are necessary to uphold that treaty obligation to us. And so that's one of the things right now that, you know, I advocate on, that the NGOs need to step up and help, not take money away from us and fight against us, because that's something that we are fighting tooth and nail, and that adds on to our plate of having to, you know, address that as well. And so there's a lot more challenges, like Chairman Erickson said about climate change. You know, that when we lost those 2,500 salmon, that was the year we had the heat dome. And that was the year, and then the low flows and the warm water temperatures. And that's why we're fighting so hard for our water adjudication, because as senior water rights holders, we're supposed to have that amount of water for our salmon. But unfortunately, during that time in the summertime is one of the biggest times they withdraw out of our river. And illegal withdrawals have kind of put us in the position that we are today. And then we always come out to be the bad guys because, oh no, we're taking people's water away, or the threat of that. But until we get these things, unfortunately, we have to keep going to court over and over again to affirm these rights. And, you know, our latest is the culverts right now. There's a meeting up in Tulalip about the state not upholding the promises that were made through litigation. And that's what we have to do, is to make them do what's right, even though it was legally adjudicated. It's just, or legally, you know, affirmed. And so, you know, that's why, like I said, everything that the salmon has to go through, our people have to go through equally just to save them, you know, but it is something, and that's why, you know, right now, I am stepping down from council because I need that time to recharge my batteries, because it does take a toll on us, because we do feel that obligation that our ancestors handed down to us. And we do feel it, that we can't let our salmon go extinct if on our watch. And if you take away the hatchery fish, then what are the seals going to go after? They're going to go after the natural origin fish. And then once our salmon go, then so do our orcas. And so that's the importance that I'm talking about today. And it doesn't matter if I'm on council or where I'm at, I will always be advocating for our salmon. Thank you.
That's the eye, Councilwoman Wilson. And thanks for elevating, you know, the connection between salmon and our culture and our spirit, and what that means to our entire tribes and communities. That's at the heart of it. Chairman Wheeler, I'll pose that same question to you. What challenges do Nez Perce continue to face in exercising our treaty rights in all those different realms? You hear a lot of great examples, but wanted to get your perspective on that.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the words to Councilwoman Wilson and Chair Erickson and Chairman Bean. Appreciate the opportunity to share, you know, a lot of the challenges that we have, you know, as some of the things that we think about, are the lack of salmon recovery standards. I'd mentioned that, like, who sets those standards, of recovery? I mean, we as tribes need to be setting what those numbers look like. And that gives us the ability, that's the administration of law, what I'm talking about. And, for instance, NOAA's funding that they give to BIA to distribute out, and that's competitive funding that is not enough for the billion-dollar backlog of hatchery repairs that need to be happening here in the Pacific Northwest. And so, those funds are on hold right now. That's a big challenge for us. And when we talk about the efforts to try to continue to grow hatchery fish to supplement the fish runs so that these native species can start returning in greater numbers. It's for all the reasons that Lisa just talked about, and so those are challenges for us. The other thing I think that gets lost, from a financial standpoint, an economic standpoint, fish have always meant something to tribes of wealth, right? Under modern conceptual ideology of wealth, tribes had that here. We could gather and do everything we needed to survive and to have the sustenance that we needed for the full year in 3 or 4 months. And the rest of the year, we could hone our skills at being best at whatever we chose to be, whatever we wanted to be. And so that it takes away a lot from the economic value of who we are, because we're only as wealthy as the poorest person in our village. Wealth is meant to be distributed, not hoarded, And so when we think in that way, we're thinking about what salmon actually mean to us. And so the recovery efforts rely on standards. And what are those standards? I think the tribes really need to start setting those standards of what recovery efforts look like, and determining, who's fishing in the water on those fish, so that, that wealth can be transferred back to the water. And, in our case, on the Lower Snake River and the Columbia River system, that wealth was transferred from the water to the land and transferred away from the tribes. And so we've really felt those impacts. And, we just want some reciprocity, and recovering of a species is only fixing what Tamalwit, our Mother Nature, Pikawattispum in our language, the land itself needs. But when you take care of the land and the water, it'll take care of you. And so I guess some of the challenges are, the bureaucracy and red tape that we're faced with by the federal government, who's made promises to everybody to give you 50%, you 50%, and you, and everybody else in here gets 50%. And, when you negotiate that way, it's really difficult to keep up with your promises. But, when the salmon are speaking, the orca are speaking, that they're hurting, and that they're fighting for us. I still have to go back to what our tribal member, Carla Taimantoa, said. It put a different perspective for me. We're fighting for salmon. No, salmon are fighting for you to stay alive. They're fighting over all the obstacles that they have. And, it just put a different perspective to these efforts for me through these conversations here.
Tatiayo, Chairman. So now that you got a understanding of like what tribal sovereignty means and how it can be put into action, I know we only have a couple minutes left, so I kind of want to shift and talk about like collaboration and shared responsibility with multiple communities outside of tribes as well. So this question is for all the panelists, but first I'll start with David Bean. For those outside of tribal governments, like state agency, we talked about a lot of them, state agencies, we talked about conservation groups, NGOs, or even private businesses. What does meaningful support for tribal sovereignty and fisheries look like with those groups of people?
Wow, that's a loaded question, but I think It starts with, you know, we're going to hear from somebody later today, Willie Frank. We learned a lot from his grandfather, not just his father, but his father, Willie Frank Sr. And through his lessons is how I got to know his son, Billy Frank Jr. And he taught us one lesson, a lesson so important. He told it to us 3 times. Tell your story, tell your story, tell your story. So how can folks help us? You know, we have to continuously tell our story to, you know, the local governments, state governments, the national governments, as well as our surrounding communities. Everybody plays a role in this, has a role. I mentioned the sport fishermen earlier. You know, they hate the pinnipeds. So the more we can educate them, the more we can create an ally towards, you know, getting rid of the pinnipeds, but also an ally towards seeking funding to help us manage the resources from the state of Washington as well as the federal government. So through telling our story, we can create these allies. You know, a lot of times these sport fishermen have been our enemies and still are today. You know, I'm a crabber, I'm a diver, I'm a fisherman, and we constantly get into it with our non-native counterparts. It's not fun, but you know, we stand our ground. We defend our right to fish. We defend our fishing grounds, and so when we find that common enemy, though, with the pinnipeds or funding for the fisheries, you know, through telling our story, we create some allies because they won't be able to engage, you know, in their sport fishing activities if there are no more fish. So that's how, you know, these allies can help us out, is through us telling our story and getting them on the same page as us.
That's David. Same question, Chairman Erickson. And a lot of those folks are either watching or they're in this room, you know, from different nonprofits, from different state agencies or local governments. What does true, meaningful support for tribal sovereignty look like in your eyes for those potential allies?
Well, I think that starts with them having the conversation with us. A lot of times, I think even NGOs, conservation groups, the state, they think they know what's best for us without even talking to us to figure out having that consultation. It's just automatically assuming they know what's best when they don't know what's best, right? Like we know what's best for us when it comes to the federal government, the state government. And that's what, you know, true sovereignty looks like when you get towards that, and self-governance, that you know what's best for you and your people, how money should be spent accordingly, what your needs are, whether it's education with our youth, whether it's with our elders, whatever it might be, natural resources in this case. But like kind of going off what Chairman Bean mentioned also was just that commonality, whatever that might be. You know, my dad always taught me you can never have enough friends in this world, but you have more enemies than you want. That's not always your fault or whatever it might be, just because you're on the opposite side of the coin on an issue, right? But you could never have enough friends. So I think that commonality, finding things you can work on together, right? Like there's issues that you might not agree on, but can you agree on these certain issues to work on this certain subject to get something accomplished, to find a solution? I'm very solution oriented. I hate talking about problems. I was talking to Lisa earlier. We're talking and some other leaders here about when we get some of these groups, Centennial Accord, ATNI, NCAI. I was talking to even Joel about it. Not always, but a lot of times we complain about issues, but no one has a solution. Go to the table with a solution with these people, these conservation groups, find what that solution is and work towards that common goal. Because there are a lot of common goals we have when it comes with these NGOs, the state, the federal government. And tell your story. Like, you know, we have a famous Colville named Melton Askett, most of you know, and he is a great storyteller. And I try to take everything from our past leaders sitting at the table over here, leaders up here, and Mel and ones in general. I try to incorporate that in what I do and make it my own in my own way. But like, you have to find that common ground with people and really connect on a personal level. You might not agree with every issue, but if you can agree on certain issues you want to get a goal accomplished, that's how you get that done, in my opinion. So
appreciate that, Katsiayo. Chairman Erickson, I know we only have like a couple minutes more, but I really want to give Councilwoman Wilson and Chairman Wheeler some of the closing comments, and really to focus on looking ahead. Building upon what Chairman and Dave Bean just mentioned about allyship and solution oriented, what gives you hope about the future of tribal fisheries and treaty implementation in the Pacific Northwest?
So I guess, you know, I was talking to my late mentor, Randy Kenley Sr., who actually started the Hatchery Coalition quite a few years ago, but he also, this was before any other like coalitions of this type. This was over like 13, 14 years ago that they were down in Olympia, and they met up with some sports fishermen from the Puget Sound anglers. And so that was the thing, is everybody pointing their fingers at everybody. It's our nets across the river. It's all the sports fishermen without the accounted numbers. And that was the thing, is like, we could sit here and point fingers at each other all day long, and we're not going to get to solutions. And one of the things that did band us together is an NGO that has been litigating on our hatcheries. And we banded together to start a coalition with Puget Sound anglers. And then later, after Randy had passed away, we brought in Squaxin Island, and we also brought in coho charters from the coast, because we knew the importance that we needed to bring back for all of our people. All of us benefit off of the salmon. And so we started this coalition that was really strong. And we've stood up to everything that's come through, whether it be the legislature of, wanting to ban gill nets or buy out fishermen and those sort of things. And then also we stood up to the Washington Fish and Wildlife Commission, who's been infiltrated with these people that think that they know better than we do. If we just stopped fishing, and if we just stopped hunting, and if we just stopped our hatcheries, their world would be perfect. But that is the extinction of our culture, and that's how important that it is to us. But, when I was, I feel like I was robbed because I had such a short time with the late Randy. And he was the one that was going around with all the weight of the world on his shoulders, knowing that we needed to do something. He said that the Chinook was the canary in the coal mine, and the sky is falling, and we need to get on board. And I still feel like today the sky is falling, and there's a lot of not getting on board, but we do always bring solutions. And when I was following him around, and he kept saying that, that this is the canary in the coal mine, and he had to go and he had to change a lot of different minds on this. And so so the thing that gives me hope in the solutions is, for us, is we got to make sure that we have to educate, and we have to make it known that treaties are the supreme law of the land, supreme law of the land. And in the state of Washington, we're deemed co-managers. And that's where we need to actually have those decisions made up here, and not down here where we're in stakeholder groups that diminish our treaty rights. And so we brought forward a solution about a co-managed salmon recovery plan that brings everybody under one umbrella, whether it's DNR, whether it's the Puget Sound Partnership, brings everybody under one umbrella, having one mandate. And then it addresses a lot of issues that we are having with WDF&W. And it also looks at the private funding, because of the administration that we're in, that we could go after the big corporations that are benefiting from coming into our area, and actually causing a lot more pressure on our salmon. They're the ones that should be paying the price, that we could get the funding directed straight to our tribes that are on the ground doing the work. And so we do come with solutions, not just to complain, but people need to get on board and pay attention and help out, because the capacity is it takes a toll on all of us when there's only a few carrying the heavy load that we carry. But I will leave you with this, is when I was, and it's hard for me to say this right now because I am taking a break, but I know I will be back in some capacity. But when I was following Randy around, and I looked at him and I said, how do you keep hope alive? How do you keep hope alive when everything is stacked against you and you have to do this, it's on your mind 24/7? And he said to me, if we quit, they win. And to me, that reminded me of that as long as we keep fighting and doing what we know is necessary, then we will keep the hope alive, then we will continue with our hope. So that's what we need to do, is we need to keep that hope alive, and we need to get on the same page, and we need to fight for our salmon and our killer whales and everything else that rely physically, spiritually, everything that relies on that sacred salmon. Thank you.
Katiaya. Councilwoman Wilson. Just like to give the closing comments to Chairman Wheeler. I know that, when we're talking about solutions, that's what Chairman Wheeler is about, and helping to organize these coalitions, bring us together, making sure that we make positive impact for our salmon, for our waterways. So what gives you hope? When you're looking at the future, what can we focus on for our tribal fisheries and treaty implementation here in the Northwest?
Well, thank you, Joel. Joel, you give me hope. Lisa, Chairman Erickson, Chairman Bean, everyone in this room, you give me hope, because we come to rooms like this and we want to be in rooms where people are looking for solutions or developing solutions. And that's always where we're at. We want to be in a room full of problem solvers. And that's what it takes. It takes for us to, we always speak the truth. You'll hear what we say in this room. You'll hear what we say in the halls of Congress. You'll hear the same thing in courtrooms. And that's exactly it's easy to say the same thing wherever you go, because it's the truth. And what we're speaking up here today is the truth. And that's the tune that we're trying to ask you to carry with you. That, tribes are in positions of partners with the United States of America. Tribes are in position to lead the way in recovery efforts for what once was. We may not see it for 7 generations, 50 years, 100 years, but we have to start this somewhere. And Lisa's right, we can't quit. We won't quit. Maybe 8 years ago, 7 years ago, brought this up about dam breaching, and there was a person that was on the Zoom call at the time and said, I thought dam breaching was dead. I said, not as long as we're alive.
Mm-hmm.
And the obligations to those things that are greater than just us. The obligations that we have to the land, that we owe to the land. Because if you don't know it by now, you need to know it from this day forward, that you are all a part of the land. You're no different. We're no different than our foods. We're the same as. And when we all realize that, we'll all be able to make better decisions, and we'll all be able to speak the truth at the same time. And that's what we're after. Speaking the truth and sharing with one another what that is. And we'll all be on the right side of history when people look back at this time. Katsiaya.
Mm-hmm. Katiaya, Chairman Wheeler. Katiaya to all of you for listening and learning with us. And Hamakas Katiaya, a big thank you to our panelists. Please join me in thanking them. And it was truly an honor to moderate this panel and have a conversation with my friends. But yochalo.
If I could just take an extra moment here, Lisa, I'd love for you to stay up here for just a moment. As she mentioned that she is stepping down from council to explore and experience something to recharge. And we just wanted to acknowledge her and take a moment to really just thank her for her dedication to the natural resources, to these life sources, to have an unwavering voice, and to be an inspiring leader for all of us. And so we just had a small token of appreciation for you. And I just thank you so much and hope that you get the break and the time you need to get back into it.
So I just wanted to let you know that yesterday I was in a blizzard in Iceland, and I flew into Vancouver late last night and drove down here. That's how important this is to me to get the message out. So I just want to thank you all for being here.
Thank you. We are going to move into the next panel, and I am so excited. So every year at Run, if you've come, I know we have some platinum members here that have been to all of our events, but we've always tried to ensure that we have the youth perspective included in all of our discussions because it's so important. And the perspective they bring to this work is vital to making change. And they are out here changing hearts and minds. And so we have an amazing panel for you. It's a large panel because I had a hard time saying no to any of the youth that wanted to lend their voice because I know at that age, I did not have the courage. And so I welcome anyone that's willing to stand up here in front of you and share their story. But with that, we have an amazing moderator that has been doing a lot of youth work over her career. And so please welcome Rachel Brinkley to the stage.
All right, and while folks get situated, thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Rachel Brinkley, and I am a Community Engagement Manager at the Idaho Conservation League. I am honored to be moderating this panel of incredible Indigenous youth leaders from across the Northwest, and especially honored to share this stage with this all-star lineup of women. You can sit down. Today's conversation is about reconnecting with land, water, and the communities that depend on both. It is also about leadership and what it means to step up, speak out, and care for the places and resources that care for us. So before we dive in, I would like to start with a round of quick introductions. I encourage you all to read more about the panelists in your programs. But I will ask each of you to share your name, where you are joining us from, and one thing that you hope the audience takes away today. We'll start with you, Cavell.
Inawanikwas, Takakaatsi, Sapotimki, Cavell Samuels, Ian Tauyatsa, Schlapwepa, Inwas, Nimipu. Hello, everyone. My name is Cavell Samuels. I live in Lapua, Idaho, and I am Nez Perce. And what I hope the audience takes away today is that they're able to trust us youth to continue this fight and just trust our connection to the land and the water. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Lois Oatman. I am from Lapua, Idaho. I am enrolled in the Nez Perce tribe. And one thing I would like everybody to take away from this is that there's a big concern, like in every tribal youth community. Yeah. Hatsmewi oikalo inamunig dwas elwet ka sayapa timtki ella pain. Na eats he was Angela Picard, ka na tot he was Joe Payne. Na kots hiwaka Cassandra Kip ka na plech hiwaka Andre Picard Sr. Hello, good day, everybody. My name is Ella Payne. My Indian name is Elwet, which means the start of springtime. My parents are Angela and Joe Payne. My grandparents are the late Cassandra Kip and the late Andre Picard. I'm from Lapua, Idaho. I attend Lapua High School. I'm 16 years old, and one thing I hope you guys take away from this is that the youth have voices too. We know what we're talking about, and we also have a concern of our salmon. Thank you.
Ayuki Nana Toiti Teja Linwood Na Karukara Amakiara Moramsi Panic. Na Okanagan Karu Ojibwe Karu Wampana Karu To Oro Oraham Munara Itraha Karu Ikrivki had a night tanikri. My name is sorry. My name is Teja Linwood. I'm part of the Kaduk tribe from the village of Amkiatam. I'm also part of the Okanagan, the Ojibwe, the Wampanoag, and the To'ona Oraham tribes. And I'm 16 years old, and I'm a part of the PTW program.
Please. Waklisa Gasas Scarlet Shutter, no Ishkini Nagita Motadakni Nagita Hiskini Nagita Warm Springs. Hello everyone, my name is Scarlet Shutter. I'm Klamath Modaki Hiskin in Warm Springs, and I'm a part of the program called Paddle Tribal Waters, and I'm also a part of the Climate Tribes Youth Council as the social media director, and I'm also the Climate Tribes Restoration Queen to 2025 to 2026. And one thing I want the audience to take away from us is to know that our voices matter, and that especially as youth that we matter. And I hope you guys understand that, that what matters to us is true to us, and it's a part of our tradition. Thank you.
Dwanapka no Kolikos Miller, Nagitwa Yusikni, Nagitwa Motadakni, no Headwaters. What's up, everybody? I am Kolikos Miller. I'm Klamath and Modoc. I come from the Klamath Tribes, and I'm a part of Klamath Tribes, which is a treaty tribe from 1864. I'm a part of the program PTW, and also part of Youth Council, which is from our Klamath Tribes. And one thing I hope that everyone takes away from this today is, I'm talking about it later, but is that the Klamath River is still not undammed yet. We still have two rivers, the Link River Dam and the Keno River Dam, and it's still affecting my community a lot.
Okay, I'm super excited to dive in, and I cannot believe that I get to share this stage with all of these incredible women. Each of you have a unique relationship with the rivers that sustain salmon and so many other species. But you and your communities are also in different stages in this fight. Some of you are still fighting for dam removal, while others are beginning to see the first signs of recovery. I'm going to start with a few questions for our Nimipu youth salmon protectors who are on my left. Ella, Lois, and Cavell. You guys can pick who answers first. Salmon are central to so many rivers, cultures, and ways of life. How has their decline impacted you and your community?
Of course, being Nez Perce, the salmon decline hasn't impacted my community because we surround our identity with the salmon. Therefore, we lose identity when we lose salmon. Another reason is our fisheries department. We have a big fisheries department, so the less salmon we get, the less work we get, and the less work means less money. So it also can be an economical issue. And of course, we have salmon in our ceremonies, our traditions, and our traditional plate. So at every ceremony, we eat salmon, and with less salmon, we don't get to feed our people. So, which is another thing of losing identity, which is very heartbreaking to us. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella. Lois, I'm going to send this question your way. Aside from the loss of salmon, what other impacts have you seen or felt as a result of the lower Snake River dams?
So besides the salmon, I've seen the effect of algae blooms. Actually, on the way here, we drove along the river, and I seen like a streak. It kind of looked like a little island, but I looked over and it was just green and like really dark, and you could tell it's not like supposed to be there. So definitely the warm water is a negative impact for us. Also, just how the warm water makes it more of like an environment for pond fish, and how yesterday many people stated that there's more pond fish than there is salmon because they can travel over here because the pond fish thrive in this warm water and it's a better environment for them. So people come over here so they can because they get really big in the water. So they get bigger catches, but they're pond fish, not from our environment. Yeah.
Thanks, Lois. Cavell, do you want to talk a little bit about lamprey?
So lamprey are very important to us, and I actually didn't know that lamprey used to just be in the rivers at home until like last year, I want to say, and that was the result of the dams. They couldn't get over, and they went like extinct out of our rivers. So we would have to travel over to the Columbia to get them. And I always hear my elders and my cots say that they love the lamprey, the old people. And I think they are very important. And I don't want to see the salmon go down the same path that the eel did, because salmon are like a keystone species. So it would be like a very bad effect. You know, the orcas are starving, so just very many animals would not be able to survive without salmon. And the eel film that, geez, eel, oh my God, the film that we did with my cots and, or my cots' grandma, that's my mom's mom, and my cousin Jaden did, that they shown yesterday, was very exciting to do, and just to inform people and that they're trying to restore eel back into the rivers. And I don't want our salmon to get to that point. And my mom and us were fishing on the lower Granite Dam, and my mom seen a guy have a 5-gallon bucket, and he was carrying it on the other side to get the eels past the dam. So even though there are fish ladders on our dams, there weren't before. So yeah, I just don't want to see the salmon go down the same path that the eel did, because that would be very unfortunate. And to rarely have eel is already heartbreaking. So to rarely have salmon in our ceremonies, geez, that would be very hard.
Thank you all. Tasia, I'm going to send you the next question. Okay. For you and others in the Klamath Basin, dam removal is already underway. And for the first time in generations, we're seeing salmon return to parts of the river that have been blocked for over a century. What has it been like to witness those returns?
Well, for me personally, it was like it was really a big part of my life, like this whole dam removal and salmon returning. It was a very big part of my life for a very long time. I mean, it still is. Sorry. Um, and it's like really kind of strange, and like I don't know the word for it, but like hearing the stories of not having any salmon, and like all like the hardships, and seeing it and hearing all the stories from my mom and my grandparents, and then getting to see like the other side of that, of like now it's all returning, and it's all like going back to like something that we never thought it would go back to. um and it's really like kind of a powerful, inspiring like thing to see, and like it's really cool to like actually see the salmon go up. It's really beautiful.
Thank you. I'm gonna now pitch it over to Coley and Scarlett. You both come from the Klamath headwaters, where there are still 2 remaining dams that affect the sacred Schwam and Koptu, or suckers that are found nowhere else in the world. Can you tell us more about that and the effects that those remaining dams still have in your communities?
I just wanted to come here and talk about oh wait, sorry. So for me, the dams, I will say our chias are now coming home. We just now recently saw that we still have 2 dams still up, obviously, and it's really hard for the salmon to come over the dam, and I don't know how many is over now, but we're still working on to get those dams down and protest and all that. And then also, I feel like it's just a big thing. Like a lot of people don't realize that there's still 2 dams up, and a lot of people just say it's a free river flowing river, but it's not. And there's still those 2 dams, and it's really hard for our chias to come over those dams. And we are now seeing them, but it is still, it'd be way better if we could get the dams down.
Thank you.
Lily, do you want to add to either of those questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The impacts that the two remaining dams have made on the rivers is the toxic algae, and also like agriculture also like ties into the dams, but the toxic algae is from the dams have made the waters really warm, which makes the toxic algae come in, and that's like super bad for our trauma and COP2 because our trauma top COP2 are struggling to survive right now. They're almost on the brink of extinction, and the toxic algae just makes it worse. And they've been living in our lakes for a long time, but they're still struggling to survive. And yeah, the warm water, just the warm water and the toxic algae just really affects our trauma COP2. And it's also going to affect our Chials too, because they made it over those two dams, but I'm pretty sure they hurt themselves making it over those two dams. And it's just this, the sad part is I'm just scared for them because they're breathing in that toxic algae that's in the lakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I want to turn to the role that each of you are playing to create change. So each of you play a unique role as a youth leader in your community, whether it's organizing events, advocating for salmon, participating in paddling expeditions, starting your own groups, or representing your community in places like Washington, D.C. So you three were recently part of a very cool journey. Can you share with us a highlight from your descent of the Klamath?
Yeah, a highlight from the descent was making it to the mouth of the Klamath River, the ocean. That day was really emotional because for multiple reasons. We made that journey. It was 310 miles for a whole month. And, I was with all these other youth and I made friends. They taught me how to do things. I learned stuff in from their tribe, their culture. And that day was just emotional because, I never knew if I was going to see them for a long time. And also, it was also emotional just because we made it, And then after the descent, our Chials started coming home. So, we led the Chials home, I'd say.
My highlight was probably showing the other tribes on the Klamath our home territory, because normally we do go to California on the lower basin and we only see their territory a lot. And I was really excited to show the other kids where me and Coley got raised and what the headwaters means to us, because we have this thing called spring at the headwaters, which is mountain water, and it's one of our sacred lands. And it was we did allow some people to go back there and do a prayer, and I think it just did a lot for our Chias to come back home, and it was a very sacred way. Thank you.
Yeah, going up to the headwaters was really amazing, and I've known them for a while and my best friend for a pretty long time, and they talk about it a lot and tell me stories about the headwaters and where they grew up and the stories of their culture and their tribes, and it was really cool to be able to see that, as well as other places along the river that I've never seen before, um and just being able to see the whole river as a whole, um consecutively, I guess. And just getting to see it all and from a different perspective too, because I've driven on the roads along the river my entire life, and then I got to actually be in the river looking at the roads instead. And I don't know, also just hanging out with my friends because they're pretty cool. Thank you.
Thank you all. Just as exciting as the first ascent of the Klamath River, you all have traveled to Washington, D.C. to meet with your representatives and advocate for change. Can you all tell us a little bit about what you've learned from those experiences?
From my Washington, D.C. experience, I learned a lot of things. I learned that you're not always going to have someone who's with you and agrees with you all the time. there's going to be people out there that are doubting you. And from that, I kind of realized that like I need to have like something that backs me up, I guess, like with like facts. Because some people won't agree with me just saying the dams need to be breached because I like salmon. I need to have resources and backup. But another thing is that it was pretty cool to like actually get to meet senators across the Pacific Northwest. And yeah, thank you.
From my experience over the past 2 years, going to DC was a really good experience, but no, not everybody will agree with you. Like they may sit there and look at you, they're there, but they're not there like mentally. But that's just something you got to take with you to make you move stronger and grow. And just to know that I have a lot of support and it's not just me, but like my whole people are working for this. And many people, like the representatives and the senators and stuff, they will just like shut you out. Like they're there, they're hearing you, but they're not hearing you out. They're not taking what you're saying like in. And some of them usually just have their assistant step in, which is also frustrating because we're here, we traveled that far and they're not there. They're not even like making an effort to be there for you. But that's just like something I got to take and move on and like be more confident because I'm not gonna let that bring me down. So one thing I learned from the Washington DC trip was, also that people aren't gonna agree with you, but a lot of the times I was kind of confused that they didn't know about like tribal stuff because I've just grown up on the reservation and around a lot of Native people, so I'm like what the heck, you don't know? So just having to like branch out and realize that I'm in a new space and kind of be able to teach them a little bit, which could also be frustrating because those senators send someone in that like knows nothing about what you're going to talk about, but also trying to look at that as like a teaching experience. For example, the first meeting we had, they sent someone in that like did not know anything about tribes or like the salmon aspect, which I thought was kind of weird because we're gonna come to you to talk about salmon and then you're gonna send someone in that like doesn't really have that much knowledge. But we did recommend the salmon or the people of the salmon or salmon people film that my tribe did, and we just try to educate that person. So just being able to teach people is good going to DC. And some of the senators or their representatives were not very, yeah, like Lois said, they weren't listening, it felt like. So just having to be able to not take anything personal and still be able to be strong and use your voice. I had to learn that much at DC. So yeah.
Thanks, Val. I feel very hip and young because they told me to refer to the opposition as the ops. And so now that's a part of the verbiage that I use. Okay, thank you guys for talking a little bit about some of the challenges that you face. I'm going to pitch it back over to you, Coley and Scarlett, to talk about the biggest challenges that you have faced as youth leaders and how you've overcome them.
So how I overcome like my youth leadership is probably just getting more into my community and like like I said, I'm a part of the Climate Tribes Youth Council. Like, I've always seen my siblings do this stuff too. It's mainly also my family too, because I've always seen my families be leaders when they're young as youth, and probably just showing that I can represent in a way that other youth can too, and just showing the youth like younger than me like how to represent in leadership, and probably just staying in my community and doing all these programs like Paddle Tribal Waters, and also just being in my community. Thank you.
Challenges, or a challenge that I have faced, this one's kind of not as a youth leader, but just has been like a part of my life, my whole life, is when I was born, I had like, I'm pretty sure it was kidney failure, and um, I was always in the hospital. I was always doing something. I was always up in Portland at the hospital, and it's just been a part of my life and like struggles that I've had. And then in 2019, shout out to my mom, she gave me her kidney, and um, yeah, and then after that, it was just like I have a like really bad low immune system, so I struggled like to go out, and it like my doctors and like what I had prevented me from like doing things, which was like I almost didn't join the academy, which is a world class academy, because my doctors tried to say I had to stay back and make sure I was okay. So I fought hard to like make sure I could go to that academy. And before the descent, I almost wasn't able to go because they were claiming that I had all this stuff going on, and I was like, nah. So I went, and yeah, but that was just like, that's like a big struggle and a challenge that's been like with me my whole life. You know, like it almost prevents me from doing certain things, but I fight to make sure I can do these kind of things. Yeah.
Asia, would you like to answer that question as well?
Um, um, in at my high school, I live here in Portland, in the city, and at my high school we have a native club, and me and another, we're friends. My friend, we're co-presidents of the club, and we are trying, especially this year, to put in more work in like bringing the native people at my school together, and like connecting us, because it's weird out here, guys. I don't know. It's just like um we just want to be more connected with the other native youth at our school. Um my school has one of the highest population of native students in the city. And so we're just trying to we're just trying to hang out, because I don't know. It's weird.
Thank you. All right, Pavel, what keeps you motivated when facing setbacks?
So what I would say that keeps me motivated when facing setbacks is remembering the goal and the purpose, basically the why, like why I'm doing this. Because at the end of the day, you know, you can't give up this fight, and just because, you know, a bill may be passed or a senator might not agree with your opinion doesn't mean that you can't continue to do more. So just remembering the purpose and the why, and just um, being able to fight for, you know, my ancestors and then the future. So just always grounding myself and just remembering the purpose always keeps me motivated to keep pushing when I'm facing setbacks.
And Coley, I'm going to ask you that same question. What keeps you motivated when facing setbacks?
What keeps me motivated is the future. Because I want to be able to have no more dams on our river. I want our rivers to be clean and healthy for our twam and koptu and our salmon, and also land back. Yeah.
Scarlett, what advice would you give to youth who want to get involved but don't know how to start?
So first of all, I'm just gonna talk about how I got involved. And so I grew up like Aisha Wilson. She actually emailed my sister asking if I wanted to go like to this like 2-week camp. It's called our cohort, and I'm a part of the third one. And she asked if I wanted to come paddle with them and like learn about why we're paddling on the river. And so I didn't go at first, but then I heard that Coley was going because Natalie signed her up. But I think it's just to be aware who you're around and just to be aware like what you can do. And yeah, thank you. What's up, Ketcha? I could not answer that.
Lois, same question to you. What advice would you give youth who want to get involved but don't know where to start?
Advice I would give to youth is to be confident and to get out of your comfort zone. When I started with YSP, Danielle came to our school like out of the blue, like I didn't even know. But we were called up to answer some questions, and I was really like scared, like why am I doing this? But like later on, I was like really confident in myself, like this is a big deal for me. And it was just good. And it's like it really got me out of my comfort zone, and this is really something that I take with me every day, and it'll help me.
Ella, I'm going to switch up the question on you. Okay, my question for you is why do you think it's important for young people to be at the forefront of the fight for wild rivers?
I think it's important because it's gonna be our future. Our youth is our future. And for our future, I want to see all the dams gone. And for the dams to be gone, of course, we have to fight for that. So that's what I want, why I want the youth to be involved with what we're doing. Yeah.
All right, Tasia, I'm sending the same question your way.
I think it's important for youth to be at the forefront because at the end of the day, like we're gonna be the ones generally dealing with the consequences. And I think there's also a really I mean, there's power in knowledge, and I feel like youth have heard a lot of stories of the past, and like I know I personally and a lot of my friends have heard stories of our past and like stories of our ancestors and stories from our grandparents. And also like we also got to see like the dam removal. So we've got both sides of that. And I think that's an important perspective that not a lot of people get, and it's bringing a different perspective to the table.
Thank you. Do any of you want to add to your thoughts there before we move on? Going once, going twice. Okay, we're moving on. I cannot believe how fast an hour goes up here compared to down there. So we are actually getting near-ish the end. But before we close, I want to circle back on something that we touched on earlier, and that is that all of you are in different stages of this fight for wild rivers. Some of us are still waiting for the day that our home rivers run free. Others are watching salmon swim home for the first time in generations or paddling newly revived rivers. So whether you're speaking from the top of the hill or looking up from the bottom. It's like a very steep climb and it feels like you've kind of rolled downhill a little bit recently. I find inspiration in the fact that we are all here together in this room supporting and uplifting one another. We are all part of the same movement, one that is about restoring rivers, reclaiming connection, and shaping the future. And I want to take a moment to honor something that is truly special about this space, and by this space, I mean this stage. We are not hearing from the leaders of the future. I want to be very clear that every voice on this panel belongs to a leader of right now. These are not the future leaders that are leading this fight. You are all today's leaders. With that, we are running out of time, but I would like to close with just a few more questions. So can each of you tell us what you are most excited for in the upcoming year of advocacy? We'll start with Cavell and work our way this way.
Something that I'm looking forward to in this next year would probably be more opportunities like this, and of course, going to Washington, D.C. again. That would be amazing, and just being able to advocate at things like this, and just bringing awareness to people through conferences and through DC trips. I'm excited to use my voice at things like this. So, yeah. This next coming year, I'm excited to also go back to DC because I feel like every year since I was a freshman, we've gotten more better with using our words and actually speaking up and not being more timid in the offices. So I'm just really looking forward to using my voice. Just like Lois said, this next coming year, I'm excited to go back to DC because the last trip I actually had to miss out because there was another thing I had to do and I had to end up opting out of the DC trip. I'm also honored to be advocating for the salmon. It's what I love to do. And yeah, because you have to love or you have to protect what you love. Um, so yeah, I'm very excited for this next coming year to advocate even more.
I'm excited for more opportunities like this and to learn more and be able to educate more, um, as well as Swan Lake Project. We gotta get rid of that one, guys. Also on the Upper Klamath Basin area. Just
My answer is probably going to be getting our dams down and just to keep protesting for those. And I feel like I hope you guys take back and learn that these dams are still up and that we still need to protest for this and we still need those dams down because our salmon are still having a struggle, and also our lake, the agriculture is not, our, like Coley said, our trauma are going to extinction because how bad our lake is. And and probably just to be still in my community and still representing for as long as I can, and also to like give our youth a good understanding of how to run, not to run things, but also like how to advocate for themselves as Indigenous people and knowing that what their culture is. Thank you. Most of
Can you repeat that question again?
Yes, I can. The question was, what are you most excited about in the coming year of your advocacy?
Something that I'm most excited about for this upcoming year is going to like more like places that are like out of the state and talking about the struggles that are going around on my land, which is like the two dams, the agriculture, the toxicology in the lake, because I want more people to know about that and I want people to help us. And then definitely working on my public speaking a little more.
I expected one of you to say that you have a movie coming out. Would one of you like to tell us a little bit more about that?
You could do that. Okay, so well yeah, we have multiple there's reels on Instagram about us going down the Klamath. You can go watch it. It's called the people who post it is Rowstow Rivers. And then also we had a team, like a media team, come down with us on the Klamath, and they recorded us through the way, like where we went, they recorded us, and they're making a movie and it's gonna be coming out in January. So hope you guys can see it.
Another documentary with OPB. Shout out Jesse Sears right there. That's coming out November. Yes. Keep an eye out, guys. I'm in it.
Thank you, guys. I'm excited to see them. Okay. I haven't seen any time cards, but I've also intentionally not looked at that side of the room. Thank you all so much for your voices, the hope that you brought all of us, and for your leadership. We encourage you all to spend time chatting with these youth leaders in the final hours of this conference to continue these inspiring conversations. Scarlett and Coley, you opened it up with a song. Would you guys like to close this out with a song?
Before we dive into our next panel, I actually have a special treat for you. A little bit of a sneak peek on a project that we've been working on. I was going back and forth on whether or not we wanted to share it in this space, but because we're all friends and family, I think it makes a lot of sense. So I'd like to ask Mark Titus to come up here to give a brief introduction, because he's been working on this project with me and some others. And we're going to share that with you.
Hello, everybody. We are in the home stretch. It's good to see everybody. It's good to be here this week. Just want to offer my thanks and gratitude to Kaylani and Chairman Wheeler and Chetta and Michael and Angela and Kathleen and the whole team. What an incredible event you all have put on with a small team. Thank you so very, very much. And I will keep this very brief because I know we're in the stretch here. We got a little fatigue, a little show fatigue, but I was just had a few thoughts. One was waking up this morning with the Columbia rolling by, looking out the window and the sunlight on the water, and struck once again with this idea about how this miracle of this thing that is ever flowing, and Kaylani's going to talk about it here in a second in the film, but this thing that's ever flowing, starting in those pristine cold waters in British Columbia and ending down here in the Pacific, and how it's one thing, it's ever flowing, but it's ever one. And that makes me think about these young people who were just in the room, and what an incredible inspiration that is to leave this day and this conference with. I feel like I get this privilege to stand on the shoulders of giants, people who have been in this work for decades, to bring these salmon home. And this idea of continuity, that the river is way up here and it's way down there simultaneously, and it's right here in front of us in this exact moment. And that's what those kids represent to me. So I think that's just an incredibly beautiful thing. So about this piece you're going to watch, this is a 5-minute advocacy piece. Kaylani, thank you for bringing me into this. It's been a joy to work on over the last 6 months or so. This is designed to go out to lawmakers, designed to go out to influencers, to people that we want to see why a free-flowing Snake River is imperative for the people, the lifeways, and of course the wild salmon that we all so dearly love. It's a work in progress, and we're calling it a sneak peek because it's more or less there, but you're gonna have to use your imagination just a little bit on the animations. The animations are gonna be designed to show what a free-flowing Snake River could look like. As you will see in the film, they are temporary for now as wireframes. The animator elves are hard at work for the actual premiere a month from now. Lastly, the two words I heard this morning in the morning sessions that are still ringing in my ears are joy and unity. And we need these things. We need these things in this work. And man, I got a good dose of that here in the last couple of days. I think it's so easy to get head down in the work. It's so easy to get isolated. But man, when we're able to come together in moments like this to actually physically see each other, give each other a hug, lift each other up in this work, I can't think of better medicine. And very, very lastly, we'll start the film and I'll walk away and we'll see you next time. But I just wanted to offer a little something from my cultural roots. The late Irish mystic John O'Donoghue, as we all are going to be going on our ways here individually after this wonderful time of coming together in unity, I just wanted to offer, especially to the young people, this blessing, a blessing of solitude. May you recognize in your life the presence, power, and light of your soul. May you realize that you are never alone, that your soul in its brightness and belonging connects you intimately with the rhythm of the universe. May you have respect for your own individuality and difference. May you realize that the shape of your soul is unique, that you have a special destiny here, that behind the facade of your life, there is something beautiful, good, and eternal happening. May you learn to see yourself with the same delight, pride, and expectation with which Creator sees you in every moment. Thank you all. Enjoy the film.
These pathways have led us here since time immemorial. Led us here, the source of life. All of these places are special to our people. Life centered around these rivers. The rivers are the lifeblood of all of this land, and the rivers are life for everything. This river is the heart of our home.
In 1855, our tribe signed a treaty to where we have access to all the usual and custom places, whether we want to hunt or fish or go gather berries or just to be out here, you know, we always have access to it.
I think the fish brings us together as a community whole too. Like if anyone needs fish, they always know to ask and they'll always get some fish.
Salmon gave its life, gave its body, so our people could eat. We have to take care of the land, take care of the fish, take care of, you know, all the animals, and it feels good to be out here and just be able to keep that tradition alive and sustainability of, you know, where we come and who we are as Nimiipuu people.
Newcomers arrived here just over 200 years ago, and change came to our ancient landscape in the relative blink of an eye. 4 dams now block the heart of our salmon country.
You know, I don't fish, I don't eat salmon a lot, but I do care about the integrity of the environment that the salmon live in. And that is critical. I'm a farmer on the land, and I'm committed to making sure that this region makes smart political decisions. Those dams are mechanical geniuses, but they're not working. There's one heck of a political risk to the sustainability of the dams that are currently operating. Congress can make a decision, but the courts are the ones who are going to really bring the hammer down and are going to bring it down hard. That's why this region needs to get its act together for a sustainable Plan B.
What could it look like if the river flowed free again? There are 5,500 square miles of pristine cold water habitat just waiting for salmon to return. A wild mansion whose cupboards are full, just waiting to be lived in again.
I think 90% of our outfitters right now are living in towns with populations of less than 1,000 people. Most of them in the central part of the state. That's hunting, fishing, rafting. We're the lifeblood of these little communities. This subject of dams and the potential of breaching dams has been a big focus of my life for 30 years now. We have the space, we have the place. We just need to get these fish back. When you get to a point where we were in a position to have those runs and they were consistent, we would be the new Alaska. We would be a place where people would come from around the world and we would probably have to start building new motels immediately.
When I envision a free-flowing Snake River, what I see is abundance.
I think we are in the middle of a landscape level change in the energy system right now because of how cheap and affordable and easy to deploy renewables and batteries are becoming. And that includes wind and solar, but it also includes things like geothermal and potentially down the road, small modular nuclear reactors as well. These 4 dams collectively produce about between 3 and 4% of all of the power that we need here in the Pacific Northwest. That is not a big number. It's not something that we can just get rid of and not replace somehow. But to say that we breach these dams and then instantaneously we have blackouts across the region is just not true. Is it clean energy if it's threatening a keystone species? These dams are undoubtedly pushing salmon and steelhead. They're pushing them to the brink of extinction.
What I see is a shared prosperity once more for all peoples here. A regenerative economy supported by the salmon who keep our ecosystem, our home, healthy and thriving. Like the salmon runs of old, feeding everyone and everything they touched with their sacred gift of life. When the lifeblood of a homeland can find its way home again, life will flourish. What I see is a community honoring the past, leaning into the future, and as neighbors, celebrating this precious now. Like the river, ever flowing, eternally here. I have the privilege of moderating our next panel, and I'm so excited to end on this note. And if you have been able to stick around and you didn't have an earlier flight to catch, you are in for a real treat. I have some individuals here that for a lot of us don't even need any introduction. They've just done phenomenal work on their own campaigns to restore areas or protect areas. And I wanted to bring them here today to share with you the process that took and leave you with some hope and optimism for what's to come, knowing that we have several other projects that need work. With that, I'd like to have you help me in welcoming Alexandra Salmon. She is from Yupik and Aluit, and she traveled here all the way from Igiugig Village. We also have Georgiana Jensaw, who's Yurok, and also traveled over with her family. And I know I'm going to mess up your name, and I'm so sorry. I've tried to practice this, but Sharisa Mihesepe Wilson, Potawatomi, and Killapoa, who traveled here as well. Please welcome all of our panelists. Today, we've had some harsh realities shared with us yesterday too, and we're ending today on hearing the positive side and hearing about what it takes, because none of it's easy, right? And we all go through these trials and tribulations as we're working toward reaching our goals, and it doesn't happen overnight. And sometimes there seems to be more losses than wins. But what we have here are 3 women that have been through it, and in some ways are still going through it, and yet they've seen success. So I am so excited. Thank you so much for joining me today. Please feel free to take a seat. I have some wonderful questions for you so we can learn more about your work. First of all, I normally read the bios. I know they're in your program, but the reason I didn't read the bios is because we didn't have enough space to include the work that these wonderful women have done through their advocacy. And so I really wanted to start off with just allowing them in their own voice to talk about their work on their campaigns, their involvement, how they got started. And so, Sharisa, I'd love to start with you and talking about Bears Ears and how you got involved.
Yeah, Bojo Zibi Kwadayasnikas, Gigos Ododem, Bodwadmi Indao. So I am Sharisa Mijizipi Wilson. It's okay, Kaylani. It's a very deceiving spelling, but I appreciate you attempting.
Butchered it.
Yeah. I'm a member of the Prairie Band Potawatomi tribe in so-called Northeast Kansas and also Kickapoo through my father's lineage. And I like to start with that because, you know, as Indigenous people, we're taught it's customary to introduce ourselves to other people's homelands and our languages. So that way, the tribes there, also the protectors, spirits, deities of that place know that we're Indigenous and know that we know how to interact in that space. But I also share that because in my role with the Bears Ears Intertribal Coalition, I like to note that I am not a member of the 5 member tribes that make up the coalition. I can share with you shortly who is, but kind of by way of background, how I got involved in the work is my undergrad is actually in cultural anthropology, and how I came to study that was at a very young age. I started to recognize that my family was very different, even from Native families that we lived close to, in that my dad is what's considered now a traditional knowledge holder, and we live a very traditional way of life. And at a very young age, as early as kindergarten, it had dawned on me that the way that I lived and the way that my family lived was very different from my non-Indigenous peers, as well as some of my Indigenous peers. And so that kind of at a very young age showed me that that there is culture and that it very much informs who we are and how we see the world and our identities tied to that. So that kind of thread, that curiosity kept with me through undergrad. And I've had a number of different experiences since undergrad, a little bit in legislative policy. I've actually worked with Native Hawaiians and looking at their membership. And then I've also did a stint in private development. So looking at creating sustainable communities, particularly emphasizing integrating our elders into our livelihoods. So all of that being saying, how I came to be in Bears Ears was I actually got recruited because I've come to find that my niche is understanding the really big picture and being able to put the building blocks in place in order to kind of help create that picture. So how I came to work for Bears Ears is because I was recognized as a builder and a connector for the movement. And I've been fortunate to help the 5 coalition tribes, that's Navajo Nation, Ute Indian tribe of Ouray and Uinta Reservation, Zuni tribe, Hopi tribe, and Ute Mountain Ute, basically become co-stewards of their ancestral homelands, now recognized as Bears Ears National Monument. So that's just a little bit about me and a really short snippet of some of what we've been able to achieve, but I'm happy to share more about our work and some of our upcoming questions.
Thank you. Alexandra, would you tell us a little bit more about you and your work to protect Bristol Bay and how and why you got involved?
Guyana Galaglua, Portland Ami. Thank you very much for inviting me here, Kaylani. It's such an honor to be able to listen to all the powerful speakers that came before me in these last couple of days. Traditionally in the Yupik language, Apaugaluhka Hua Anam Kun Mary Olympic was Ungalak Kukaklik Mu Apaugaluhka John Olympic was Angatrawak Kahunakmu Banigagana Dan Salmon, New York Agmu, Julia Olympic Iriagagmu, Ababi Gainawa Iriagagmu Ngunga. I'm Alexandra. My Yupik name is Ababi, and I come from that place where Lake Iliamna is swallowed by the Kwijak River. Our lake is the 7th largest in the United States. It has 5 genetically distinct species of sockeye salmon, one of the only lakes left in the world with freshwater seals. Our river is rich in smolt, and that brings in the beluga and all these other now endangered species. So You might have caught that my father does come from upstate New York. So I was raised in the summer at fish camp by my grandmother, but then in the smolt tent and on the fish counting tower because my dad worked for Fish and Game. So fish in our language is the same equivalent word for food for Yupik. And I just want to share that my gram told me a story and she said, Kasagat kluhut, am tlarilutung. Lots of white people are going to be in Alaska. Alaska hook kaziriluku huahuk akim for money. That is true. Sulutaklu manamai especially. Sulutak means gold, just like nakjak, just like bait. When he finished, he quit. No more. Sing Siak was talking about when America buy Alaska for the US. And I've shared that in my grandmother's broken English verbatim because she had one day of school in her life. She was a reindeer herder by trade. And she heard this prophecy from the last chief of this river system that basically said, fish, furs, and gold, that's what's going to bring people to our homelands. And when it's done, they quit. I think that was that image of a fish bait. If you ever put fish eggs in the water and you see how fast the stickleback and the kabarak and all the other little fish go after that, with that type of aggression, that image was planted in my mind from a very young age. And I grew up with all of these stories and I went off to school. I went off to school to get these Western tools that our community needed. And I have degrees in Native American Studies, anthropology, and rural development. And I've really studied the social, political, economic reasons that my village is where it is today. And that really gave me the foundation. I was appointed the president in 2008, and I've been serving ever since. But they said to me, with your education, you'll be able to speak to people from the outside. And I'm about to turn 40 this December. And as long as I've been alive, that the year I was born is the year that gold was really discovered in that largest proposed open pit mine known today as Pebble Mine. And my village is the first village downstream. And if I'm like halfway in my journey, my life's journey, I have been doing everything in our power to stop that particular project, but not just stopping that project, but promoting what it is to defend our homeland, because like they said, they're going to keep coming. And in this new wave, they're going to be coming for data centers, for water, for power, because my village is 70 people. So we will never win a numbers game. So I'll stop there with my intro.
Thank you so much. I got to visit Alexandra in her home village and had an amazing experience. But one thing I will never forget is trying herring eggs for the first time. That was a treat. If you ever get that opportunity, give it a go. I actually, my mom is here, and I was like, my mom would be so disappointed if I didn't try it because it looked interesting. And Georgiana, would you please tell us a little bit about your work on the Klamath and how you got involved in ensuring the Klamath got an opportunity to heal?
Ayukwi now Georgiana Jensaw, Nawalet George, Essie Nanas Oscar Jensaw III, Namerm Oscar Jensaw IV, Essie Namat Queen, Namat Thalen 21, and Namat David 19. Shrega Mewa Mechak, Essie Turwer Ok. I said, hello, my name is Georgiana, but everybody calls me George. I have four kids, 3 are sons, one's a daughter, one only girl. And my husband's Oscar Jensaw III. My father's Richard Myers and my mother's Debbie Myers. And they still live in the same village that my dad has come from, which his mom came from and her mom came from since time began. And so for us, the Undam the Klamath campaign started in 2002. That fall, we were in our world renewal ceremony. And as that wound down, it's a 10-day ceremony. And about day 7, the kids started coming up from the river saying, I could catch a fish. I caught a fish with my hands. And we thought, okay, you're probably not telling the full truth. By the next day, It was more than just the kids saying that. Adults were coming up and saying, hey, something's wrong. These fish don't look right. They're moving really slow and something's happening. And over the course of the next few weeks, we would watch over 70,000 adult Chinook males, mostly males, die in the Klamath River. And so what that led to, for one, Yurok's have the belief that salmon gave, just like what I watched in the video, we also believe that salmon gave their life to humans in the beginning of time. And so therefore we have that relationship with the salmon to protect it and to speak up for it. And so when we saw those fish dying, it was like having your relative die. And it was very catastrophic for Indian people on the river, for non-Indian people on the river, for people who love the Klamath River, and generations have been coming there to visit. It was like a death, and you could smell death. That's how strong and how pungent that fish kill was. Since then, we've had other smaller fish kills, but nothing like that one. So in 2002, when that happened, and it came out to be that it was because of low water quality. And that came to be because the river was so dammed. The Klamath River has 6 dams. So what those youth were saying earlier is true. There's still work to be done. The Yurok's territory is the last 44 miles of the Klamath River. And I live at where the river meets the Pacific Ocean. And so you get an idea of how large it is when you meet people from the upper basin. And you really start to understand that there's still more work to do while we celebrate the victories that we have right now. So since then, science came out, said, this is what happened. This is why your fish died. And then we began advocating. And I want to say that it was twofold. So our tribal councils, they were doing what they could on their legal side. They had their lawyers and their advisors and all that, trying to move forward on the legal side. But really, it was the communities that came together that made it really happen. There's, like most tribal people, we don't always get along when you're side by side. And we are all in our still Aboriginal territories, so none of us got moved. The Hoopa people are still where they're from. The Kuduk people are still where they're from, and same thing with Yurok. So for us to really get this going, we had to set our differences aside. And that was really challenging, right? Because Indian people were not the best at compromise, but we did. And we came up with a way that we could just focus on what was important, and that was saving the fish and saving the river. And so with that, we've actually come to Portland several times. A couple hundred of us would get a bus about 3 o'clock in the morning right up here, and then protest and rally at Pacific Corps headquarters in Portland. And then when we were done with that, we would get back on the bus and travel back home. And so that we come from very northern California. It's so close, it's almost Oregon, but it's not. And we did that several times. We also went to Sacramento. My father and brother went to Scotland. And what we were doing is we were chasing down the owners of the dam. I heard a mention ago about, the owners and like Pacific Fisheries Management Council. There's a lot of players that come into play that have a big effect on how much fish you get and how that works out. And so we went to the shareholders meetings. We luckily got tickets into the Berkshire Hathaway meeting in Omaha, Nebraska. That was a trip. So we took back canoes, our redwood canoes, our great big huge redwood canoes. We loaded them up in trucks and we hauled those back there because we felt like it was so important that if we could show them our culture, then maybe they could appreciate what we were fighting for. And so we went back to the shareholders meeting twice. The second time they kind of saw who we were. The first time we snuck in real easy and everyone got questions that they got to ask. And then we dropped banners inside the auditorium, and it was really exciting. It was really cool. We got asked to leave, of course, but the main point was to get the shareholders talking about what they were doing right here in California. Because for some reason, there's this abstract thought that this stuff happens other places. It doesn't happen here. And so we had to bring that message that, no, it's right here in your backyard. And so for me, I had just graduated high school in 2002, so I'm aging myself. But what it did was it started really since then, learning how to campaign, learning nonviolence direct action, learning about, and these were all really new concepts for our communities, not so much the protesting and the rallying, but learning different ways and how to strategize and how to get our message across in big cities and get recognition, because we needed people to start talking about the Klamath River. If you're unfamiliar with that, so the Columbia is the first highest salmon producing river on the West Coast. The Klamath used to be number 2. And then because of our poor decline in water quality, we have now fallen back, but we want to get back there. And so since 2002, that's what we did. We every year nonstop, with little to no money, we would gather and go places and try to get to the owners, the shareholders. We went to all the water quality meetings. Oh man, we talked to FERC like 100 times. And it was really about just keep expressing our story and how much the river and the salmon meant to us. So then in 2020, basically Pacificor made the decision that it was cheaper for them to take the dams out than it would be for them to reconstruct and put fish ladders in. That still didn't mean a win. There still had to be some more things that moved along. Pacificor couldn't do it themselves, so then they had to create another organization to take over dam removal. And then 3 years ago, I got to go to closer to the upper basin and watch them start to blow out the first of the 4 dams that we would go on to remove. And so as Indian people, we just move from one fight to the next. And so, we want to continue to support the upper basin and their fight to see the river fully restored and fully freed.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you again all for being here and coming to share your story and your work. And as I've had conversations with different folks working in different campaigns, I just listen very intently, because oftentimes I feel very new to this work, and in a lot of ways I am. And I often feel like the little sister in these spaces. And so I really rely on folks, because I don't believe in reinventing the wheel. And so as I was thinking about this discussion, I was like, I really look at you all as thinking of me as the little sister and you mentoring me on how we move forward. Because as I talk and hear about all of the challenges that these different campaigns face, they're exactly what I'm facing. And it helps me to move forward, and also reminds me that it's still possible, even with all these challenges and obstacles. And so I really wanted to treat this as a conversation among the 4 of us to talk about these different aspects of working for an environmental campaign, whether that is through protection or restoration and overall healing. And so really my first question, and you all dealt with this on more than one occasion, but there's always so many challenges and obstacles. And I'd love to just talk about how those obstacles and challenges were overcome and how you stayed optimistic to continue fighting those challenges and obstacles. And I don't know if anybody wants to start, but I'm happy to call names if anybody has a burning desire to jump in. All right, Alexandra, go for it.
Sure. So we built a coalition of the people in Bristol Bay to fight Pebble Mine, and I would say we did a really good job of crossing the boundary and working with the sport fishing industry that never really acknowledged us or tribal governments in the region. And just like she mentioned, going to shareholder meetings to really share with the corporations that were funding the mining project what they were impacting. There's a lot of layers of false narratives you have to cut through and to get right to the source and share your story. We're getting more sophisticated about that, which is why I'm good friends with Mark Titus over here, because storytelling is going to be how we continue the fight without having to leave the village so often. But what I wanted to share, there's a lot of work still to be done. What was heartbreaking were land-owning Native corporations were selling access to the mining company, while the federally recognized tribes, none of them were for this project. So understanding the circumstances that would make a land-owning Native corporation sell their soul for a financial gain, and really understanding that part of the puzzle, because at the end of the day, this is how Alaska was settled with the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. And unfortunately, this is the instrument we have to work within. So with the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, when we were trying to get 404C, we were adamant that they come to our village so we can give them all of the talking points because in DC, they were hearing that Alaska Natives were pro Pebble. But when you take away and saw that it was the Native corporations. Okay, so in my village, we have our own Native corporation. I am also the vice president of that one. You have to be serving on both if you want to be sovereigns with territorial reach in our world. So my Native corporation has 66,000 acres where 5 of us have decision-making power over that. That is 81 miles of salmon spawning stream. So exercising our power there and actually flipping the model. If large industry was willing to pay for a right of development, we need conservation to also be willing to pay for a right of conservation. And so there's a lot of work to be done, even though we were able to achieve 404C, which has only been done in this nation about 13 times. And obviously we have to protect that under this next administration. We forever have to stay vigilant. While that's in place, the work that I'm doing now is how can we take 30,000 of these acres and put them in some sort of a protection that is by the people for the people, and reset it so that our future generations will not be making economic decisions like that we can stay true to who we are spiritually, which is salmon people.
Yeah, absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree. And we talked more about bringing people out to these spaces, and that makes all the difference. And I know you all did the same work and bringing people there. And like, what difference did that make when people came out to your spaces and had the experience?
I think that that's what changed a lot of minds. You know, when we've had the Pacific Corps vice president and president on our water. My dad invited Warren Buffett out to it, but you know how that goes. And when we had the leaders of these corporations in Berkshire Hathaway, for one, we treated them really well because as Yurok people, we're supposed to be welcoming. We're supposed to be polite. That's not to say we didn't have local people who also went out on the river that same day and held up signs and held up banners that said, undam it, keep your promise. And so that was really the magic, was bringing them to our special place to show them the river, why we were fighting so hard for it, to put them on there, get them in the boats, get them in the canoes, let them see why we're fighting so hard. And I think that that's when a lot of minds started to change. And I think also really what was the impact was when you have little kids, my son and daughter have were a part of the campaign their whole life. So they've never known not to protest and not to rally. But when you have 9, 10-year-old kids getting up and speaking to FERC and the state board, water state board, and they're telling them that I can't fish now because the fish are sick or there's not enough, that's heartbreaking. And I don't care where you come from or who you are, to watch a child get up and tell you that their way of life is dying. You have to hear that. You have to listen to that. So I think a lot of it was our youth, and then of course our elders, because our elders could recall back to a time when fishing was really great and things were really good. And then also be able to reflect on how much things have changed and the drastic change of it. And so I definitely think them coming out to visit in our homeland, and us bringing it to them as well was hugely positive. I think the other thing that was really helpful and is always hard in Indian country is, so the Yurok is the largest tribe in California by population. Our neighbors, the Hoopa tribe, are the largest by land base. So we all have these great big titles, right? But we got to get to a table and come to some agreements. And I think that's where the challenge was not only for the Indian people to come up to an agreement, but then to reach out to people that we don't like and we've never gotten along with, like the commercial fishermen, like the farmers in the upper basin. These were people that we typically did not like and did not intermix with, but we needed them to hear us because people heard them differently. Different people heard what they had to say differently. And so that was really hard. The first couple of years, that was really tough. We actually went up and did a fish bake, which my husband does as a traditional cooking, salmon on redwood sticks by a fire. We went up to a potato festival in the upper basin and did that. That was different. They sent us home with boxes and boxes of potatoes. And so there were things like that that we had to do that was really about relationship building and knowing that if we couldn't get an agreement and move things forward, there were so many reasons for the company to ignore us that we had to give them reasons for them not to ignore us. And so that was being relentless in the media. Every time, you know, we'd get somebody to come out, it was everything that the chairmans and chairwomen would talk about was the river and the state of it and how to improve it. And I think that was hugely effective. You know, you have to use all your tools as Indian people that we have. We have to use everything that we have, from those that went to school, those that have stayed home, you know, and everybody in between.
I love that. I love that. We talk so much about showing up and meeting people where they are, and it's hard. It's hard. I'd worked on another campaign that involved Stibnite Mine, and we attended a harmonica festival in Yellow Pine. Yeah, you do these things because you care that much, right? I mean, have you had that experience where you just step into those strange places and say, I'm here, I'm not going anywhere?
Yeah, you know, I'm glad that you opened up, or that we're opening up this dialogue, because I think it's always in some ways comforting to hear, you know, that we all are kind of struggling with similar issues. And I think when it comes to this kind of work, like mission-centered work, sometimes we get so focused that we feel really isolated. And so I really appreciate opportunities and spaces like this to kind of open that up and remind ourselves that we're not, and that really where a lot of our power lies is in that relationship building. I think kind of capturing some of the points that we're trying to address here and how we have dealt with overall challenges at the Bears Ears Intertribal Coalition is related to that, is really returning to those values and those tenets of traditional ways of being and traditional ways of knowing. And one of those values is relationship building, not only between each other, but with our non-human relatives and with all of our non-human spirits and things that guide our lives, things that are intangible, right? And so kind of an example of relationship building that was quite unique is we at Bears Ears have been fighting the misinformation that the tribes are kind of bullies and that we like to throw around our tribal sovereignty, which is true sometimes, but our opponents really like to use that against us and like to say that you know, the tribes are unwilling to listen and they're unwilling to compromise on the things that we want done in regard to Bears Ears. And so kind of one of the ways that we've been able to counter that challenge is through relationship building. And recently, we've been strengthening our relationship with producers, or what would be considered grazers, people who actually graze the monument for livelihood, mostly cattle. It's a big conflict, value conflict for the tribes, because cattle, as one of our elders shared with us, are like children. They require a lot of oversight and a lot of close management. And in many cases, that care for those non-human relatives is not being seen or is not being conducted in the way that it should be, or at least in a way that the tribes deem responsible. However, the cattle or the producers actually are a stakeholder group who hold a lot of political sway in the state of Utah. And so while there aren't very many families, there's about 13 of them. Pretty much what they say goes a long way, as opposed to the 5 independent sovereign nations that we represent, close to 500,000 Native citizens. And so kind of in an effort to start countering that misinformation being portrayed about the coalition tribes, is to actually start working and start relationship building with these producers. And we were able to meet for the first time in the history of our organization with them this spring. And what we came to find, as I've heard with my other folks, is and sharing about some of their stories and how they relate to the land, we actually found a lot of common areas. There's a lot of pride in what they do in their livelihood. They also have an interest in making sure that the land is cared for so that their cattle can continue to graze and they can continue to provide for their families. And kind of what came out of that convening was a realization that we actually wanted many of the same things, and that the stories that were being fed to each party, each side, about what the others wanted was actually false and was actually kind of being purposely put into a wedge between us, because I think parties understand that if we came together and we start talking, that it's probably not a good thing. So now we've started that, and we actually have, I won't call it a good working relationship yet, but we're getting there. And that's one of the ways that, we've been able to overcome challenges, just really start building out authentic relationships. And I say that purposely because when we're building authentic, healthy, meaningful relationships, there's going to be conflict. White supremacy culture teaches us that conflict is bad, but I think Indigenous people understand that conflict is inevitable, and it's rather healthy ways that we're going to be able to work through that conflict. And those are some of the kind of traditional values that we've used to kind of help us overcome challenges in the work that we do.
Yes, thank you. And that's such a great reminder that about conflict, because it does feel bad. Nobody wants to deal with conflict, but it is an important part. And that's how you do make change, is having those conversations, finding common ground. Absolutely. And part of that with all of this discussion is about community building and building partnerships. And that's both with community members and state and federal partners. And so I'd love to just learn a little bit more about that piece of your journey in these campaigns. Maybe George, you want to start?
Could you say that again?
What has your experience been in the value of building partnerships with community members and state and federal partners?
Oh, that's been huge. You know, as a community, I would say I didn't mean to put such an emphasis on that the tribes couldn't get along, because in the end we did. We danced together in our high dance ceremonies. And so we knew that we had a common ground. We just had to let the current politics step to the side for a minute. And then it was moving on to the state. Well, first it was the county. And you would think in a county that has such large tribes that would be an easier conversation, but it really wasn't. And so first we had to work with our counties and get our board of supervisors on board with us. Humboldt County did do a declaration saying that they were for dam removal. Our county on the other side in Del Norte would not do that. They would not say that. And so then we went from the county and then to the state, and really working with this state water board was huge, because those are the people that influence the next step. So then it was working with the state water board and inviting them out to the reservation and reminding them that if they're going to talk about the river, then they should hold the meetings where the river's at. Because it's not fair to talk about the Klamath River when you're in San Francisco or Sacramento. And if you don't understand what that means, that would be like talking about something in the Dalles and here in Portland. You want to go to where it's at. I grew up here from the ages of 3 to 10, so I'm a little familiar with this area. I grew up in Oregon City. And so it was really about leveling up. So then you get the county on your side, then you work with the state agencies, all of the same time, you're building relationships with people you never thought you could. The farmers, the Pacific, or the commercial fishermen of the Pacific Ocean. That was huge. And to speak to that, we had one guy that for years, he was one of our loudest opponents. These Indians, they just use their gill nets and they just rape they take too much fish. And I mean, every time we had to hear him, we were like, oh God, here comes Glenn. And he was just such an adversary for so long. And then finally, they realized that they needed us too, that they needed the Indians to be on board with what they needed and what they wanted. And that if the river couldn't spawn to give them good fish, then the ocean fishery would die. And so when that realization came that, hey, we might want to work together, now he's one of our biggest advocates, and he comes to our ceremonies, and he's just as vocal as he was about being against us as now he is for us. And it's a really beautiful thing to watch these men who have spent their whole life being out there on a boat thinking that, oh, the Indians are blocking it off, or, oh, they're doing all these wrong things, to watch them change their mind and come to the other side and realize, oh no, they do know what they're doing. They don't fish like that. We do pull our nets. We do have conservation measures under the tribe. We're not just out there outlining it. And so to watch that change was pretty neat, especially with him, because he was just such a headache. But there was many more of those kinds of types where people had to change the way they thought, and they could only do that once they got to know us. So once we started putting our titles away and met human to human, I think that was probably the most effective thing, because that's the same thing we had to do with FERC. You know, they sit up there, the Federal Energy Regulation Commission. They're not really what you would call like on the grounds type of people, but that's what you had to get them, was out of their offices, away from their big desks, and get them to the river to make them understand what we were talking about and how important it was. It is.
That is so cool. And that can be hard, like continuing to push on those people. I think we all have a Blaine that we work with. And, when I was in Bristol Bay, I couldn't believe how much community support I saw from the signage and the shirts saying Stop Pebble Mine and, talking to Nancy Lyon and, her admitting at first I didn't care. And then I realized how it impacted me and how it's impacting everybody else. But that took a lot of work to get the community involved and supportive.
Yes, and back to your topic on the federal and state relationships, I just wanted to highlight what Joel said about Native Americans and philanthropy, because I've usurped that statement too, that we work across generations, not administrations. And if you think I've been a president for nearly 20 years, all the different administrations that I've seen, and each one has had to know that Bristol Bay Forever is our mission. Also, I have seen the state elect a governor who believes in fish farming in a state where we have the most wild salmon left on the planet. So I think our next, Pebble was the elephant in the room, sucking out all the air for any other topics. But once we were able to achieve 404C, we're pivoting. What can we do about the limited entry fishery? Why are all of these villages upriver economically depressed while there's a $2 billion renewable fishery that they're stewarding all the salmon spawning grounds? We need a complete economic reset. And I think until the state of Alaska elects a governor from Alaska for Alaska, we're gonna be in a very tense boat. But those fisheries and those industries actually control our politicians. You have to remember we're 2.5 sizes of the state of Texas, and we have less than 1 million people. In Bristol Bay, there are more bears than there are humans. And so making sure that each one of our community members are empowered to speak their truth in any setting is important to our tribe.
Yeah, absolutely. And similar with Bears Ears and building community and state and federal partners.
Yeah, I think the first thing that comes to mind in terms of the value of partnerships is really the support and the partnerships from our NGOs. And what I mean by that is, as I stated earlier, there's a lot of motivation for Bears Ears tribes to fail. Because we were the first coalition of tribes to successfully designate a national monument in a very unfavorable political state. There's a lot of barriers that are put up. There's a lot of people who are waiting for us to fail. And so kind of to counter that, we've been able to rely on our NGO partners to actually help us do the work in spite of. And very specifically, the most tangible example that comes to mind is during the first Trump administration, when Trump actually illegally reduced Bears Ears Monument by 85% and modified the Bears Ears Commission, which is the collaborative management body who co-manages with U.S. Forest Service and BLM. The tribes actually decided to not participate in that process, and they turned inward. And during during that first Trump administration, we actually produced what we call the Coalition Land Management Plan, which is a document that's entirely holistically and tribally informed from traditional Indigenous values. And we did that because the Trump administration didn't think that the tribes could tangibly work together and produce a document that would now and actually come to inform our current resources management plan that we just finalized in January of this year. And so how the NGO partners supported that is, they gave us funds. They actually lent issue area expertise that some of the tribes may have limited capacity in. So some of the more technical areas of land planning, like geology and paleontology, and coming to mind, where they actually partook in some resource sharing and offered some of their insight into those areas of the plan so that the tribes could actually complete that document. And our NGO partners have since come to help with many other initiatives that haven't ever been done before. The other one that comes to mind is during our recent monument management planning process during the Biden administration, the tribes actually put forth their own management option, again, entirely derived from their own tribal values. It took a holistic approach to managing Bears Ears, and that effort was actually also largely successful because of the support of our NGO partners. And I think in terms of success, that management option that the tribes put forth actually ended up being the management option that the agencies adopted, and it ended up being incorporated into the final plan by 75%. So again, the ideas, the management kind of prescriptions, or the way that the tribes wanted to manage Bears Ears is actually included in the final plan, currently managing the monument at 75%. And I think that that's really incredible, because we wouldn't have been able to do that without the support of our partners.
Absolutely. Partners are so important. You being here is so important. Our NGOs, we couldn't do this work without you. And as we continue, and I know this is a similar experience, as you work with NGOs and you're learning how to work together and recognizing the role that tribes play, and it's critical that tribes lead these projects, because you, as the original stewards of these areas, are really the only ones that know how to do it appropriately and respectfully in regard to everything that's important with these places. And I know we don't have enough time, and I honestly could sit here and talk about this all day. But I do have a final question that I would just love to have all three of you respond to, sharing your personal perspective and sharing a little bit of your heart from the work that you do. You're all just so inspiring and give people like me a lot of hope that we can move these issues forward. And as I continue my advocacy for dam breaching on the Lower Snake River, sitting down with you and talking to you tells me that it's going to happen. It's got to happen. And so I'd love for you to talk a little bit about your passion for your work, why you stuck through it, and give us some encouragement so that we can stick through it. Alexandra?
We have been fortunate to live in our homeland since time immemorial, and we have an inherent obligation to steward that homeland. For me, it's all about our sacred connection, and that is best understood in the Yupik language, living our subsistence way of life. And being a tribal president and a vice president of a corporation, sitting on all these various boards to keep power in check it is mentally, physically, and it'll drain your soul. But in January, I had a vision that came to me, and it said, Bobby, you've always had the ability to handpick your own team. And when I look at language and culture, that's what has happened. It's a handpicked team. And I wanted to share that, she said our superpower is network building, and our net worth is our social network and this relationship we have with our land. And we do still feel like the wealthiest people in the whole world. And if that can be communicated to our next generations to carry it on, then my work here will be done. But until those kids are speaking fluently, until I am living what I'm preaching here, then we're not there yet. So I draw inspiration from these forums, and I thank you for being a bright, shiny star on the West Coast for us to follow. I wanted to end with, there was somebody who said, we've extincted salmon all the way from Europe. I heard this at a Army Corps testimony that we had in our village. And the mining company was arguing that fish and mining can coexist. In the most hydrologically complex area of the world they've ever considered this size of an open pit mine. And then they said, well, what would fail? It would just be human error, they said, just human error, and that's what has caused the failure of the salmon run and it's been like a wave. And I think that's why I was sent all the way to the East Coast to learn that story and to bring it home, that we can stand up and say, no, humans, we don't trust you on our pristine riverine ecosystem, not here. And to hold that, Goyana.
Thank you. Teresa?
Yeah, why you stuck through this work? um, I think the first thing that comes to mind is, as I've shared, I'm not a member of the member tribes that I work for. And originally my people are from the Great Lakes area all the way over to what they call the Big Water, which is now called Nova Scotia. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of physical reminders or place-based connections to my ancestral homelands anymore. A lot of it is kind of occupied by cities like Chicago and heavily populated areas. There are a couple of rock riding panels, I think, in so-called Canada. But I think for myself, why I've stuck with this work is, Bears Ears is one of the most ecologic or one of the most culturally dense areas in the so-called United States, in that pretty much anywhere you can walk, you're either going to find an ancestral dwelling, a lithic scatter, or rock art, some type of reminder that that's still home to these tribes. And what keeps me through the work is that it's really inspiring that tribes still have that tangible connection, that they haven't been erased from this landscape yet, and that it's still there and still intact, and something that they can see in front of their face and literally go pray and connect and gather medicines still to this day, despite the United States trying to continually sever that connection and misinform the general public that we're not here as a people, or that those connections no longer exist and therefore public land should not be protected. And so why I've stuck through this work is I get the opportunity and the great honor to witness this reconnection or this connection happen every time we go up to Bears Ears. And one of the most compelling things I've seen is we were welcoming a new commissioner, and it was their first time ever to Bears Ears, and they had decided to bring their children with them. And the first place that we went to was an ancestral site, and not even having been there before, they immediately started singing, and their children said, "Hey, those are the same handprints that I see back home." And mind you, their home is at least almost 3.5 hours away. And so even them saying in that moment, having never been there and already feeling home, is the reason why I continue to do this work, because it's so important that we have connection to ancestral homelands, because we all understand here that what happens to the land, what happens to waters, what happens to our non-Indigenous relatives like salmon happens to us, right? And vice versa. And so why I continue to do this work is because we don't have a choice, and it matters so deeply to start demonstrating and start returning Earth back into that balance and return it to its original stewards who know how to maintain balance and care for things and be in proper relationship. And so I think for myself, that's why I continue to do this this really hard, grueling work, is that I get the opportunity to help our tribes build that reconnection, recognize their power, and start demonstrating that we are leaders. I heard somebody say that earlier, and just to start leading, because when we are given the opportunity to lead as tribes, we really knock it out of the park. And so that's why I continue to do the work.
Yes, thank you. George?
For me, I think it would be a couple of points. One, you have to celebrate the small wins, because in these things, they take years. I mean, look at us. It was 20 something years for us. So you have to celebrate when this water board says, yeah, dam removal is a good idea. You have to celebrate when Pacific Corps says, okay, it's less expensive for us to take them down than to put fish ladders in. Because if we didn't have those little wins along the way, we couldn't have kept momentum for as long as we did. And I think the other part of that is because so many of us wanted to hang on to what our people have always done. Your people are fisher people, we're canoe makers. And those are promises that I want my son to be able to have, that my daughter to be able to have. If my grandma could hang on to her first language while being in boarding school for 12 years, then I can do this. And I can go to those meetings and I can speak up for our people. And I couldn't imagine, she was 7 years old when she was taken from the Yurok Reservation. She was taken all the way down to Riverside. So that's from one end of the state to the other. And if she could do that and still come back and be a language teacher for 30 years, write a language book, then I think that anything that I can do to help contribute and move our people forward is what I'm supposed to do. I don't think that it's a matter of winning, because there's always another fight, right? We got 4 of the dams down, but 2 of them are still in. So there's always tomorrow. But I wanted to say, celebrate the little victories, stay grounded in the work. And that's easier said than done. But for me, that is literally walking outside. I live next to the river. I live on the reservation. Me and my husband purposely moved our children to the reservation to live in the same town that he did. My kids grew up on the same street that my husband did, that his father did. And so it's about for us keeping that connection. But when we lived here, from the ages 3 to 10, the first river I fished on was the Clackamas River. Right? And so my dad just wanted to instill in us about keeping that connection to water and why it was important. And when I was talking to my family about coming up here, they said, why are you going to go up there? What's that about? And I said, well, the Snake River is the biggest tributary to the Columbia River. And the Columbia River is like right now the biggest salmon producing river we have on the West Coast. And so if the Klamath's ever going to come back, our fish are together out in the ocean. We still need to stand together. And I think that's what's most important about is realizing your allies you have much more in common than you don't. And so that's why I was explaining to my kids why it was important to come up here and to do this, because what happens in the Snake will directly affect what happens in the Klamath. And what happens in the Klamath will directly affect what happens on all the other rivers up and down the West Coast.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you all so much for traveling to be here with us today and dropping some knowledge on all of us to give us that inspiration to keep moving forward. I can't thank you enough for agreeing to come and be with us in unity. Thank you. Feel free to stand up and stretch. We are bringing forward our final keynote for the day, and flew by. I know folks had to get home and they have places to be and kids are trick-or-treating, and so have to get them ready. But we do have our keynote here, Willie Frank, who has just been an inspiration to so many. I feel like every time I look at my social media, him and his wife are traveling and doing something incredible, advocating for our fish and for tribes. And so I think it's the most appropriate thing to end with Willie sharing some words and wrapping up Run in Unity 2025. Willie?
Right. Thank you. How do I just press it? Okay, all right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be here today. I'm going to do this a little bit different. We're going to go very visual today. Kaylani told me yesterday, she said you can prepare some slides for your keynote. And so rather than me talking for a half hour, I would love to take you guys through a little bit about who we are and where I come from. My name is Willie Frank III. My Indian name is Kolashkid. I'm the son of Billy Frank Jr. For Indian people, as we talked about today, you're going to get a rich history of about 10,000 years here. And so for us, growing up as Indian people, a lot of our culture and stories are taken from us. And so for me, growing up having a traditional name that was passed down from my grandfather and passed to me is truly a remarkable honor to have, but it also symbolizes a lot more of who we are as Indian people.
And so for me, Kolashkit is the Nisqually word for the instant between night and day, when it's neither night nor day, a time of calm and peace, where the two halves of a circle meet. As I mentioned to you guys, my grandmother's name's Angeline Tobin Frank from Squaxin. My grandfather is Willie Frank Sr., Nisqually. And my grandmother on the left is Miss Shirley Crystal of Jewish descent. And of course, today I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Miss Pegan Frank. And I currently sit as the Director of Education at the Wahilute Indian School at Frank's Landing. And so I oversee about 150 Indian children from 25 different nations. I want to give a shout out to Chairman Peters because the top two representatives are Nisqually and Squaxin at the school. And so that is good to see because Grandpa Willie and Grandma Angeline were both Nisqually Squaxin. So that is good to see us moving forward together. And I think about where we are as a state. We're in trying times when you think about it, not just here in the state of Washington, but the federal government as well. And so for me, I always like to start off with the beautiful things in life. To me, my beautiful wife, Pegan, the opportunity to be the closing speaker today, the Frank family legacy, the Wahilute Indian School, the Billy Frank Jr. statue, the Nisqually River, Mount Rainier, and the Puget Sound. And that's a picture of my beautiful wife, Pegan. Last week, we went down to Umatilla. One of my cousins passed away very sudden. And if folks have not been to the 7 Drum service, we had the opportunity to be witnesses at the service and really be there to uplift and support our family. And I think about how far we've come really in the last 50 years. For me, growing up at Frank's Landing, hearing stories of my father being arrested over 50 times for exercising his treaty right, to think where we are, seeing so many of our younger people want to know who they are, learn where they come from, and really just engage and be proud to be Indian. And so the picture there on the left is our former vice chairwoman at Squaxin Island, Miss Jamie Cruz. Jamie is a graduate of the Wahilute Indian School. The lady in the middle is Miss Shay Squally. She's in the Squally former council member, a language keeper, and of course, Lieutenant Governor Heck in the middle. And the closest picture to me is my cousin, Mr. Taylor Kreis, Squaxin Island, who now currently sits as the vice chairman of Squaxin, another graduate of the Wahilute Indian School. And I could see what my family at Frank's Landing wanted to ensure and instill in us. One, that we had the right to fish, hunt, and gather in all of our usual and custom grounds. The right to education, the right to healthcare, housing, trade, commerce, everything that treaty of Medicine Creek in 1854 promised us and reserved the rights to. And so as Indian people, we got to remember to laugh and have a little bit of fun. I think we forgot that over the years. We got a little bit too serious. And I could see my daddy still looking down on us, laughing, smiling. And so this is a picture here in the Nisqually River, 1960s. And you could see the salmon talking to us because my father always said, we are their relatives. They are our relatives. Hey, Billy Frank Jr., what if I told you someday your statue will be in the United States Capitol? Let's say you're smoking the funny stuff. And so for me, I always like to start with a blueprint and a foundation that really nobody can change. It's, I think for us and my generation, it's making sure that we weave all of these stories together to assure that we do protect the environment. We do protect our salmon and assure our salmon species and runs are going to be sustainable for the next 100 years. And so for me, these are foundational pieces. The Medicine Creek Treaty of 1854. The Nisqually Indian Reservation was condemned in 1917. Our family lived along the Muck Creek Village on the Nisqually River, and our family lost over 200 acres when the reservation was condemned. And so I always just like to tell folks, you know, I think about the times we're in, and my grandfather, Willie Frank Sr., was born in 1879. My grandmother was born in 1891, and we became a state in 1889. My dad was born in 1931, you know, and so I think about just how far and how many kind of decades our family legacy has impacted the state in a very beautiful, good way. And so some of the other challenges as we move forward for tribal leaders as well as non-tribal folks, so they understand the roles and responsibilities. The Bureau of Indian Affairs implemented a constitution on tribal governments, tribal communities back in the 1940s, Public Law 1953, Public Law 280. Washington State is a public law state. The United States versus Washington. On the way down today, I heard a lot of our people talk about the Bolt decision. And for me, the Bolt decision isn't the end all be all, because all it did is upheld a document from 1854, the Medicine Creek Treaty. And so as we move forward, the education is more important now to be able to come into these safe spaces and ask questions and talk about kind of the challenges or needs. As I said, I'm not trying to debate anybody or prove anybody wrong. These are all principal facts right here. Agreements, accords, whatever we want to call them. In Washington State, we have the Centennial Accord Agreement, 1989, the Millennial Agreement, 1999, and the Out-of-State Agreement, 2004, that connects us to Umatilla and Nez Perce. And for me, I always like to say, why am I here today? One, he is my father, Billy Frank Jr., but also just the time and commitment he committed to his life, to the one of what he enjoyed. And I could never, being a kid, I was very selfish because I always wanted my father. I wanted his attention all the time because, well, he was Superman to me. And so when you think about that growing up, after he passed away, I always had people coming to me and they'd say, we thank you for giving us your dad. And I never really understood that. I said, because he's doing what he loves. So if I was trying to keep him at home, that wouldn't work because he wanted to be out there educating people. Because of what he went through in his lifetime, he realized the opportunity and the time that we're in to tell our story. And here we are today, Washington State, in 2021, decided to replace a missionary, Mr. Marcus Whitman, who was not a very good person. And I don't even want to get into why he was a representation of our state in the first place. We can't do anything about the past, but moving forward, we can come up with solutions and strategies to weave together the stories, but always assure that, and people understand that treaties are the supreme law of the land. And there's no questioning that, and nobody should be in fear of that. The values that my father taught, family, kinship, community, love, respect, forgiveness, patience, discipline, kindness. And then in the treaty, I always like to go back to fishing, hunting, gathering, education, healthcare, housing, trade, commerce, land, and safety of your community. 3 goals he had: trust, relationships, partnerships. I heard a lot of that today. For me, growing up, I actually have worked or partaked in every one of those: tobacco, fuel, gaming, cannabis, alcohol, fireworks, water, fish, timber, wildlife, mountains, highway, rivers. Those are all of our traditional trade routes. I've sold fireworks, working with Nez Perce, Chairman Wheeler's family. Sold tobacco, working with them at our family smoke shop at Frank's Landing. And you think about gaming. I mean, traditional stick games and bone games are what we played. And that was before these high stakes bet it all machines. And so when we go back to gaming, we had gaming long before casinos came. And so for me, as we move forward, it's important to understand that the state of Washington, state of Oregon, state of Idaho, and the United States government understand that we should be in control of each and every one of those conversations when it comes to compacts in the state. Growing up, we're always taught about our past leaders. At Nisqually, we're always taught about Chief Leschi. And so for me, growing up, those gentlemen on the left were the 6 renegades along the Nisqually River who continuously went to jail over and over. And the picture on the right is a picture of my father and Mr. David So Happy. And I always just like trying to show our relationships, weaving our stories together. And I always like to read the quote Chief Leschi left us with: "Whatever the future holds, do not forget who you are. Teach your children's children, and then teach their children also. Teach them the pride of a great people. Time will come again when they will celebrate together with joy. When that happens, my spirit will be with you." And my dad always told me growing up that Chief Leschi was not a chief because we didn't believe in chieftainships. We believed in the roles and responsibilities of leaders. And for me growing up, I always would watch my dad and my mom. They didn't have those big titles. And so for me, it was about understanding the roles and responsibilities. But this picture here, I always like to show my connections with our relatives at Yakima. And so it's 3 different occasions. These are 3 gentlemen here. Been a huge part of my life. We'll start on the left, Mr. Kamaikan Wheeler. We used to play in a lot of native tournaments together. We were at the Seahawks game one night, and I hear these 2 guys yelling at me next door. And I would look over, and it was Kamaikan and Benji. Picture in the middle there is Mr. Jeremy Takala. He came down to Frank's Landing in August to visit with my brother and I and talk about just the river and kind of, sharing secrets and trades about what we do. And then the other one is Mr. Chris Wallahy, a Yakima council member. Chris and I used to have to guard each other in native tournaments, probably about 20 years ago. And we'd always be on the court talking about environment, protecting our water, protecting our timber. We were probably the only 2 people on the court that would have these conversations about that. I had the opportunity in June to go over and do a training with the Washington State Department of Natural Resources in Yakima. Chris was over there, and so I always like to just document our story. And I got to make sure that I acknowledge Miss Lorraine Loomis, one of my mentors and teachers. She served one as Swinomish's policy natural resource director many years, but she also stepped in when my father passed away in 2014 to serve as chairwoman of the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission. And I had the honor of serving as a witness at her memorial in August. I was really hoping Chairwoman would be here today because she's one of my bosses and mentors as well. But I always like to acknowledge Miss Chairwoman Francis Charles and the great work that they did at Elwha, removing the goddamn dam. And so we know that that is possible, Chairman. Let's get that done. Let's start really, doing what we need to do to protect this environment, protect our resources here. And then also I want to go back to the relationship and the connection too with our Nez Perce family. Chairman Wheeler and Senator Kaufman and my wife Pegan and I at a dinner for Governor Ferguson about a month ago. And I don't know if there's ever been any tribal leader, one who's wanted to take the governor in his boat, senator and a congresswoman, but had the opportunity to actually take him down the Nisqually River on their boat. Now you see the security is facing at me. There's one of the security guards. What is it like the what is it the president has, And so she was sitting there the whole time staring at me. It was the most awkward boat ride in the world, right? And it was like she's watching me, make sure I get down the river. And anybody who's been down the Nisqually, it's not an easy task at times. And so it was funny. Later on that night, somebody asked me, they're like, "Did you realize that you had the governor, Senator Cantwell, and Congresswoman Strickland's life in your hand?" And I said, "Well, yeah, but we're telling our story for the first time ever, having these people in our boat." It was my job to get them down the river and back up. The funny thing was, as an Indian, we know that we like to use duct tape to fix things. My dad taught me duct tape left and right. We get down to the mouth of the river and my key breaks on my boat that day. And the governor's Secret Service staff her mouth almost dropped. And I said, "Oh, don't worry, we'll figure out an old Indian trick. We got some pliers and a screwdriver, got it started again." And so Governor, that was pretty funny to see him kind of just loosen up a little bit, because as leaders, we're in the meetings with these guys. We don't get to see the personal side of them. And that was always the goal my father always taught me, was about bringing them to places where you come together and you're able to kind of break those walls down. This picture right here on the left is Mr. Steve Robidoux. He's a council member for the Lower Elwha tribe. And many folks probably know who that gentleman is next to him. That's Mr. Leonard Peltier. Mr. Joaquin, that's Mr. Steve Robidoux, that's his uncle. And it was pretty cool. He actually drew that picture of my dad in prison. And that's the way he remembers my dad from the 1970s. Mr. Peltier was at Frank's Landing during the protest, standing up for the civil disobedience and the lack of education, I guess we can say, way back then even. And so Joaquin, Mr. Steve Robidoux, gifted Pegan and I with the picture, and so now we have that hanging in our house. I think that's pretty cool, having a picture from Mr. Leonard Peltier of my father, and that was long before I was born, so pretty cool to see. And then we go back to just our foundational pieces of who we are. The picture on the left is the Medicine Creek Treaty Tree in the Nisqually Valley. The picture in the middle is Mr. Nuji Couts, 88 years old, still fishing on the Nisqually River and ornery as hell. It's pretty cool to see him down there coming down and fishing. And then I'll stop by and just shoot the, just talk for a while like we used to in the old days. Then the other picture is my brother there in the middle, Mr. Tobin Frank. And I'm very grateful to my brother. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't be standing here with you guys today. Anybody who knows a generation of folks in their, mid 60s to early 50s don't have a lot of attention or don't have a lot of patience, I guess you could say. And my brother's one of those folks who really just, he doesn't have a lot of patience, and I know why, and I'm not going to get into that, but he had the patience to teach a lefty how to fish. Now, anybody who's ever hung a net before knows that that is very, very hard to do. And so as we move forward, having patience for each other is very important, but having the respect for each other is really important. Growing up, this is what I was taught, the respect and balance of men and women. My mother, unfortunately, passed away in 2001. She left a mark here in the state. She served under 2 of our governors working on healthcare, and also worked for the Navajo and Hopi tribe back in the 1980s on their land's water claim settlement. And so as we always like to tell our story, it starts with the male and female. My mom, she was a Jewish woman from Detroit, but she had no problem going to spend time with the full-blooded Indians wherever she needed to be. And it's just about being ourselves, knowing where we come from, our identity and our culture. And that was something that my father always taught us. And I always like to think, the teachings that were passed down through generation after generation. And I talked about the connection with the Nez Perce tribe. And Miss Joanne Kaufman on the left there, you guys heard her sister speak yesterday. Joanne is my godmother. She's one of my mentors and teachers, and also the co-founder of Kaufman and Associates, who is literally one of the better healthcare gurus, Indian healthcare gurus out there. And this book in the middle, The Indians and Equal Protection. My mother worked with Professor Ralph Johnson of the University of Washington back in the 1970s on that book. That was before she met my father, and so it was kind of funny that it came full circle. And then a picture of my wife Pegan with the Billy Frank Jr. Park and Trail. I want to raise my hands up to Squaxin. Thank you guys for this park. It truly is beautiful to see it at the Port of Olympia. But it's also even cooler to have a Nisqually tribal member, Mr. Bob Ayel, represent the Port of Olympia, the Port Commission. And when we talk about who we are as Indian people, trade and commerce will be huge in the next century for us. It should have been huge in the last century, but I think now everybody's coming to the table wanting to work together, learn and listen to each other, because I truly do believe with what is happening in the other Washington, if tribes and the state can come together and discuss really in a good heart, good mind, good ears, what trade and commerce is, we could probably save the state Washingtonians a lot of money, I believe. I truly do believe that. And so before you guys, I'm kind of a dork with pictures, right? I had the opportunity to give a presentation to Colville over the city, like the town of Colville. The Washington State Department of Natural Resources, they got an office way up by the border. And I had an opportunity to give a training there, government to government. And so I was coming home over the Columbia and I found a pack of Seneca cigarettes. And so I was like, I'm going to take this picture for Chairman Wheeler, because trade and commerce is so important when it comes to tobacco. And I think about the river, and the highways. And so we always kind of think about what it is today, but I think we should go back and remember what it was long before cars were invented. Tobacco was always one of our huge resources for Indian people, whether you were on the West Coast or the East Coast, whether you were at Six Nations, Seneca people, or Nez Perce, or here in our great state where we have 29 tribes. And so my mother, before she passed away, she was working on better healthcare for the state of Washington. She wanted to see healthcare, one, for our Indian children and our Indian people. She believed, she probably believed in what she was doing because she had a great teacher, just like I did and my father. And so when I talk about my parents, you know, I don't mean to make anybody feel any less or different. I just grew up with a lot of love. And I always used to tell people, I'm never gonna let anybody change the way I was raised. Just, you know, I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad, but I had two parents that really loved me, very patient with me, because I was a shit ass at times, and I'm gonna be very open and honest with that. So there's nothing wrong with that. As we move forward, we go back to these traditional teachings, though. And sometimes if we get lost, we can always go back to those if we can slow down. This last year, we didn't do a first salmon ceremony at Nisqually. I don't know why. I didn't ask. So my brother Sugar and I took it upon ourselves the first week of fisheries to just grab a fish. And that cedar plank that he's filleting it on, we're sitting at our boat ramp, and this cedar plank floats up. And I'm not lying to you guys. The cedar plank floats up, and it starts like circling up. And like my brother and Steven and I are looking at it. I was like, is that a sign? Because my brother probably hasn't cooked on an open fire in over 25 years. And so when that cedar plank rolled up, I'm like, all right, we got to go grab that. We're getting a fish. And then you see the picture on the right there. He's teaching me how to prepare the fire on the open pit. You know, that's what we do as 7 generations teaching. And so I put in the middle ego and higher self, you know, because every day I have these challenges at times, and I imagine others do, because I think about what my father went through and what he didn't tell us, you know. And so for me, kind of being a little more patient and learning, one, who I am, and learning who my father was more important than anything to me as we move forward with the Billy Frank Jr. statue. And so I always like to show the next generation. And if folks can see, there's a picture of Mount Rainier behind Miss Shea Squally there. I have a map in the middle showing where the Nisqually Reservation is compared to where Frank's Landing Indian Community is. And I like to always say that we didn't create these boundary lines. The state of Washington created them. We used to fish and trade with all of our local communities, hunt, gather. And so I always like that map because I think there's just a lot of misinformation out there after the Bolt decision, a lot of fear on both sides. For me, we're not going to live in fear anymore. I look at it like we are the first people of the state, all of our tribal nations, our tribal people, and it's time to just wean out the bad people in our state. I've realized that we have way too many people who don't know anything about our state, and they just feel entitled, like they should be jumped to the front of the line. And that goes for even some of myself and younger tribal members too, of teaching them the importance of setting a net and being on the river. Avery sat down there with me last summer for 6 hours and he caught one fish. Look how happy he was when he caught that one fish. For me, and I bet Chairman Peters and others growing up, we were racing to see how many fish we caught. And we didn't have time to make mistakes because we were getting yelled at most of the time, and we had to dang near be perfectionists. And so now I always like to go back and tell my brother, the reason I'm such a good driver on the river is because I watched you for 5 or 6 years navigate that river. And he goes, well, I watched Dad navigate it. Well, yeah, there you go. That's 7 generations teachings right there. As Indian people, a lot of us were talked at growing up. We weren't shown or we weren't spoken to in a manner that you're going to learn and grow from. And so for me, being able to teach the next generation is important because I think as we move forward, we got to make sure that they understand the words that were in these treaties. And nobody should fear the treaties. Citizens shouldn't fear them. Executive order tribes, nobody should fear the treaties because what they do is they lift up all of us. And this here is just a one-pager kind of all the key federal Indian law policies and just how they run right through Washington State and they run through Frank's Landing. This is a picture of the Wahilut Indian School with 145 little Indian kids. And it's really an honor and a privilege. I had Chairman Peters down in the summer. It was a great honor. I bet you were the first chairman to ever go for a boat ride on the Nisqually River with a Nisqually. I bet there hasn't been other chairmen from Squawks and other tribes, because there's just always been that kind of like, whatever, fear. I don't know if it's fear or what. And so Chairman Peters and I talked about this years ago, and so for me, being able to, build relationships, one, so we can discuss any, questions we may have, conversations, and it's just being open and honest, because as Indian people, we have this inherent sovereignty. And I think everybody likes the term tribal sovereignty. Yeah, tribal governments have it, but us as Indian people have this inherent sovereignty as well. And so talk about our language, right? That was huge today. We talked about, or the last 2 days, the gathering, the families, the communities, the healing. And so this was a picture, and this is why I had to change the day. Thank you, Kaylani, for changing my speaking, because I had to be at the school last night. And we had a Halloween harvest festival, and the kids voted on me to be John Cena. It was kind of funny, but these are all of our Nisqually folks. And in 1989, my dad, he gave an interview, and it was "Don't be ashamed of your culture." And I'm getting older, I can't read that, but please take a picture if you guys want. But he talks about just the importance of having to learn it, whether it was from a white guy at a university or whether it was from somebody else. You learn how to be Indian again if we have to. And so I think about that. In 1989, what was going on? We had the Centennial Accord Agreement. We had the paddle to Seattle that was reawakened again. And so there was a lot of good things going on. And every day I wake up now having, really a renewed sense of energy, because working with the kids is really beautiful. Because growing up, we weren't able to ask questions about who we are, because folks may not have knew the answer or know how to answer the questions. These two kids right here, the gentleman, Jason Dillon there on the right, he started out the year honorary as ever. Last year kind of finished honorary. You see him smiling now. And so I asked these two young kids to be witnesses for our salmon ceremony at Wahilut. And it was the first year we chose students to be witnesses. And as kids, they're like, oh, I don't want to get up and say anything. I'm like, well, just get up and introduce yourself, tell them what tribe you're from. And of course, Jason, he was a little bit nervous, the big guy here. He's a Puyallup tribal member. He gets up and introduces himself. And then Miss Isabella Shippentauer, Izzy, who's a little cousin of ours. She was so nervous, right? She's red. She gets up and she grabs the mic and she gives about a minute speech. And it was the coolest thing ever to see, because she was the most nervous one out of all of them. But she realized who she was. And Jason, I think it's just us as males. I was the same way. I didn't want to get up and talk about who we are. And so seeing these guys really want to learn. I know we have a lot of these folks in our communities who are dying to just continue to learn who they are. And so for me, it's about building relationships. My nephew, Mr. Trey Birdtail there on the left, Mr. Derek Sanders, our Thurston County sheriff, as well as one of our young Puyallup council member, tribal police. And it's trying to show, one, the generations, jurisdictions, laws that we have in place, so everybody understands we have a role and responsibility, because it's all about those kids right there. Like I said, I'm a homer. We don't have kids, my wife and I, and we don't plan on having kids. And so for us, we have a lot of nieces and nephews out there. This was Monday. I always like going back to why we're here. It doesn't matter if I catch 100 fish, we caught 3 fish that day. And so it wasn't about being on that water catching 100 fish, it was about setting those nets. My father always said, when that river's open, you set that net no matter what. If you don't set that net, they will start to take away and chip away at your rights, just like they're starting to do now. We used to fish 10 months out of the year on the Nisqually. Now we're down to 7 days of fishing, or 10 days if we're lucky. And so just, when we talk about who we are and our first foods, it is important to remember that we don't even get to harvest our first foods or go and gather them because of access issues at times. And so as we move forward, this was at Steilacoom High School on Tuesday. I had the opportunity to go in and speaking with 6 classes. These are all Nisqually and Puyallup youth, as well as their teacher, who actually had more questions than the kids did. But we can get into that later, though. That's a good thing that these teachers are starting to ask questions to our tribes, to our leadership out there. And then I go back to the Centennial Accord. Last week, we were over in Cowlitz Country at their new resort. And I had the opportunity to be a witness and just hear some of the education discussion. And so we were able to get a group picture. The young student in the front, she's a Wahilute student. She came with her mom. And so it was cool to see this with Mr. Melton Askett, Mr. Henry Strom, the Washington State, the Washington State, education folks. It's just really a good time because, thinking about where our people have been and where we came from, growing up, my grandfather, Willie Frank Sr., was one of our last speakers at Nisqually. And I'd always ask my dad, how come you didn't teach us the language growing up? And he'd say, because your grandfather didn't want us to have to go through with what he went through, with his mouth being washed out, his hair being cut for speaking the language. And so I really appreciate our last panel talking about, the importance of our culture. And this is a picture from a few weeks ago. This is the Washington State Board of Education. Mr. Bill Kalapa, one of my mentors and teachers, served as the president and chair of the committee for the last 4 years. He was appointed by Governor Inslee. His term was up. So he asked if we would come up and give a presentation to the board. And so we had the opportunity to go up and tell our story. And this was from our Salmon Warriors campaign in 2024. Just a quote talking about what we need. We need more good people who are willing to partner, work to protect the habitat zones, the watersheds, ecosystems that we know are hurting. And as we continue to grow and move forward, I like to think about technology and where we are today. Artificial intelligence is huge out there. Everything I talk about these slides, this was not AI generated. I actually have a note of every slide I left. I had like talking points that I totally didn't even go off of. But this was last Saturday, we had a training with the Yelm school board or school teachers, ESD 113, which is the biggest school provider in our district in Thurston County. And we were there talking about AI and artificial intelligence. And for Indian people, the importance of working with our local schools, working with our local jurisdictions when anybody tries to use AI. For me, Grandpa Willie was one of our last language speakers. And so a lot of folks, I think they just come to me and thinking I have all the answers. Well, I don't know everything. I have a lot of good teachers, and really it's about collaborating with people, being able to, talk to each other in a safe space, being able to learn from each other and grow, but not tolerating that disrespect that we've all kind of seen for so many years. As Indian people, we are keepers of the knowledge, keepers of the traditions. And I think we're coming out of an era, I always like to say it's like the used car salesman, right? It's everybody trying to kind of BS their way to the top. And now I see what my father always talked about. He said, as Indian people, you got to have a lot of patience. And I see what he was talking about. It wasn't just patience for life. It was patience for your own people, patience for the citizens, patience for the state government, federal and local governments, just so we can all learn and grow from each other. This was a training from 2 weeks ago over in Thurston County, over at South Puget Sound. We had over 150 of our Thurston County staffers coming over and learning about who we are. And it was funny because we started this process about a year ago and kind of talking about this. They were very hesitant and they're like, well, what are you going to talk about? I'm like, well, I'm going to weave our stories together. So hopefully you guys know what you're supposed to be doing. It wasn't bad, but it was about just trying to break walls down. And that was something my father taught me. We had the opportunity to view fish wars with the staff of Thurston County. They said, hey, Willie, we want to do a viewing for fish war. We're going to schedule it from 5 to 9. And I'm like, well, fish war is only 74 minutes or something. And he's like, well, the rest of the floor is yours. You can do a TED Talk or something. I'm like, well, I don't really like talking a lot. I'd rather bring in some of our singers, our dancers. And we had Miss Shay Squally do the opening prayer. Derek Sanchez came in and sang a few songs. Then we had Mr. Antone George from the West Shore Canoe family come down and really just, talk about the importance of, song and dance, the canoes. But they also created a song in honor of my father. And so they came down and sang that for about 85 people who showed up. And so when we weave this together, it always goes back to the teachings. You know, I can remember in 2006, my father used to always, 2005, he'd say, hey, you and Peg should come up to the Vine Deloria, you know, conference in Lummi. And I'm like, Dad, I've been listening to this my whole life. I got it, right? You figure that, right? 21, 22 years old. And now I see why he wanted me to go up and attend. Of course, I was too stubborn and I didn't. So I had to be a little bit patient and wait, you know? And so 2025, we were invited, Pegan and I, to come up and sit on the panel at the Vine Deloria conference. And so I found a picture of my dad and Vine from 2006, and I wanted to just compare it, you know, with Pegan and I, just to kind of show the work that's being done out there. You know, anybody who knows we're not doing this for the limelight, we're doing this one because it's the work that needs to be done. And it's just re-engaging and reawakening our people again. You know, I always like to tell people, we're not hostile, angry, bitter people by any means. We're just very passionate about who we are, and we respect ourselves, we respect our land, the environment. And then about a year ago, Northwest Public Broadcasting reached out to me, and they wanted to do a little short film. They said, we're going to call it Billy's Magic, and we want it to be about the statue, the Billy Frank Jr. statue, but we want it to be more about the east side of the mountain, so we can educate people who might not know who Indians are. And so we brought them down to Frank's Landing. Anybody, if you go to YouTube, there's a Billy's Magic, please view it. But really, this is just to show the beauty of who we are. And so those kids in the middle, the first time they were ever on the Nisqually River was that day in a boat. And so those 7 generations of teaching are very important still today. I like to think about my dad and what he taught me to do. For those that don't know, I wasn't always a good public speaker. I actually took classes in college because I always knew it. Someday people are like, oh, you'll follow in your dad's footsteps, blah, blah, blah. And I did. You know, I served as chairman of the tribe. I sat on council 15 years. And then I realized I was not a politician. I realized that the real work was in education. The real work was in history. And the real work is in the environment, you know, and if we do what's best for, one, the children, and always protect and look after our kids, always protect that water, the timber, and our relatives, the salmon, we shouldn't fail. And so as chairman, you get many calls. I know Chairman Wheeler and Chairman Peters both know that, from federal agencies or the United States government telling us that they may have hit something in our waterways or areas. And so as chairman, I got a call and they said, you know, Mr. Frank, they left a voicemail. I didn't call back for about 2 weeks. You know, as Indian men and chairmen, sometimes we get a little bit in our feelings. We're like, yeah, what do they want, you know? And our lobbyist from DC says, Mr. Frank, you need to call them ASAP. And so I call and they say, Mr. Frank, we want to name a ship after your father, a U.S. Navy ship, a rescue ship. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And so we start learning the process. You know, most of the times ships are named after tribes. They're not named after individuals, right? And so for my wife and I and our team, you're like, dang, who do we contact when we have a question, right? You can't, I mean, this is the US Navy. You can't just, there isn't just a number to call. So learning this process, not just for ourselves, but for the next generation was very important to answer any questions they may have of how do you communicate with your local military. But also, when they named the statue, or when they named the ship, sorry, they said, Mr. Frank, there's some criteria that you have to follow. And I'm like, okay, well, what are they? They said, we'd like for it to be a Native American woman because every ship has to have a woman sponsor. And there was actually 2 women that I thought about. And since Nez Perce is in the house, Miss Jackie McCormick, one of my mentors and teachers, was our other Native woman that we thought about of representing the ship for us, you know, because we were really thinking about the impact, you know, when we first talked about this. But then I was like, Jackie's too busy. She's not gonna be able to do all this. Like, she's taking over youth. She's engaging. Just trying to change the world in a different field, but it still all weaves together. It goes back to language, to culture, to who we are. And so I said, well, one, Miss Pegan Frank fit all the criteria. She was a Native American woman, but I didn't want to put that responsibility on my wife if she didn't want it, because I'm the son of Billy Frank Jr. I didn't have a choice to kind of take on these roles and responsibilities, but others do. And so when my wife gladly accepted, I was very honored. But we also had to find a co-sponsor. And for us, it wasn't about just going out and picking somebody. It was about showing people how our families were connected up and down the I-5 corridor. And so we chose Cecilia Gobin from Tulalip, from the Gobin family, who was somebody that my father actually handpicked to be a leader as we move forward here in the future. And so when we talk about a lot of these teachings, which you guys heard over the week, and I know this is kind of a different closing remarks, but it was really to show, because listening the last couple days here, really it was truly inspiring. I mean, we're on the right timeline. I hope people can see that. We are on the right timeline to make progress, to move forward, to make real change out there that is going to be sustainable really for the next 7 generations. And we were hanging out, Chairman Wheeler, Chairman Peters, and I last week at the Centennial Accord, and Chairman Wheeler told me he was 60. I couldn't believe that. Sorry, sir. But I say that because he's one of my teachers and mentors. You know, and growing up, my father, he had me when he was 50, right? And so I grew up with a lot of people older than me. I sat in rooms, now I see why, with a lot of elders just, all right, you got to just sit there, right? And so now I could see that, because we're in a time we just got to be patient with each other, continue to work together and grow and put together solutions that are going to protect habitat zones, that are going to protect riparian zones. They're going to protect areas that we know need work. We're not going to sit here and point the finger anymore. We can't. The salmon can't wait, the water can't, but the children can't either. We cannot punt this off to another generation. You know, the last year and a half not being on tribal council was a blessing. It's been remarkable, and having an opportunity to speak today and close this out truly is an honor. I mean, to be up here today, my grandmother, Angeline Tobin Frank, she was a basket maker. She was a language keeper, and she was the boss of our family. My father, Billy Frank Jr., all the awards he won over the years, he'd say, none of that buys us a cup of coffee, you know, and it doesn't. But it gives us the space and the opportunity to tell our story here today. You know, if you could come in with good energy, good heart, good mind, good soul, shoot, I was ready to just listen to the last 3 ladies on that panel. They could have finished out for the day. They were telling such remarkable stories. And so as we close out today, it really just is an honor to be here. I have a few things in the front here, this book here, and it is something we're very proud of at Nisqually. It's a first salmon ceremony in our traditional language. And so this is our first book at Nisqually. You know, we've had the opportunity to do this, and so I always like to just show some of the work that's being done, because as we move forward in the world we live in today, I think of my grandfather who had his mouth washed out with soap for speaking his language in school. I think about my dad, who was arrested over 50 times, you know, for exercising his treaty rights, something that was reserved to us in an 1854 document. And they weren't bitter. They were not bitter human beings. And my wife and I, we finally got my brother to come to an event with us, right? Like he's an honorary Indian, you know, and stick Indian, we like to call him. And so he came to the event with us, you know, and I never asked my brother this question before. I said, hey, bro, because we're as men, we're starting to be able to communicate like brothers are supposed to and ask questions, you know? And so I'm like, can you really be honest with me right now? Was Dad ever bitter that you ever remember in your lifetime? You know, when he was getting arrested or when he was drinking or whatever, and he said no. And so I think about as we move forward here today, you know, I wanted to be here, one, to support Chairman Wheeler and the work that he does and the story he's telling to remove the Snake River Dam, but also to bring back our traditional, you know, the family, community, and kinship ties. I mean, that's huge for us, sir. And so bringing those back are really important. And assuring that we are not lying up here. We are traditional knowledge keepers. The information that a lot of our teachers are really talking about are true. You know, and when you start hearing about land and who's who's got this, who's got that. I like to laugh because none of us control this anymore. And it was never in our control, though. It was in the creator's control. It was in the environment's control. It was in the salmon, the water, the trees. And so moving forward, I realized this is why my dad didn't talk a lot about this, because people may have thought he was a little crazy back then. But as we see the traditional knowledge and stories coming full circle, we're on the right timeline. And so I hope that, all of our organizations, folks online, anybody who's listening, really will reach out to their local tribes, their local communities, to start to learn, what ways we can do to protect the environment through an indigenous lens. That's the direction we have to go in. And please don't worry about what's going on in Washington, D.C. Between the 29 tribes, between all of these agreements I just showed you guys, we got Nez Perce, Yakima, Umatilla, and some of the strongest forces here in the Pacific Northwest. And so I thank you guys. I thank you guys for this opportunity. My hands go up to you guys. Thank you.
What an incredible run event. I feel like every year we get to this point and we're like, okay, next year, what are we doing next year? And I need a break. But this was incredible. And a lot of that is thanks to you. I'm going to be brutally honest. When it comes to these events, I feel extremely confident that I can bring you a powerful agenda, but I'm not always confident that folks are going to show up. So the fact that you did, I am eternally grateful. I want to thank Willie again for making this work. I know it was challenging and he has a lot of other things that he's engaged in. So really appreciate you being here and making this happen for us and ending us on such a positive note. I just have a couple things I want to say to wrap us up. Huge shout out to our sponsors. I am so appreciative of the donations and the contributions to make this possible so we can continue to make this a no-cost event for you. In addition to that, you saw that we do have a place where you can donate, and there are QR codes around where you can contribute and help us continue to do this, especially with our youth. We do make it a priority to provide funding for our youth to be able to make these trips, and we have a priority of bringing youth and getting them more involved in this particular event. I also want to thank the volunteers, and I see we still have a couple that are here, so please stop by, make sure you get those Christmas gifts and anything else that you still need to do shopping for. The vendors have been so wonderful, and I am grateful that you provided door prizes for us to give out to our audience. I want to give a huge thank you to the Expo Center, the staff, the caterers. I also want to give a huge thank you to all of our volunteers to help make this possible. As Kathleen mentioned, it's a small but mighty team and we get things done. And then all of the partners, the NGO partners, the businesses, the individuals, we really appreciate you standing with us and being the allies we need. And then especially the tribes and the partnerships and standing with us in particular in our fight on the Snake River. We recognize the connection we have between our relative, the salmon, and the fact that you all continue to recognize that relationship as well just means the world to us. So often we come to these events and people say, what can I do? How can I help? And you're fired up. And I love that. And we do have something that you can do outside from donating if you have the means. We are asking you today to take action, asking your legislators to recommit to upholding treaty rights. Because what we're seeing right now with this current federal administration, they're being forgotten. So this is your opportunity to engage and remind folks that treaty rights impact all of us. And I hope you learned that here over these 2 days. For folks that have already left, we are going to be sending out emails. Don't worry, we're going to keep bugging you. I know you've gotten all these run emails, but they're going to still come. And you'll have an opportunity to click on the link and contribute your voice. The other thing that we are asking is we are continuing to grow this event, and we want to hear from you on how you felt, what you'd like to see more of. I know you are not happy that we didn't have coffee all day. That will not be the case next year, I promise. So if that was the reason you weren't coming back, I swear to you, I will have coffee all day for you. But please take that survey. That is going to be extremely helpful for us to figure out what we need to do to continue making this successful. On that note, I'm going to leave you with one parting quote as you go home, and I hope your journeys are well and safe. and you're leaving here with all the positive thoughts. This is one of my favorite quotes, and if you know where it's from, we should probably be friends. But the quote I leave you with tonight is, "Love is just kindness with its work boots on." All this work is in love. And like Chairman said, we forget that it's work because it's 24/7. But we've constantly got our work boots on, ready to go and do what we need to do. Thank you so much for being here. We will see you next year for Run 2026. Have a great evening.